視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語。ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ。キュンとするでしょ。
大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000章，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
我是真一，欢迎来到新一期的赛季前瞻栏目。永劫无间第16个赛季燃耀将在4月1日正式开启，和大家保证啊，这可绝对不是愚人节玩笑。在本期的前瞻中呢，除了已经在测试服与大家见面的新武器飞刀之外，我们还准备了更多的内容爆料。毫无疑问 ，S16将又是一个量大管饱的赛季。如同集齐7龙珠就能召唤神龙之力那样，我们也将在接下来的节目中为各位玩家点起7把火，期待他们能像赛季名称燃耀一样，点亮这个永劫无间迄今最燃的赛季更新。有请主策划飞鸿老师为我们带来游戏内容的重磅爆料。
嗨，大家好，我是永劫主策划飞鸿。近2个月的版本更新中啊，游戏内容的释出节奏稍微有所放缓，有玩家可能会怀疑啊，开发组是不是在摸鱼？也有不少人说是不是在憋个大的？老实说，我们确实还需要一些时间。进入25年以来，我们正在紧锣密鼓地开发一个内容量远超新地图的全新游戏内容，并将在周年庆的裂缝事件中与大家正式见面。而在即将到来的16赛季，玩家们将体验到另一个重要事件——日火。我们将跟随车三娘的话语，逐步揭开基山海背景故事的新篇章。作为永劫无间最具代表性的英雄之一，烈豪基山海在2020年末第一次游戏测试的时候就和大家见过面了，掐指一算，已经过了4年多了。他开大时那只标志性的怒火焚身，相信大家也再熟悉不过。这次赛季事件中，我们花费了等同一个新英雄的工作量，为火德之师的基山海打造了全新的面貌。是的，这是你从未见过的基山海超燃的一面。配套的英雄不实 CG、神品外观、神品发型也将于赛季内上线。 揭开季沧海新篇章的同时啊，为了更好的适应游戏版本变化，季沧海的技能也将迎来重做。我们非常期待上线后，火蓝玩家能给大家带来非常精彩的操作。此外，灵魂叶的英雄技能在这次也将合并调整。我们目前的计划是移除灵魂叶的 F1，保留 F2、F3，同时加强浮空示范时的吸附效果，使它不容易打空了。在奥义方面，我们移除了 V2，并对 V1和 V3进行了调整。V1我们准备给它增加可射击释放。V1在释放时只会消耗一部分怒气，剩余的怒气将在读秒的过程中陆续消耗，避免出现奥义被打断后怒气直接归零的不良体验。V3则在连线爆炸时新增了沉默效果，加强了灵魂叶在释放奥义时的压迫感。还有一些其他英雄的平衡调整，欢迎大家在后续版本的测试服中亲自上手体验，并与我们分享看法。大家提出的每一条建议都是这些英雄调整最终成型不可或缺的助力。新武器飞刀上线测试服以来，引发了许多关注和讨论。各位先锋瑞士团的热心玩家也为我们提出了很多实打实的建议。没错，作为忍杰首款真正意义上远近皆备的武器飞刀看起来确实格外与众不同。一方面，我们希望这些设计能够丰富对主的可能性，同时呢，我们也未曾忘记此前新武器上线的教训所以评估这次新武器新基地的时，我们会格外的谨慎。正是基于这个考量我们决定提前1个多月将飞刀放入测试服，留出充足的时间供大家仔细的体验，也让我们有机会打磨修改。我重申一下飞刀不是愚人节整活。对于这个久违半年多推出的新武器，我们是认真的想要把它做得更好的。在这儿，我也想给大家分享对飞刀初步调整的一些想法。结合目前测试服的一些数据表现我们在考虑减少右键正击的前摇，增加后摇。此外，按键截断普通攻击的效果也将不再打断钩手飞袭了。以上调整内容将在3月26日的测试服中实装，有待大家进一步的体验和检阅。在同期的测试服中，我们还将加入飞刀的惊魂润。这段战斗动作的设计灵感源自经典武侠小说中的招式暴乳梨花针，集中之极，出必见血，将暗器之王的暴力美学挥洒的极致。如果你也想要拥有这份天下第一的潇洒，就别忘了在测试服更新后亲自上手测试。在飞刀相关的反馈中我们还收到了不少有关武器皮肤的建议，比如有些玩家提到可以将扑克牌作为外观的灵感进行设计，这其实和我们正在开发中的内容不谋而合。在去年12月的53联动宣传片中铁勒特曾有一幕靠丢出纸牌化干戈为入帛的画面。不论多久，大家也能在游戏中像这样4两拨千斤般的丢出飞牌了。如果有更多关于飞刀玩法的和外观的建议欢迎大家在评论区或弹幕告诉我们。6月初，征程之路的全新篇章将和大家见面。而此前我们曾透露同在6月上线的全新战斗道具，也在我们的努力下反向跳票，至4月和大家见面了。它就是全新的法宝系统。胡桃的噬魂斩变成了毁天灭地的次元斩，玉立人的香炉长出4条大尾巴，季沧海的火球还可以是一个定时炸弹，感受到了吗？这些就是英雄配装专属法宝的威力。在局外锻造出入天宫台，消耗混沌石，可随机打造出不同效果的法宝，为你的战斗提供巨大的增益。除了前面提到的英雄专属法宝，还有其他一些增加灵连上限、强化灵连打击等等的效果的通用法宝可供打造。你可以为锻造出来的法宝升级和觉醒，使它进化并获得更强烈的效果。法宝锻造材料的混沌石主要获得方式来自全新的烽火百炼玩法。在百人洞地下的炼心渊内英雄们需要击杀藤鬼，将藤鬼上层的精气注入丹炉内，来维持混沌天炉的运转，帮助天炉进阶。积攒进度并成功守卫天炉进源后，便能收获满满一篓的战利品混沌石了。烽火百炼玩法和法宝系统将在每个真神赛季的后半程上线，并随着真神赛季的更新而重置。而且每个真神赛季都会推出全新的英雄专属法宝和通用法宝，力求让大家玩得更爽。另一个重大内容更新，就是在6月上线的真神之路全新篇章。从这个真神季开始，英雄们的对手不再是万象， 而是天海大师口中并非无敌的领族人。本次新关卡将随着苍蓝托莫尔的脚步来到长生寨，而在那里等候他的是曾经目睹300年前苍蓝部落兴衰的黄月，一位身披蓝皮的隐族人。苍蓝王对草原的统治为何惨淡收场？亲眼目睹过不求灭族之力的黄月，而今面对重新卷入纷争的苍蓝王后人托莫尔，又会做出如何反应呢？烽火阵的故事新篇章，或许能给大家带来解答。新赛季当然也有全新的玩法。此前远程武器在真神之路里的定位一直略显尴尬，虽然也有诸如火蓝双风暴、灵魂夜冰无眼冲的玩法，但比起近战的套路啊，远程一直不是主流。而在这个赛季，我们为远程武器量身定做的全新的战斗模式——神射系统。首先，远程武器将可以震刀了，使用鸟中弓箭的英雄将获得全新的震刀招式，怪物天脸也不用担忧了，震他个措手不及。此外，在战斗中使用远程武器造成伤害，可以积攒神射值。神射值满后，你将进入神射状态，将看破所有敌人的弱点，瞄准弱点进行射击，就可以造成额外的伤害。第一阶段的神射系统将覆盖特摩尔神庙、玉玲珑和顾金坎4位英雄，其余的武器招式也在紧锣密鼓的制作中，并将尽快与大家见面。
特爆！加量不加价的赛季通行证来喽！从下个赛季起，大家通行证等级达到115级之后，就能在解锁原有每个等级奖励的基础上，额外再获得一次抽奖机会，有机会抽到花鹿、宝箱等多重道具好礼，奖励加码，价格不变，多玩多得。新赛季新气象，怎么能没有新衣服呢？燃耀赛季的后续更新将有多个时装企划上新，其中打头阵的是长歌诗印系列的第2弹。继第1弹推出了3首唐诗之后，时隔多日，我们将迎来4首以词牌为主题的时装，它们是铁血丹心满江红、醉意阑珊如梦令、豪情万丈念奴娇以及逍遥山水鹧鸪天。这些词牌主题的时装有部分在赛季通行证中就会和大家见面了。孔子说诗词可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以悦。我们也特邀一位国家级京剧艺术家为本次企划带来独特的京剧腔演绎，希望能用永劫无间特有的方式，将这些包罗万象的诗词浪漫传达给更多的玩家。
除了刚刚这些福利我再给大家爆料一些即将上线的游戏内容吧。为了能让高水平对局的战斗更加激烈纯正，我们将尝试在赛季中后期的天人之战中引入全新的机制——金乌之力。在第3轮地脉仪刷新的时候，除了现有的地脉仪之外，我们将新增一个金乌之力地脉仪。玩家若成功占领金乌之力地脉仪，便可以给全场没有拥有金乌之力的玩家添加燃出效果。除了之前解燃出的手段之外，新增了一个特殊任务，完成后也可以解燃出了。这下真是我花开后百花杀，天人激战一触即发。今年的泼水节，一窝蜂的特殊形态一窝水将再度回归。别担心，我们参考了去年同期活动大家的反馈，一窝水的逐利效果、投放概率也得到调整，并增加了将其可以投入熟人井的功能。盘南岛的捷宝球也将变成为水球，碰撞后有概率获得兑换奖励的活动道具。还有一个大家呼声很高的瑞山 PVE 变身皮肤也将在燃耀赛季登场。这一次，瑞山将穿上一副荆棘编织的盔甲，每一颗荆刺不仅是强攻的利器，也是守护的坚盾。相信它能与武威侯披坚执锐、一往无前的将军之姿相得益彰。我们已经推出2款神品发型，也听到了大家对于发型配色方面的诉求。新赛季更新后神品发型都可以通过消耗染膏来解锁其他3种配色，适应大家多样化的装扮需求。新赛季还有更多的新联动吗？有的，赛季第1天就将有一款重磅联动与大家见面，请看图。这款联动内容很快就和大家见面了，预知后事如何下周2就见分晓。在上期新春前瞻中已经预告过的一款联动内容，也引发了大家踊跃的猜想。我在这里多透露一条线索吧，请看提示。
感谢飞鸿老师带来的第1手开发情报，燃耀赛季的前瞻内容就先分享到这里了。希望这些内容能为大家燃起更多游玩永劫无间的乐趣。 永健无间现已入围2026年的名古屋亚运会电竞项目，而就在这周四，3月20日，永健无间 Nbpl 春季赛也将火热开战。18支联赛队伍将争夺春季赛的冠军，职业老将能否再续辉煌，又是否有黑马突出重围呢？这周四前往各大直播平台，我在 Nbpl 等你哦。大家对赛季内容有任何想讨论或者想吐槽的点，欢迎在评论区跟弹幕留言告诉我们。那我们下次前瞻再会喽，拜拜，
拜拜。
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Chat! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱梦是混乱一溜烟，2个人影都看不到边，为救守待发，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个低下，一个
Ooh, look.
过人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss. Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this. Just call it a day.
可这个为情低头看，哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya. ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリー
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2025永劫无限职业联赛春季赛第2双周单排周决的比赛现场。大家好，我是任栋。经过了第2双周常规赛的紧张激烈的对决，现在所有的晋级选手也已经准备就绪。接下来，让我们欢迎选手登场。 第2双周单排周决，所有的晋级选手也已经来到了我们的比赛现场。可以看见大家今天的状态也是非常的轻松。先问一下，我们在这周表现非常出色的 A 队的阿赵，面对众多前辈以及今天同场竞技的对手，赛前有句话送给大家吧。
轻点虐我行吗？
那同样，我们要问一下，本周现在目前前序积分遥遥领先的 BLADEPOINT， 那么刚才看了之后，今天有没有可能光速下班？
概率不大。
哎，一个是轻点虐他，一个是概率不大。究竟今天谁可以拿下我们第2双周单排周决的冠军？让我们共同期待。比赛正式开始。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl bi-weekly finals 2. I almost said tries, and that's why tricast or whatever we're on. Trios. We're not on trios. We're on solos. That's my issue. I've been doing trios for so long, I've forgotten where we are. My name is Hitbren, and I am joined by Seb, who's going to be guiding me through all of this solo action. I'm excited, Seb, because I swear I do solos like maybe once or twice a year. And half the time when I do it, you're there. So
I'm always there with you.
I've got my little solos expert with me here today. So Seb, how are we feeling first of all? You all right?
Yeah, I am absolutely amazing. I'm so excited to be back doing the solo finals for week 2. It's always fun to watch these. We can go from anywhere from 3 games to 8 games long. And ladies and gentlemen, just as a quick reminder, don't forget to link your NARAKA account to your Twitch account to get some free in-game rewards. This bi-weekly final is going to be the unsheathed player logo avatar image for the Nbpl 2025 spring. You can also get some Spectral Silk, some Tay, and some XP bonus cards, which are really good to have whenever you need them. I myself have been stocked up for a very long time. So make sure you guys have that linked. But yeah, Hitbrain, I'm super excited to be here with the finals. This is bye week number 2. Last week we saw a crazy run from Always Edward and almost took it. The triple MVP in first 3 games, Edward had MVP. He was on match point. They did go the distance. They went all 8 games, but it was still some phenomenal NARAKA blade point. And that's what it is. Everything is super close and always down to the wire when we're playing here. And on this stage with the match point rules, if you guys aren't familiar, ladies and gentlemen, match point is if you pass a certain number of points after a set of games, you are now on match point. If you MVP that game, the tournament stops immediately, the games end there, and you are then crowned the bi-weekly winner. So for solos today, it is going to be a very, very interesting one. We might see it end in 3. We might see it go the distance. Last week it went the distance. For, I believe, trios went to game 7, solos went to game 8. So we are going to be seeing some crazy stuff going on. How was trios last week?
Yeah, I mean, trios was great. It was YZG who took it all last week. I'll have a quick look at the standings and see where we're at. It's after game 3. So game 4 is where the match point threshold kicks in. So on game 4, if you're on 24 points and you MVP, you will be taking it all. Spider now joining SR, sitting at the top of that table right now. So starting today with 9.4 points. He's already a fair chunk of the way there towards 24. It's very feasible that he'll be able to get to that 24 point by game 4. The problem is the first person to hit that 24 points is always griefed by the lobby. Everyone low knows where each other drops. Everyone knows where they're looking for. And if you are Spider and you do hit that 24 points by the time you get onto game 4, I expect like a bunch of people just to drop onto him and try and just grief him out of the game as quick as possible. That is the standard go-to tactic. So you kind of always want to be second to hit that match point threshold, unless you are absolutely cracked and you've got some nice little tactics up your sleeve to try and take that game 4 nice and fast. You kind of typically want to be the second person to 24 points.
Yeah, it is definitely a risky game to play. Like we saw with Edward hitting the triple MVP, it is a very difficult situation to get put in, because you have to get MVP on game 4, and it goes the distance a very good amount of time. So if you are getting yourself to match point by game number 3, the lobby makes it incredibly difficult for you to MVP that game 4. Even 5, 6, and 7. We saw in game number 6, I believe, we saw all 3 or 4 of the members who were on match point eliminated before the second realm of gang had closed. So we are going to be hopping into game 1 pretty quickly here, and we're going to be seeing these hero picks. We're starting our day off on Predoria, I believe.
Yes, we are. Yes. We're doing, because trios kind of works backwards. You go Predoria, start on Predoria, end on Predoria, but solos is Predoria, Holoroth, Morris, Predoria, Holoroth, Morris. But obviously we got a couple of extra games today, so I can't remember the full layout. I was looking at some other little stats. So hero select coming up. This is the area I'm probably the most fuzzy with when it comes to solos. I'm very clued in on the trios meta, but what are we expecting today from the hero front end?
Well, I honestly haven't done too much solos, so I'm thinking we're going to be seeing pretty much the standard stuff that's going to be coming through from these players. We're going to be seeing a lot of our Liam getting picked out. I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of Lanny. I'm hoping we're going to get to see that. That's what I've been personally running a lot in solos. In the kind of lower area of the picks, we're seeing some Akos come out, some Justina, Lanny, Shayol. With the new changes to Shayol, she has been a dominating powerhouse, and we might even get to see a little bit of Justina coming in on the back end of that. We haven't gotten to see too much Valda. Has been taken out of the meta pretty much for a very long time. She's getting playing trios at
the moment. So
yeah, and then
with that.
We're gonna be seeing Syra coming in.
Of course. I mean, Syra, honestly, a game-breaking character, apparently. Broken in every game mode. I'm excited to see what these guys have got up their sleeves. Interesting to see a Kylan also being a potential pick here for Spider. Again, another character who kind of disappeared for a brief moment and then saw a resurgence in trios in the new monk variant. So interesting to see, but he's still getting some show here in the solos as well. I mean, it kind of makes sense because you don't have as much to worry about with those with the dashes, and you can kind of just pick one person to bully out with all of those dashes. So it does make sense to me. I'll be curious to see if the F changes in solos and trios. I'm surprised to see a Tammy though here from Azal. I did not expect Tammy to be showing up as a pick that was really seeing that much in solos. I mean, I know it used to occasionally, but I am surprised to see it is showing up because it feels like a lot of the newer characters all have something that makes them work in solos. They all have like an ability or a skill where you might not run it in the trios, but in solos it just sits so nicely for them. So I am surprised to see that Tammy can kind of keep pace with some of these other newer characters.
Well, Tumult's, where they changed his F ability a while back, and it added gold focus onto his F, making it pretty difficult to get him out of that animation. And he is a decently versatile hero, obviously not the strongest one to be picking for a solo situation, but when you're down in hero points, when your last round to select, there's most of the meta heroes are already banned out, a hero like Temmie is definitely an option that can be there. We like to see, like with T225, Akos comes out a decent amount. Akos being not the greatest when it comes to your traditional normal gameplay style, but when it comes to an isolated 1v1 like the Realm of Yang, or if you're able to get a fight without being third party, he is a very strong hero. We see him taking fights in that scenario, so you do have to adjust your gameplay style when you're playing ACOS, but he is very good early game and through that mid game with the Realm of Yangs. Justina as well being one of those off meta picks that we like to see come out. The freezes and dashes, especially with the new changes to her V1 ultimate, have been incredibly useful for some of these players. And we've even seen some Justina MVPs, which I really like to see. Justina being a very fun hero to watch with all of the dashing and the freeze coming through. We see the TODs coming out in the Realms of Yang, and the ability to escape from a fight using that ultimate as well, instead of just only using it for an offensive ultimate. It's definitely great to see. But we're going to be seeing here our hero pick round selection. So first is going to be XY and Edward. CDY and Star going second. Wufeng and Chuzhang going in third. Fourth will be Arano and Verse. Fifth will be Mike and TT25. And the last round selection will be going to Ajao and Spider. And if a hero, ladies and gentlemen, is double picked, so if you see a hero getting picked twice in one round, they will be banned out. So if the first round picks two of the same character, like we're going to see probably here from Edward and XY, the double Liam pick, then Liam is no longer able to be played. There are instances, however, where we do see three of the same hero. If you get two people in the same round selection picking different heroes, and then the next one double picks one of those two heroes, like we might actually get to see here, Wufeng picking the Lani, and we're seeing Chuzhang going for the Tamulch. Verse is able to pick the Lani, and so is Arano. Arano not going to be opting for that though. Now Lani has been double picked and banned out. Syra's still available, so TT25 going to go for that. We might see Mike on the Syra. Yeah, there we go. So we are going to have three Syras in the lobby, just like how I was explaining. And Ajao and Spider with the last round selection. They've got Temi open. Syra has been banned out. So the four meta heroes that have been played, Liam, Syra, Shayol, and Lani, banned out. We're going to see the Justina pick from Ajao, and Spider going to go for the ACOS on the first round, not wanting to burn that Justina pick early in game number one. I like the style that he's going to be playing. We're getting a decently diverse board across here. Chuzhang on the Tamulch, which is going to be a very interesting one. I'm hoping he's able to pop off. We've seen it happen in the past where Temi just goes absolutely insane with a crazy Wisp TOD combo, but you know, it is a rare occurrence. So hopefully we'll get to see it here.
I actually think that the Justina pick's kind of troll in this game. Syra actually has a really good matchup into them. You can kind of line up the dazzle. You have the laser beam for when they break out of the ice. Like, you have lots of ways just to kind of guarantee the damage coming down onto them the moment they break out. So I feel like going in for and kind of saving your Justina pick was definitely the right play here for Spider when he decided to go for the ACOS. As having a quick look at the loadouts and seeing what everybody is running. Nothing out of the ordinary from what I can tell. So it looks like we're all going into normal stuff. I'm excited to see Alani. We did have one in trios last week and it did horribly. I'm interested to see how she performs in solos, because I personally haven't had too many games with her so far. So I'm interested to see how she performs in the old solos meta.
Yeah, I personally have been crutching with her in ranked because she is very, very easy to use. A pretty straightforward hero with a lot of really easy TOD combo potentials. So yeah, like you were saying earlier with the Justina pick in a 3 Syra lobby, it might be difficult, but we have seen Ajao MVP on Justina a couple of times. He has been one of those players who's able to make Justina work in these types of lobbies. So if he doesn't run into Syras early on in this game, and if he's able to capitalize and the Syras get taken out somehow early on, it could be an easy lobby for him to win. But the amount of sustain that these Syras have when they come into the end circle, it could end up getting pretty cooked for him. But we're going to be seeing where these players are dropping. We're seeing a couple of clusters down on that lower east side of the map. Closer to the western side, we're seeing YCG, SS1, TE, and Alliance, I believe. And that is closer to the up top area. And then on just the right side of Imperium, we're seeing SR and WBG. That's going to be Spider and Verse playing over there. The old team versus the new one. Spider versus Verse. That's going to be a super interesting fight as we're going to take a look. That's Mike, Spider, and Edward are two dominating titans of the lobby, and Edward, the new player who's jumped into this and has made a name for himself. So we're going to be taking a look. Ajao versus Mike right away. Freeze is going to come out, and just as I said, he doesn't need to bump into a Syra. He's fighting a Syra right away. Ajao going to be going for a quick reset, though, as Mike looking to find himself a bit of armor before re-engaging into this fight.
Yeah, that was a sad loot table actually to grab there. Cannon and a musket to start off with, so he wasn't really able to do much. Spider with the fans has got an armor swap off. He's going to quickly jump in onto Verse, throwing out the Tiger. Verse losing a fair amount of HP off the back of this one. Spider being able to turn that around. Can Verse find himself an armor swap in response? Spider interrupted as he was just trying to finish up that kill. Another Tiger comes out. Verse is going incredibly low, and Spider able to secure that kill for himself. Now gets the Soul Bloom off, gets a little bit of healing out there. Rano going to continue to put some damage in. Does still have that F available here for Spider. It's going to throw it down onto Arano as Arano loses a fair amount of HP off the back of that again. Has got the range from those fans, but is now going to switch out to the dual halberds just so he has a little bit of extra damage. Halberd's incredibly good at stripping away armor once you get that charge off of the... I can't remember which if it's the right or left click, but either way, he's going to open up onto Arano, take a massive chunk out of him. Arano does have ultimate, gets an armor swap off now in response, as there's going to be the knockback onto him. Now, Ult Zone is available, so the moment he presses that, Spider could... Well, the moment Arano ult, Spider could just turn the ult off. Hasn't got his ult anywhere near ready to go. It's just going to continue to try and disengage away as he's looking for a pot off here to get some of that armor back, and both of these players find themselves on somewhat equal footing. No ult zone thrown down. And this favors Spider. Like I said, doesn't have that ultimate available to him. Arano with the blue armor now is just going to try and step up. Spider able to strip most of that away. Arano now gets the turnaround onto Spider, catches him in the knockups, takes away Spider's armor in response. Spider just trying to find a window, find an opportunity to dodge away, maybe get another armor swap off. Tries and turns around onto Arano again. Catches him. Arano actually goes in for an armor swap to deny Spider, but now it's coming back around, and Arano is starting to lose all of that armor. Spider goes for the F, doesn't quite make a connection, and Arano catches him in the knock-up and finishes him off.
Beautiful turnaround there. The spear becoming such a dominant weapon after its changes, with a great grapple bump coming through here. And even on the next patch, we're going to be getting to see nunchucks capable of going for the grapple bump as well. Mike now in the turn is going to be losing a lot of HP. T225 going to try and follow up with this, but Mike with a crazy armor swap into a berry, taking out T225, turning that fight on its head. Mike, the king of 1 HP in a dream, able to bring that back. We're going to see now Edward taking on FPX Star. We're going to see both ultimates facing off against each other. I believe they're both down now. Star going to be low in HP, going to find himself an armor swap, as well as Edward going to be going down close to the fabled Vulpine Essence Stone, as we're going to be seeing Star is just going to back off here. It looks like he not really looking too much for this engage. Edward going to try and follow suit. He has all 7 of the coins. And if you do not know, ladies and gentlemen, dropping those coins on that Vulpine Essence Stone will give you the Red Soul Jade, which is a beefed up Mortal Defiance, getting them into a huge advantage into this game. We're not going to be flipping over. This is XY from Team ASE. Looks like he doesn't have any eliminations on the board, just doing a bit of looting. Seems like he's pretty alone in this area. Nobody really around him, as Alliance Ajao as well. We saw him get eliminated, I believe, pretty early into this game. So, you know, he doesn't have that revive. He's going to be playing this a little bit slower, just trying to loot up, scale around. We're going to be seeing now Mike. CDY has found OUG's Mike on the loot pile. The floating piles coming through. Oh, big Cyan Fang attack with the dual blades coming around. CDY going to be able to get the staff jump in. Is not going to be able to connect, though. F ability invested for Mike. Mike going to try and go for the grapple bump here. Bow shot going to be coming out. Hits the headshot there. You're going to see the prow coming through. Tap's going to be coming through from CDY, though. You're going to see the overhold almost connects, but the F ability invested. Both of these players with ultimate available. Another bow shot going to connect from Mike. Mike trying to go for some follow-up. Ultimate invested now for CDY. He's got 1 charge able to throw now. Is going to connect on the first one. Mike taking a bit of damage from this. Ultimate available. We are going to see that ultimate getting popped now. CDY going to be forced to get out of here. No shields left for him on his ultimate. He can throw 2 more. but it's going to be difficult to hit a Syra in that ultimate. CDY just getting absolutely lasered down as the microwave coming through. Mike is going to get hit out, though. This could give CDY the chance to escape. Mike down low in HP. We are going to see the second one connect, getting extremely low here. We're going to see if Mike's able to turn this around, but no, CDY with a huge parry. Mike going to get sent back to the Soul Altar.
Massive parry coming in from CDY. Really, really well played. Does now slow Mike down, actually. CDY and Mike both on 2 kills. Spider only got that 1 kill. It took a long time for him to secure that kill for himself, unfortunately. So, and he also got taken out as well. So he wasted quite a lot of early time with a bit of skirmishing. Has found 2225 here from YZG. Is rocking that purple armor, though, on T225. So this could be a little bit harder. Slight disadvantage. Both of them are going to be, obviously, looking to scrap for that realm of Yang, though, right now. This T225 being bullied out by Spider. Spider just continuing to apply pressure to him. Spider gets a nice parry off onto T225, knocks him back, gets a massive chunk of damage out of him, takes most of his armor away. Spider continues to press forwards here. Has got his ultimate burning away, goes in for the dash, doesn't quite land that damage, and T225 forced back. Gonna go for a quick pot here from Spider. And Spider may actually just be giving up the realm of Yang, deciding that he doesn't want to contest it anymore. YZG, sorry, T225 looks to just be the victor of that area. As we do see Star has picked up the Volpine Essence, so he's probably wanting to get into a realm of Yang.
Yeah, the Volpine Essence just such a huge advantage to have in one of these games, and is definitely going to want to try and capitalize on that. ASC's XY, though, is going to be able to hold this Yang portal for himself. He's got the pass. Is just going to be trying to hold out, waiting. As you see, a couple of scraps are going to be going off. WBG's Verse now fighting against SS1 CDY. Verse able to get into the Yang without a second to spare there. He's brought himself in. It looks like it's going to be empty for the time being. These players are going to try and join at the last possible second to try and maximize the amount of time that they're carrying that buff for, that they receive at the end of the fight, if they do come away as the winner.
It's also to make sure, if people kind of pussyfoot around getting into the realm of Yang, there's a chance that like you get a realm of Yang for free. Not going to be the case this time. We are seeing Wu Feng and Verse inside their one, although ASE's player, yep, they're going up Versus Alliance, so it's going to be every realm of Yang is full. Verse here on the Lani, just getting a couple of aerial shots off to open up with the bow on to Wu Feng. Wu Feng getting sent packing a little bit here. Verse does have that F, kind of get that reposition and break away from a lockdown if he needs to, but hatches out onto Wu Feng, catches him up. He's just going to blink back, tries and fires a cannon shot in, just chip away that health a little bit more, deny some of that healing. Has actually been able to get a fairly good amount of damage onto Wu Feng. Only got 1 pot off to refresh that armor. Ultimate not even committed yet here from Verse. He is very much in control, trying to find those openings once again, but does look like Wu Feng has been able to break away from Verse here. Throws down his own F just to knock them back. Big heap of damage here. Ultimate's neither committed. There's going to be Verse throwing his ult down. It's just going to look to try and catch out onto Wu Feng. Gets a massive chunk out. Misses out on the ball. Does get hit in response, though. Very, very tempoed fight here. They've only got about 48 seconds left to keep this one going. 1 charge left onto Verse's ultimate here. He's going to have to look to throw that out fairly soon. As Wu Feng able to break away once again from Verse. Ball goes down. Don't think it made a connection, so kind of a waste there from Verse. Has still got those halberds, but getting caught out in response from Wu Feng. Verse continue to try and break away for the second here. Verse opens up on the Wu Feng, looks for the parry, doesn't quite get it, just has to blink out with the F. 20 seconds left, they have to commit. Otherwise, both of them are going to have that debuff on. Wu Feng trying to open up. Verse gets caught in the knock-up, and now this could be Wu Feng's moment to strike. He's going low, down he goes. Wu Feng will take the realm of Yang.
Oh my goodness, he is Wu Feng with a beautiful comeback there. Those cannon shots that Verse was putting in, just so much damage. Wu Feng able to burst through everything and came out on top of that. It looked like it was all coming up Verse. We're going to be seeing Wu Feng now being able to pick himself up a nice little gold weapon. And look at that, ASE's XY and Alliance Ajiao both getting eliminated in that realm of Yang. They are going to go the distance. Now we're going to be taking a look at the replay from Baoda's Chuzheng and YZG's T225. Nunchucks versus Nunchucks. We're going to be seeing, and now the 1-2 coming through into the pistol shot. being able to do a lot of damage onto T225. You see them both going for the charge up. T225 almost able to get the combo off. F ability going to be invested. Both of them very low in HP. Temi ultimate going to be invested now to try and escape this, but T225 able to get the stun off, and Xu Zhang taking so much damage here. Going to try and make something else happen, but the dazzle going to come through, and there we go. Just trying to make it last as long as possible to be able to min-max that even more for some extra buff time. And there we go. You see it. T225 gold dual halberds in hand, or dual blades in hand.
And that character is broken, man. The character does so much damage. It's actually silly. It's like T225 trying to cash in on a couple of extra kills here while they've still got that debuff. Don't have long left on it, but always Edward going incredibly low here. The laser beam catching them out, being chased down by the Syra. T225 wants that kill as he is going to eliminate Edward from the lobby. The last bi-weekly champion knocked out early in this game. In fact, the first player to be knocked out of the game. Getting a little bit focused down here. Now we're going to cut over to Wu Feng. Catches Arano with the parry. Arano continues to put some pressure up onto them. Wu Feng, though, obviously got that debuff. Well, not the debuff. Got the reset on them through the Vermilion Bird's Might. So Arano continues to try and pressure onto Wu Feng. Wu Feng going for the runaway. Just wants to get some healing off. He's going to be able to get some of that down. Arano now just to put the pressure in. There's still plenty of time here for Wu Feng on this Vermilion Bird's Might. Everyone else is just hovering around, waiting for someone to look weak. Arano's the one who's getting picked on, though. Trying to put some distance between them. Does have the dazzle, does have the ultimate available to them as well. So Arano has actually been able to break away, and now Wu Feng needs to turn the attention off them. They've only got 50 seconds left on this Vermilion Bird's Might. So it could get dicey for them if this fight goes too long. That's going to be the opener from Verse. Verse has got that debuff on them. They're going to cleanse with the Soul Bloom. I actually just jumped back into another Realm of Yang immediately.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why they weren't going for Wu Feng immediately there, but as we're gonna see now, it looks like ASE's XY and Alliance Asia going at it again after their double elimination in the Realm of Yang. So we are gonna be seeing now, oh my goodness, Asia is gonna be able to do some crazy stuff on the Justina, not able to capitalize. Huge parry going to come through, though. ASC's XY now on the back foot of this fight. Purple pole sword in hand. Going to try and go with that double charge. Last dash coming through from Asia. Trying to see if he can make something happen with the staff. The taps are going to come out, though. Stoneform going to be locked in. Able to use that focus dash to get away. Trying to scale rush back into this. And the focus dash going to be coming through a second time. Is going to connect onto Asia. We're seeing the one jump LMB to finish the elimination. Asia picking it up beautifully and cleansing that Yang depletion. And yet we are jumping into this next Realm of Yang already here. And this is the benefit of these Realm of Yangs, ladies and gentlemen. Non-stop action.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. Spider looking for CDY. Trying to contest for the Realm of Yang here. Spider a little bit low on the old armor front here. Only got the blue armor. Definitely going to be a little bit weaker than CDY. And actually, I think he decides he's going to back off. I say that, but does go for the re-engage, just continues to apply pressure. Actually, it's not a Realm of Yang, this one. This is Spirit Well. Spider's contesting. Totally missed with what he was going for there. We do see WZ, sorry, not YZG. WZ jump inside the Realm of Yang. Not sure if they're going to be contested with anyone. Might be just getting a freebie off the back of this one. Spider continues not to give it up as, yep, Mike is going to be going up versus Arano. Which, yeah, both of the Realm of Yangs are full, so action will be breaking out plenty. Now, Mike on the Syra will be looking for Arano. Already going to not go aerial this time, just try and land those bow shots from the low ground. It's going to jump up and try and join them in the sky. Not actually able to hit onto them right now as Arano. He's got that staff. Tries to jump in. The dazzle went down, but isn't actually going to make a connection. Scale rush does come out, though, from Mike, as waiting for Arano to open up, finding an opportunity to get that parry off and maybe turn this fight around. Strips away the armor really efficiently here. Still has that ultimate available. Is just going to jump out. Arano doesn't land his own dazzle. Is going to throw down the ultimate in response. Mike is just going to have to tank a lot of this. Doesn't really want to trade ult for ult right now. Wants to have an advantage here, so he just plays around the pillar to avoid Arano. Arano desperately trying to find those dazzles and those laser beams in, but Mike is actually able to effectively break away from him. Only eats a little bit of damage in response. The dazzle goes down. Doesn't quite make the connection, but Arano continues to lose HP here as Mike now, it's his turn to try and open up. Gets the dazzle onto Arano. Immediately comes in with that laser beam down. Arano now just trying to evade and avoid away from these ones as Mike shows him the old run around. Dazzle goes down, misses out on this one as well as Arano, continuing to evade Mike here, but this time the laser beam is doing a lot more work than what it did to Mike. Arano is going to finally time out that ultimate as Mike tries to open up onto him. Staff does a lot of work on him. Comes the parry. That's going to be the charge coming down. Mike loses so much HP. He is going to be armorless though. Mike tries to get that turnaround once again with the duel with the fist blades. Can he find the opening? Dazzle, is it going to make the connection? No, it doesn't. Arano is able to break away. This is getting incredibly low. Both of them down to 10 seconds left on the timer as Mike goes low, finds himself the knock-up. I think he just wants to wait this one out at this point, but that's going to be Arano securing the kill.
Goodness, Arano with the 1 second left clutch to finish that off. What a beautiful play. That parry really putting in a lot of work for him, sealing the deal on that fight. Mike had the upper hand coming out of those ultimates, but the parry sealing the deal there. As we're going to be taking a look now. YZG's TG25 already trying to get a little bit aggressive here. He does have that White Tiger's prowess buff. So he's going to try and see if he can pick up this elimination onto Fun Plus Phoenix's Star, who is on Yang depletion. This is going to be a difficult situation for him to get out of. There are so many players, I believe 2 players with the buff chasing him right now. That's TG25 and Arano, both buffed players in the vicinity of Star. It's not the situation you want to be in. You're trying to find Mike, who is also in the same area. We're going to see these poison jellyfish starting to come into play here as well. You don't want to get hit by one of those, ladies and gentlemen. You will be losing a lot of HP. Mike is just going to try and get a little bit more vertical in this fight here, not trying to engage too quickly. He sees that there's the White Tiger's prowess players around. Finds Spider, is going to go for the quick engage here. Spider just trying to kite this out. The 1-2 going to come through. F ability invested from Spider. Spider just going to try and take himself away from this fight here. Does not really need to go for the engage. Trying to see if he can survive to the late game. Fighting a Syra is definitely not what he had planned for right now, but looks like he might have to take this fight here as all these other players starting to converge. Poison Mushroom's going to be dealing so much damage here. Sorry, Poison Jellyfish. Arano now has picked up the scent of Spider. You can see him get a little bit of siphon off on this, but look at how much HP he's losing periodically. And there we go. Arano going to come away with the elimination. Mike able to steal the Soul Bloom. Oh my goodness, cleansing that Yang depletion. Spider with the misplay on the A-Coast, getting hit by the Poison Jellyfish, being his downfall there. We're flipping over now. Fun Plus Phoenix's Star trying to see if he can cleanse his Yang depletion, just as Mike was. And now we're seeing the 3-person versus 1 Star going to be popping that ultimate here as all of these players trying to give chase. Seeing now Star jumping back around, able to hit the first shield off onto Arano, but taking some chip damage. I believe one of these players does have Storm Stride as well available for them. Star just going to try and back out of this. Mike, Arano, and TG25 giving close chase.
Yeah, looks like he has been able to break away for now, but there's still so many players hot on the hunt. Do still have Arano with that White Tiger. It's only for another 40 seconds though, so not too much time. Mike quite happily with that little robbery he pulled off. It's just gonna make a break for it and decide to disengage away from the fight. We've still got 8 players left. Plenty of time to go, although Star running out of time. 2 minutes left on the lobby for Star, and unfortunately for them, if they cannot get that Soul Bloom, we'll be going down to 7 players very, very soon. I mean, regardless, we're going down to 7 players because Star needs to get a Soul Bloom, which requires someone dying. Question is are they going to be able to find it, or are they just going to bleed out? Like I said, 8 minutes left in the lobby. And it is that point of the game where Star, once someone goes out, I think everyone else is going to slow down. But for now, Star, bit of desperation. He's going to be trying to force onto the other players. Hasn't been able to find that opportunity. The other players are actually quite happily just having a scrap out here. Bane's Breath has come down behind them as well, just separating them. And it just looks like Aziao forced to go in for the free. He's trying to make a breakaway. But like I said, Cyrus is so good at handling Justina. They can just keep her stun locked. Once she pops that freeze, is going to have to force to throw the ultimate down. Gets parried. Is able to jump away to safety. Aziao buys a bit of space. They've still got plenty of dashes to work with, so it's hard to actually pin a Justina down when she's ulted. Aziao actually holding out onto these charges. It's going to have to throw them down here. Into the Bane's Breath they go. And they quickly cut through the middle of that. Repositioned nice and effectively here, but no ultimate now on the Justina. The lobby knows there's one Justina as well, so they know that they do not have the ultimate charged up. And it looks like Star continuing to hunt here onto Aziao, but 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be a really, really hard ask for them. No ult zone gets popped by Aziao, and that is going to slow down Star's ability to find a kill at all here. Star trying to go in for that block, doesn't quite get it out. Star continues to put some pressure down, gets parried out by Aziao. Aziao absolutely rinses through the armor of Star, and this is just a free kill for the Alliance player. Star timing out in 8 seconds time. Another parry comes in, and Aziao secures the kill.
Beautiful play by Aziao. He didn't want to take that fight initially, but it was a very good idea to pop that no ult zone. Star's ult was almost back online. He did have a better fighting chance if the no ult zone wasn't there, but the beautiful parries coming through from Aziao, and he is going to be able to remain in this game just a little bit longer. The parry from him to be able to get away as well at the perfect time. Aziao just doing a beautiful job. We're going to be seeing WZ's Arano. Looks like he was able to capture that spirit well that we see coming into that late game. He's got himself another buff of White Tiger's prowess, gold armor, and some gold fist blades in his arsenal. We're seeing now Stormstride on YCG's T225. He's going to be switching out that other golden jade. I believe he's also got Assassin's Lunge and Nether Step in there. Very, very stacked loader. The 2 gold dual blades are going to be super useful to him close to this end game. WZ's Arano now jumping up on the top, wants to find himself an elimination with this White Tiger's prowess. He does have that gold armor swap available as well, with gold dual blades waiting for him. Nobody else able to claim those if he decides to go for the swap. Needs to take that fight close, but we are going to be seeing that 80% Moonbane that's going to take over 80% of the playable area, making it very difficult for when these players are navigating. It's everybody jumping into the area of where the Bane is. This could be a risky play for SCDY here, and Arano following him. If they get really greedy and going for this fight, both of them could end up eliminated. Oh my goodness, CDY almost jumping in to the Bane's Breath attack there. Was able to dodge out using the last little bit of his stamina there. Able to get himself a bit of a heal. Reset's going to be coming through. Shield misses coming out here. Ultimate has gone down. Now CDY going to be in a very difficult spot. Has exited the Bane's Breath area though, as he might try and kite back through, but Arano doing a really good job of following through. Overhold's going to come through. F ability popped out though. Arano with the jump LMB going to be getting a little bit more chip damage down. CDY just trying to get out of here as desperately as possible, but Arano not giving up the chase. CDY going to try and get through. Dagger movement is some of the fastest movement in the game, so he's got a shot to get out of here, and it looks like he's doing a pretty good job right now. But Arano is going to be coming through with the scale rush, the jump LMB, tech chase to catch him, and the 1-2 to finish it off. Arano with a beautiful elimination, and there's only 6 players left as Circle 5 is closing in.
Yeah, nice little hunt down there from Arano, able to secure that kill. Like I said, down to 6 players at this point. The Bane's Breath has worn off. Wu Feng actually being chased up here, caught in the knockup, loses all of their armor, has to blink back using that F, gets a nice little armor swap off, but Mike continues to apply the pressure. Arano just laser beaming away here onto Wu Feng, and Wu Feng, not long for the world. Arano secures himself their 5th kill of the game, and they actually jump into 1st place off the back of that. Have now burned that ultimate, but they got 4 minutes until the circle fully collapses. Looks like Versa and Aziao happily standing away from all of the action and all of the very aggressive players. Mike desperately trying to put some kills on the board, currently standing in 5th place in the lobby overall. Just going to go for a bow shot onto Aziao. Forcing them back, but Aziao able to disengage away from Mike here for a second as, again, caught out by the bow shots, and TD5 with that pulse sword able to do so much work to Aziao, who's forced to freeze himself up. The last thing Aziao wants to do here is get forced to ultimate again, especially this close towards the end of the game. They want to be using that ult aggressively if they can. Not on the defensive side, but everybody else is starting to collapse in. Arano going a little bit low to the zone here. Has to go and pot up away from all of the action. They are able to get a full reset off, but Arano kind of caught on that low ground where they didn't really want to be, as Aziao is going to jump up into the pocket, find themselves getting caught out by the whole lobby who's just smelt the blood in the water. And this is the problem with solos sometimes. If you're the guy that gets weak, it's very easy and you have no teammates to keep you safe. As Aziao feeling the pressure, is just trying to break away from this aggression and force the aggression onto someone else so they get chased around the lobby. But Aziao is being chased down, armor stripped away, forced to throw the ultimate out. Does open up onto Mike and gets a freeze off. The dazzle comes down. Aziao with that ultimate is now going to be harder to pin in place. Is going to have to go for another dash. May just try and line up onto Mike again. If they can turn the pressure off for them, they catch onto 2. Aziao and Mike with the freeze. Azout continues to go for the dashes. Mike going a little bit low here. Azout going incredible low, and Arano unable to connect the damage as Mike forced to throw the ultimate down onto Verse. He was getting pressured out heavily here, continuing to throw those dazzles down in front of them so no one can jump into their pocket. Healing for everyone else, though. Everyone else gets that reset off Arano. Got the ultimate almost ready at this point. We'll be able to throw that down. There's 3 Syras in this final circle, so they all made it. And Verse on the Lani has got the ultimate kicking away here, trying to get some damage away. Throws a ball out onto Mike. Is going to make the next connection onto Mike. He throws the dazzle out. Verse almost gets caught by the orb. Is able to break away. All of those ball charges land, and Mike is losing so much HP, but Verse is the one getting bullied out here. Arano is going to secure the kill onto Mike with the fist weapons, as now Verse is the one who's low. Arano trying to get a reset off and make sure they have as much armor as possible. Have got the ultimate built up as TTD5 gets parried out here by Verse. Halberds try to open up. Arano, can he find that opening onto Verse, who isn't getting the opportunity to get the reset off? As you can see, TTD5 trying to find some damage as Arano continues to open up onto Verse. Verse going for the parry. He's not going to be able to throw it out. Gets the F off just a blink away from the aggression. Strips away some of TTD5's armor as Arano is parried by TTD5. Verse is doing so much work here as TTD5 is able to finish him up. The dazzles are coming down, and I expect the laser beams to be breaking out soon. Arano going low. TTD5 just going to try and gatekeep the zone for him. Arano hasn't used the ultimate yet. Knocking one back into the zone. Dazzles are coming out. There's going to be the ultimate coming out from TTD5. Arano answers in kind. Both of them going aerial with those laser beams, but TTD5 has the health advantage right now over Arano, trying to find the dazzles onto each other, trying to catch each other in the zones. TTD5 was first to ult, so he'll be first out as well, as Arano is continuing to fire down, but his health bar has gone so low, knocked him into the zone. Both of these players on similar health. TTD5 knocked into that zone once again, going low. Everybody is just exceptionally close to going down. TTD5 will take the kill.
Oh my goodness, T225 with a textbook play to finish that off. We almost saw the Heartstopper kick silence coming out from Arano, but to no avail. T225 is going to be our MVP in game number 1. And like we were saying earlier, there was a small chance that the Justina could prevail if the Syras were eliminated from the game, but alas, we saw the end circle with all 3 Syras remaining, and WBG versus Milani trying to make something happen. Regardless, we are going to be seeing T225 coming away with a beautiful finish for the MVP. Was able to pick up so many eliminations in the end there. WZ's Arano was on 6 eliminations, so it was definitely a very, very close finish when we're going to get to take a look at these numbers. But T225 able to come in. T225 somebody who has been notorious for getting second place in almost every single finals and the events that he's playing. He never is able to come away with the victory. So today could be the day that we get to see a bi-weekly final win from T225 himself, with 5 eliminations and the win coming through. Those gold dual blades putting in so much work for him. It was a phenomenal game through and through.
Yeah, it was honestly a really, really impressive game from TT25. Arano for me was definitely the secret MVP of that game though, other than that final fight. And it really came down to, he just randomly caught a parry, which was for someone else. He just threw it into it and got caught out by the parry. And that's what really put him behind. He lost a lot of tempo, lost a lot of armor for that. But yeah, Arano outside of that had an amazing game. But TT5 able to clutch out that final circle and take the first victory of the day, creeping ever closer towards that 24 point. We just answered this question for you, so it's a nice and easy one. But let us know, how many players chose Syra in game number 1? Was it A2, B3, C4, or D5? A, B, C, or D in that Twitch chat, and yeah, we'll whisper you, so make sure you check that whisper box. Honestly, only half of those answers are physically possible, so that was a pretty easy one to answer. But here's the overall points for that game. This is why YZG's TT25 walks away with 9 points. Arano walks away with 8, Verse 3.5, 3.5 as well for Mike. Does teeter off a little bit after that, but some big scoring games there for Arano and TT25. Nice start to the day.
It's a very, very good start for the day for T225. 9 points is close to almost halfway there when it comes to that match point threshold, and getting that in one game as well as your proposed points is going to be putting you up at the top. We are going to get to take a look at our overall standings for the finals in just a second here. Here we are. And this is going to be including the pre-post points that these players have earned in the previous week. So Edward with no eliminations at only 4 points total with the 4 pre-post points. 1 for XY, which is going to put him at 4.8. The 5.8 for Chu Zhang. And we're going to be taking a look at the top really quickly. 15.4. He's only 9 points away. 8.6 if you want to get technical from that match point threshold already. 13 for Arano, 10.9 for Spider. Even though he only had the 1.5 in game number 1, Spider still had 9.4 points coming into the day. 6.6 with the 3 makes 9.6 for Ajiao, Mike with the 9, and 8.8 for WBG's verse. So it is shaping up pretty close in scores with the 8.8, the 9, the 9.6, and the 10.9. 3, 4, 5, 6. Everybody's super close in points from each other, and it's going to be coming down to individual performance in these games. China Unicom is going to be bringing you some highlights, so here they are, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, so I think coming into today, I actually didn't expect it to be, this close, but I did think we have a pretty solid chance of getting multiple people on that match point threshold by the time we get to game 4, where that's where everything kicks in. So I think by game 4 we could see if Arano and TT25 continue to play this well, and even Mike, if Mike actually starts to kind of pull it together. Same with Spider, actually. Spider had a really bad game, but if he continues to have a good game, there's a world where we could see 2 players on their match point threshold by game 4, and suddenly that makes the lobby so much harder, because when it's only 1 person on that match point threshold, it's very easy to grief 1 person. It gets harder when there's 2 people you got to grief. And then, when a 3rd joins in, that's typically what kind of catches these players off towards the end of the day, is more and more people qualify for the match point threshold. And then from there, it's rough, because you do hit that point where how can you stop 5, 6 players all from getting an MVP? It's easy to grief 1, but not 6. Such a clutch ending from TT25. Really, really good game from him. And we're heading straight over to Horror after this as well, so back into the action as quick as possible. No surprises to see if Syra get MVP. This character is busted with a capital B. Absolutely silly. 24,000 damage coming out from TT25. 5 kills under his belt. 17,000 damage with melee weapons. To be fair, only 4,000 out of skills and ultimates, which is very different from what we see in solos, in trios, because in trios, it's all skill and ultimate damage. It's absolutely bonkers. Really, really good game there coming out.
Yeah, it was a very, very well played by him here. This is his 3rd time MVP in the 2 bye weeks that we have played. Stormstride, something that put in a lot of work for him, and like he said, that parry that we saw earlier, the Sap Soul Jade is doing so much more parry damage and giving you a bit of HP back. The Cyan Fang we also saw come into play, was able to push Arano out into the zone even more. Just phenomenal use of the Soul Jade, taking advantage of every single element of the game here, and just what a phenomenal play from TT25. I'd like to see TT25 go the distance here. It hasn't been something that we've ever seen, so it would be really cool to see him get a win. Spider, obviously, on the A coast, not having the greatest game ever, but that was his last round selection. He was playing an off-meta hero. We might get to see a little bit more coming out from him in these next couple of games. We do still have 5 more. We still have up to 7 more games of action coming through for you guys. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be getting into game 2 pretty quickly. But Hiprin, do you have any predictions so far after watching game number 1? What do you think we're going to be seeing coming into these next couple of games?
I mean, it's hard because we're early into bi-weekly finals. I do think you're right, though, on the Spider being on an off-meta character. Probably going to change things up. I don't know if we cycle in a circular motion or everyone shifts up. So I don't know if Spider's going into 1st round selection or if they're just going upper space. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work out, but we'll see when we get into the hero select. But yeah, I think, you put Spider on something a little bit more meta, and they struggled at the start of that game because they got that kill, didn't really get much time to catch their breath, and then Asira with ultimate attacked them, and they weren't able to get the full reset off. So losing your revive to that and wasting a lot of time as well to that fight kind of cost Spider a lot of tempo in that game. I don't think the ACOS was like inherently bad. I just think you lost so much time at the beginning of the game, but by the time you respawned, you then had to grab a bunch of loot. The odds of you getting into a realm of Yang were very low because other people had kind of had that extra time to grab loot and gear and were just a little bit more set up. So Spider struggled to get into that realm of Yang off the back of that, and then he was just on the back foot the whole game after that. Yeah, I'll be interested to see, you know, more from these Lanis as well. I mean, we had a lot of attention thrown onto that one Lani right at the end of the game, but I can't remember who was playing them now. My brain is
that was WBG's Verse.
There you go. Yeah. So I feel like once we get some more Lanis, I'll be interested to see, you know, how they perform, because again, I've only seen her played once in trios. I've played her in solos games myself, but like I am not a NARAKA pro level, so I have absolutely zero idea like how they're piloting her versus how, you know, I would. So it's interesting to see them pulling them off. Siren needs nothing, man. This character is not okay. I've been seeing her like consistently in trios for the last like 4 weeks now. And I know she had a place in the Worlds as well, but she is just meta defining over there, and it seems like not really much is different over here. She is an incredibly strong character.
Yeah, it's the combination of you have the buff in your HP. You're basically immortal while you're in the ultimate. Like no amount of damage. You're able to levitate and hover and fly everywhere. So you're not able to get locked down. You're not able to get stun locked. So you're not getting comboed, and you're not losing HP because of that. Your bubbles not only dazzle and stun your opponents, but they also heal yourself, which makes it even more difficult for these players to be able to make anything happen. And then the microwave beam is just absolutely, it's not gonna, it is so difficult to be able to get away from it. We see players being able to do it, but once you get caught by that first dazzle, it is really difficult to try and recover a fight, especially when you're outside the realm of Yang. In the realm of Yang with the pillars, it is a little bit easier to be able to kite out a Syra ult, but when it comes down to the open fight and other players see that you're getting targeted by an ulting Syra, it is pretty much done out for you.
Well, I just had the realization, but like Liam was first picked in that lobby, and I don't remember seeing a single one in that game. Like they just got slammed. They did not achieve anything on that pick. That you know, that's our first pickable character. Kind of starts to show you, you know, how strong something like a Syra is, because Syra didn't show up until 3rd selection, I believe it was around 3rd. You know, we had Shales as the 2nd picks. I definitely saw more from the Shales than I did from the Liams, and maybe that was just that game. And Liam is, you know, again, character who just does not show up in trios at all, so I'm not that as familiar with like a Liam as I am with, you know, with the likes of a Syra or not Huddy. We did have people hovering Kylin, but no one actually locked Kylin in. But we know it is a pick that is occasionally showing up. So we are getting ourselves loaded up for game 2. A lot of people could honestly be very close. I doubt I'd have to be one hell of a game to hit match point threshold by game 2. And even if you do hit match point threshold by the end of this game, you still can't win in game 3. Like everything doesn't unlock until game 4. So odds are not going to see that, but by this point, we could see 2 players quite close to that match point threshold who could potentially hit it at the end of game 3 going into game 4.
Oh yeah,
it could honestly, if the players continue playing like this, especially like T25, this guy could be lined up for a quick day.
Yeah, it's very possible, but like you said, the targeting of players in the lobby once they hit match point, it's gonna be really difficult for that to happen. Of course, we'd love to see it. It'd be a crazy performance if we get to see a 4-game finish with the winner being T225. But like you were talking about earlier with the hero picks, and Liam being first picked has always sort of confused me in solos. I think that he is a good hero, and I believe it has something to do with how these players change the they target out the Liams pretty early, because if you do let a Liam survive closer to that endgame, he can become incredibly powerful. His 1v1 situation fighting, especially within the realm of Yang, is incredibly strong, but I do think that a hero like Syra is way more overpowered, and Syra should be getting locked up in these first picks. You know, they've obviously got some tech that we're not too sure about yet, but we never really get to see Liam MVPs. And, you know, Shayal hasn't been very pertinent when it comes to the end game as well. They're usually getting eliminated after these Realms of Yang. But individually, all incredible heroes. And as we are going to see, it looks like Spider and Ajao, the last pick, are now going to be our first round selection, with Mike and TT25 going to the second. Third, Arano and Verse. Fourth now is going to be Wu Feng and Xu Zhang, CDY and Star taking the fifth, and XY and Edward, our first picks from round number 1, are going to be now bumped to the last round. We're going to be on Holoroth, Sunny, so no Fireflies. We're going to be getting those in the later games. But we're going to be jumping right into these hero picks, and you know, we're probably going to see the same thing. Liam, Shayal, Syra. Could be triple picked again. I don't think they want that to happen. As we just saw, the triple Shayal in the lobby is just absolutely dominating.
Yeah, well, there we are. They start it off. That's our first pick into Shayal. I feel like we're probably going to see more of the same here. Moving back over, there's the Lani and the Syra split. So either looking at potentially 3 Syras again, or maybe 3 Lanis, or maybe just 2 of each as these guys handshake it off. That's exactly what happens. So it's just going to be 2 of each of the heroes. Interesting to see that some people want to save that Syra for later on in the day. As moving into the next round, our last round really. Kylin here for start. Okay, so I was expecting to see some Kylin show up, and there he is. What's CDY going to be locking in though? What is their attention going to be turned towards? It's also going to be a Kylin as well.
Yeah, the Kylin pick's right. I'm hoping we get to see at least one Tarka game from CDY. He is our resident Tarka player. He always plays at least one game there. So hopefully we'll get to see that a bit later. And the double Temi pick coming out from XY and Edwards. So we're not going to see any Justina or any Akos coming out, which is usually the picks that we're seeing coming through from there. Interesting lobby. We don't get to see the Syra triple, but there are 2 Lanis in this game, along with 2 Syras, and then the double Kylin. Every single round selection other than the Syra Lani was double picked. So, you don't get to see that too often. I'm curious to see which ultimates that are going to be ran for our Kylins, because in trios we see the V2, and it is a very good ultimate. We are going to be seeing both of these players running that V2. If you miss your dashes, you are losing a lot of HP. Everything else pretty standard around the board. No variations getting picked from anybody here. Everyone going for their combo breaking F ability, and the ultimates pretty standard across the board.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. I am surprised by the Tami. I feel like Tami. My problem with him is, right, like, he's very good utility character. I don't really see him as much of a kind of like 1v1 demon. You look at like a Kylin can absolutely do that. Liam as well, even though, I mean, Liam never gets... We didn't see him in the last game at all. But this time it is Spider playing the character, so there is a world where we can see a little bit more coming out from him. We're very interested by this one as we head over to Holoroth, seeing where everybody is dropping. No one's up by Imperial. In fact, that's grayed out, so I don't think anyone is going to be able to get there in time. Do you see a couple of players dropping on top of the puzzle? See a couple more dropping just around Plume's castle. So if you solve that puzzle, you could quickly run down. Actually, it's 4 players on Plumed right now, so definitely going to be a bit of a hot spot. A lot of action to start it off the back of that one. SS1 has I forgot the name of the city. City of Tang? I think that
City
might be
of
it.
Tang.
Yeah, City of Tang. Just got 1 player jumping down there. Couple of clusters, couple of spread out players, but I think we're going to have a pretty explosive hot drop to start it with.
It's going to be fun to watch Imperial Village versus T225 and TE all in that area. It's going to be a very interesting one, starting Mike getting locked in. The high 5 for good luck, as we're going to be seeing T225 now already got himself a good little weapon swap combo under his belt if he needs it. He's got that katana and the dual halberds. Coming up against TE's Wufang right away, that's a purple hung sword. Could be very, very dangerous at the start of this game here. The 1-2 is going to connect off of the released 1.0. As we are going to be seeing Wufang trying to get away from this scrap off. He doesn't want the smoke from TG25 right away. Trying to go for a bit of a heal. Isn't going to be able to get the pot off. TG25 still aggressive in pursuit here. Taking a Shyle out, or taking a Syra out this early. Overhold going to come through. F ability invested. Going to see the hold coming over. Tries to get the focus dash off, but isn't going to be able to finish that. The 1-2 is going to come out. No F ability invested yet for Wufang. He still has that available if he needs to get out of a situation, but the overhold's going to come through. Now a second player jumping in, 1 HP and a dream. The pistol shot's going to come out from the opposing player, and it looks like Verse able to steal the kill with the pistol shot. TG25 now following up his attack on to Verse. Verse going to try and go for the overhold. Purple hung sword in hand now for TG25. Going to try and capitalize on this. Verse trying to make something happen. Very low in HP here. Able to just shark so much of that health away. Ultimate is now going to be up for TG25. Is going to be able to get 2 of those shield proc hits over on to Verse. Oh, the dazzle coming through. Oh my goodness. TG25 going to try and keep up the pursuit onto this elimination. He's got a few seconds left on that ult timer. Verse, no ult available for him. And now Wufang trying to join into the mix.
Yeah, bad place for TD5 to go for a bit of a heal there. Going to get absolutely slammed here. Wufang able to open up. Looks for the dazzle. TD5, can they actually get some potting off is the question. Wufang keeping that pressure on. I just don't think TD5 was paying attention. Like, they did not see that coming in. Not getting any opportunity to get any potting done here. Wufang barely losing any HP. Golden hung sword as well here for TD5, and sorry, purple hung sword here for TD5, and they may just be losing that. Able to strip a lot of health off Burst, going down in the middle of that one. That's gonna be a nice little pick up there. TD5 taking up Burst now. Gonna try and continue onto another kill. Ultimate comes out. Honestly, TD5 just fumbled that so bad by not going for the reset and then just resetting on top of someone else. Really, really big mistake.
Yeah, Wufang jumping into the mix of that fight was definitely his downfall, as we're going to see WBG's versus been off to a tear. He almost gets the 3rd elimination of this game on to TE's Wufang, but now Spider has found the action and is jumping into it. Is going to get hit by the tail end of the scale rush, as Wufang is going to be able to make a pretty good break for it here. Is going to get himself caught out, switching over to those fist blades for a little bit of extra movement. These shorter handled weapons are going to be the weapons to give you the best amount of movement. Verse has found that purple hung sword as well. That the hung sword being passed over to 3 players now, and it's going to be a very coveted weapon, especially early game. No gold weapons are going to be found until that first Realm of Yang has been completed. So the purple going to be the best possible rarity of weapon, giving you the most damage output. Geez, Wufang is getting chased. Spider with the purple staff. Wufang only has those great fist blades. Is going to find himself a nice armor swap, though. The scale rush out of the building. F ability invested to try and get some more distance. The 1-2 invested into the jump LMB from Spider. Spider still trying to keep this tech chase up. Is going to be able to try and pick him up. And he does get it. Oh my goodness, Wufang is going to be back down to 1 HP. Verse going to claim the elimination, putting himself onto 3 kills. Spider, ultimate available here. F invested now from Verse to try and get away from this fight. Spider still has that 1 charge from the ultimate, is going to try and capture that. And he gets the ball, and this is why these players do go for the pick. We are going to see the overhead extended combo invested. Verse taking so much damage here. Ultimate available, though. We are just going to see him pop ult, and Spider's going to be forced to retreat from this fight. Let's see if Verse can pick himself up a 4th elimination into this game. The dazzle coming through. Oh my goodness. WBG's Verse making this game his own. Is going to pick up 4 kills, gets the bloom, and now into a 5th fight. Is going to be able to get Prio up onto Ajao. Ajao going to have to use that F to back out of that here. They're going to see F available for Verse. Turns the fight around. Needs to get that healing off. He does have 2 purple weapons now. Ajao going to get a huge parry off. Able to turn this
Spider's
fight back over. Spider stealing the kill. Oh my goodness. What is going on, Hipbrain?
Spider with a salty run back, and it pays off. I mean, this is dangerous, though. He needs to get some armor and some gear put together real quick. as it looks like Ajiao hunting Spider here. Spider already halfway towards that ultimate. We will get a look at the replay of the fight here versus Ajiao. Is this Spider on the first kill, or is this just on the salty run back? I think this is the first kill because it's early in the game. Okay, it took me a moment to figure out where we were. Spider, though, I mean, such a solid start here. Ajiao taken out by Spider at the beginning of the game, and then Spider then comes and steals a kill from him just on the back of that salty run back. Really, really nice from Spider. Gets his second kill of the game and keeps himself going. It looks like he's got his attention towards this Rama Yang. Like you said, character does very well inside that Rama Yang, so we'll be looking for it. Mike right now fighting Star, trying to force him off and away from the realm. Mike catches him with the uppercut. Mike actually just may get a free kill here off the back of this, to be honest. Star has to back off and go for the reset. Mike probably shouldn't really let him get the freest reset off. Looks like that is not going to be the case as Mike continues to heal up. 30 seconds left until he's able to secure himself this Rama Yang. Really, really nice coming in from Mike as cutting over to Arano and Ajiao fighting for the Rama Yang. That purple hang sword still kicking about from all of the action we saw earlier. I forgot who even originally owned it, to be honest, at this point. It might have been Arano. I actually have no idea. Regardless, that hang sword is still in play. Still been passed around by the players as both these guys are looking to contest it. Star was also in the area. But it looks like this Rama Yang still being fought for. And in they jump, so not really much Ajiao can do about that. Spider and Arano will be going toe-to-toe inside this Rama Yang. Spider does have the ultimate ready to go. So let's keep our eyes on that one as down goes the wall. Everybody goes aerial to open up with. Spider starting off with that dagger. Very favored weapon here in solos is trying to get those pistol shots in onto Arano. Arano able to break away, looking for a bit of damage, catches him with the uppercut. Arano has to blink back there just to break away from Spider, who right now has the health advantage in this fight. But Arano doing his best to try and be slippery and find an opportunity to get those pots off. Scale rush up from Spider isn't going to make the connection. Both players just playing around the pillar. Arano caught in the uppercut. Spider trying to find some extra damage onto him. Catches him again with the uppercut. Arano going low. Need for ult may not even be here. There's going to be the ultimate out from Arano. Catches him with a football. Tries to get some damage off as Spider continues to pressure up. Goes for that uppercut again. Doesn't quite hit. Ball goes wide as well. There's going to be a bit of a turnaround, stripping away the health. But Spider catches him in the ball. Catches him with the uppercut. And that almost looked easy.
Oh my goodness, Spider with the dirty Liam play, showing why he is such a strong hero to pick. We are going to be flipping over, though, ASE's XY versus Baoda's Chu Zhang. We saw this fight happen in the first Realm of Yang in game number 1. So this is going to be a rematch. They timed out the first time. Dagger going to be in play for the Temi. XY going to try and go for the scale rush here. Going for this overhold. Pole sword into dagger is definitely a difficult fight. The amount of chip damage that you're able to get off with the dagger is so great, and the stone form procs are really hard to work around when it comes to those pole sword fighting. So we're going to see now gold pole sword in hand as we do see that capturing from the Salvation podium. As we're going to see now, Wisp's going to be going into the sky, catching Chu Zhang out here. This could be a TOD, so we're going to see flipping over into the 2-1-1, misses it out. F ability called in for Chu Zhang to be able to save him there. That was almost going to be his life. The scale rush is going to connect for the pole sword. Focus attack going to come through. Chu Zhang trying to hold as hard as possible. He's able to get the catch off of the wall. F ability up for ASE's XY if he needs. Charge going to come in from the RMB, isn't going to connect now. Chu Zhang just holding that scale rush. It's going to be his best friend here, flipping back over to the dagger. 1, 2 coming in, tries to parry the turn from the focus, and then the parry into, oh my goodness, Baoda's Chu Zhang with the fumble release, and ASE's XY going to pick himself up that gold pole sword and the win in the Realm of Yang.
The Spider's hunting Mike here. Mike tries to find that turnaround, got himself the golden staff. Spider making a little bit of a break for it. Does have that bird's might on him though. Same for Mike though. So Mike not really under any threat, being chased here by CDY. CDY trying to get some extra damage onto Mike. Mike just going to go in for a bit of a heal. Still got the ultimate available. Is just going to throw the F down onto CDY, send him back. A lot of damage lands in. Mike's caught in the uppercut. CDY opens up with the halberds, and he is just making quick work on Mike. Mike going low is going to have to just try and make that back off. Armor swaps back to that purple for the reset. Now he's got caught out by Verse. He's looking to chase him down. Mike going to try and get some healing done. I don't know if he's going to be able to get a full reset off, get some armor back is going to get another pot off, and Mike actually may get away with the full reset here. He's still got a minute on that Vermilion Bird Smite, so he's sitting quite pretty. Mike somehow able to get a massive reset off with all of those players around. No one pressured up onto him. Now they're continuing to hunt onto CDY, but CDY trying to make a breakaway here from Mike. Now we're going to see a little bonk here from one player onto Mike. Mike now opening back up onto Spider with that staff, and let's let Zhuyan going up versus Mike here. Mike is just eating so much attention from the whole lobby. Versus trying to open and finish this one up. Mike is taken out as Verse pistol steals the kill away. Spider actually about to lose his Vermilion Bird Smite, so this is about to get really dicey for Spider. Doesn't get that free reset, and there's still a whole bunch of players in the area. CDY desperately trying to find himself a kill so he can cleanse himself of this Realm of Yang debuff. Everybody else is just making a break for it. Spider being hunted. He just wants out now that he's lost that revive of himself. His armor's gone. This could get really dicey. Spider has to pop the ultimate. We'll just look to try and catch someone, but this could get dicey. He's going to have to throw it out. I think Spider might be going down here. He needs to find the reset. Needs to make it a breakaway. Throws out a ball. Was able to break away and get some health back. Maybe it's going to be a full reset for Spider. They were able to escape, at least initially. Get some of that reset off. Still half HP. Still cannon shots coming in. Spider finds himself caught in the corner. Just tries to scale rush out of the window. Ultimate is timed out for him. Spider really just wants to be away from all of the action and all of this fighting. But that is a sign of weakness if he is seen running. Now we're going to see CDY commit the ultimate here. Gets one dash off. Doesn't actually make a connection with it. Does make a connection with the next one though. As he is just bullying on to one. Zhuyan trying to make a breakaway. A couple more dashes available. We'll get one more off the back of that one. Now Zhuyan continues to get focused out here. These dashes from CDY is big. CDY didn't get the Soul Bloom though. He got it close enough, and now he's taken out. Down he goes. Ajiao able to secure the kill. TD5 with the debuff on as well. Eyes on him. Has had a very, very bad game 2. Game 1 went amazing. Game 2, not so hot.
Yeah, that was a beautiful escape from Spider that we saw earlier. And yeah, TG25 gonna get himself parried here, keeping his weapon from the longsword. Use that Phoenix Blast Soul Jade available for him. About as Chu Zhang, our other player on the Yang depletion, is going to... Oh, Engraving getting released from TG25. You're gonna see Lanny ultimate into Shael is a little bit of a difficult situation for the Lanny here, as we're going to see the uppercut combo is going to come out. F ability invested. We've got one more chain throw, and the armor swap's going to come through and save him from taking a lot of damage. But Chu Zhang needs this elimination very soon. TG25 has been brought extremely low. We're going to see the gray armor swap coming out from him, trying to scale away from this fight. Does not want any of the smoke. Chu Zhang has 30 seconds left to complete this elimination. Otherwise, he's going to get himself fully eliminated from this game. TG25 able to get a clutch pot off. Switching over to that dagger for the extra movement, but it looks like he's going to go back on the longsword. He's got 2 Soul Jades for it. Parry is going to come through though. F ability invested to save himself. Prio going to be given through to TG25. Engraving going to come out. F ability was invested by Chu Zhang. None of these players have their F available. Another armor swap going to be coming through, but it's gray armors with very little HP, and the kill credit is going to go to TG25 as the Yang depletion takes its victim. Flipping over now to the Realm of Yang, we've got Alliance's Ajiao versus WBG's Verse. Verse having an absolute tear, already on 5 eliminations this game on the Syra versus the Liam. The charge is going to come through with the 1 charge. Gets Prio over. Verse going to try and go for the uppercut. Ajiao now on the uppercut, switching over to the ultimate, and this is the TOD, ladies and gentlemen. And now, oh, he misses the focus. Verse able to hit the ultimate here. And now Ajiao is in a very tough spot. Verse could be able to turn this fight around. We've got 1 charge left on the Liam ultimate if he's able to capture him out. But the Dazzle's going to come through, not able to capitalize off on most of the damage from that Dazzle. He's going to come out of ult with not very much HP here. Misses the ball capture though. Now Ajiao going to switch to the cannon, trying to see if he can make anything happen with the range damage. Isn't able to connect on the range. And it looks like he's going to back off. Huge parry though from Ajiao. Ajiao takes the Realm of Yang and ends WBG's reign of terror, sending him back to the Soul Altar. Wow, what a fight.
I can't believe that parry. That was absolutely beautiful. Aerial parry. Gonna have a look at the Mike fight. Mike actually losing to Jinyuan here off the back of this. Running around with that debuff on. Sheol from Mike hasn't really been able to quite find the mark that he would like it to have found. Just him and Jinyuan just getting into this fight. Mike trying his hardest, gets the shields up, tries to get some work done, but Sandstorm immediately catches him. The Wisp actually went wide, but Mike was just a little bit too low, and that Sandstorm by so much time. There's the Wisp. And that is going to be the finisher. Really, really clean. There's now Mike and Edward going toe-to-toe in a fight. They do actually have a Jinyuan in the area as well. There's going to be another Sandstorm. Mike gets caught by a Wisp again. Another Wisp comes down. Mike versus two Tammys, and this is so unfair for him. He's just locked in the dome of death at this point. It does look like Verse is sniffing about in the area to see if he can find something. Mike able to break away. Did have to pop the ultimate. Has got that debuff on for another 3 minutes, and now Verse hunting for Mike. Mike trying his his best to break away from Verse. Verse has been so good at collapsing in and taking away a kill or two. Verse, though, does also have that debuff on, so we'll be looking for the kill as Mike just going to use the buildings and all the terrain to try and break away from these Temmies. Their ults still available on one of them. One ult is down as Mike able to break away into the window. Maybe find himself a bit of a reset off. Opportunity to get that pop, but he still has 2 minutes to cleanse himself as in jumps Edward, really stopping any full reset from the side of Mike as the whole lobby is just locked onto Mike. Mike forced to try and get some damage done with the block. Gets a nice parry onto Verse. That's not even enough to turn the attention. He still continues to get hounded and beaten on by the whole lobby, caught in a ball and taken down by Ajiao. Nice little pick. Really nice parry onto Verse, but nobody turned their attention. They were just fixated on Mike.
And Mike being that low, every single player in the lobby is going to want a piece. And Asia with the nice grab, showing why these players are picking Liam first. And we saw earlier the Temmie ultimate, both Tumulches getting their Wind Wisp reset by the one Temmie ultimate. Edward was trying to come in and capitalize on that. And now Verse going to become the target of this next scrap off as he is starting to lose a decent amount of HP. Spider giving chase to that. We're going to see the heals coming through, and it's looking to be Liam coming in as the dominant force of this lobby, as now we're down to one left of our Syras, and that's going to be WBG's Verse. Verse still has 5 eliminations, so his score is going to be set there pretty high for this game, but if he doesn't cleanse this Yang depletion, it could be all they wrote for him. As Spider going to be trying to kite this out. He's now down in HP. It was initially the aggressor into this fight, but has now jumped onto the back foot. Scaler's going to come in. XY with that pole sword has just been absolutely lethal all game. Spider is taking a lot of damage here. Is going to get a catch with his ultimate, but is still getting brought extremely low. These players sending their range shots out, and we need Verse. Verse needs to get this. Oh my goodness. The heal is going to come through. Spider able to get 2 pots off, sending Verse away with that ultimate charge, but the uppercut going to come through. F ability invested. Spider still trying to kite this out, able to get himself out of the building. The Wisp going to come through, and Verse taking so much damage. Oh my goodness, ASE's XY with the Wisp, and then a second Wisp coming through from the other Temmie. These two players are working so well together. Double Temmie and Spider breaking ankles for the second time this game. This is the second time that we've seen him get incredibly low and not able to capitalize on anything. XY with another elimination, though, putting himself up to 3. Asia with 3 as well. Spider with 3. Verse with 5, but he is eliminated. 1 and 2. TT25 on 1. Arano on 2. And Edward still not able to make much happen. No eliminations on the board for him.
Yeah, Edward not really having a particularly good day, considering the victor of the previous bi-weekly finals. Not really doing too much. It's cool to see that Tammy's doing well. I smack-talked Tammy in solos, and I am being proven heavily wrong here. Really, really solid stuff coming in from them. 7 minutes left on the clock. 6 players left in the lobby. Looks like these players are going to be looking to scrap out Ajiao. Spot Spider. Ajiao, 3 kills under his belt. On a really, really good game. Does look like the players right now are playing somewhat careful. Spirit World breaks out, and immediately that's the action. The Sandstorm comes down just to try and split the room. Genuine loses a fair amount of HP, caught in a Wisp, caught by a lot of damage, able to actually evade it just momentarily. Spider loses most of his armor in the middle of this one. Another sandstorm breaks out as looks like Genuine just trying to get some heal off. Ajal taken out. Edward able to get his first kill of the day. Securing that one. Double wisp comes out from Genuine. Massive hit, but he gets hit by a wisp in response as well. There's going to be the pop on to the buff, and it is actually going to be... who's got it? It's OA. OA's Edward actually was the one to get the buff. So he's got the White Tigers. Edward now opening up onto Spider. Spider's trying to make an escape away from Edward. Has been able to break off the scale rush upwards. Genuine looking for a wisp. Didn't make the connection onto Spider. Spider has spent most of this game running. And I guess when you're playing the Liam, this is what happens. Everybody is just going to look to try and focus you out. Is able to give him the old run around. Has almost got that ultimate available. So it'll be very, very scary once that's up. And the ability to capture someone and throw them into the zone, into a burst combo. It's going to be absolutely disgusting. YZG making a run for it. Spider continue to being hunted, though. Edward loses way too much HP for that chase. Spider able to break away and get himself some resetting done off the back of that. Edward definitely in a bit of danger now. He's just going to go in, quickly go for the armor swap, sort his gear out after his victory of the Spirit Well, as everyone else is just doing a little bit of shared loot sharing here. Edward does need to be careful with the Bane's breath coming down onto him.
Oh my goodness.
Almost, he does get hit. Oh, Edward, that was a mistake.
He does have the golden armor swap, though, so it's not going to be too much of a mistake for him there. As you see, these players try and get the Liam out as quick as possible. The coordination for both of these Temis has been absolutely amazing. It's almost like they're working in sync together as if they have comms, but you know they definitely aren't communicating with each other. But this is how the meta starts to take place. We've got one Lanny, two Temis, and if these Temis are able to work together, it looks like a little bit of a scrap off going between the two of them there. I don't think that was intentional. We do see the advanced heal on Edward. We saw that on Mike earlier. That was saving him from a lot of damage. He was able to pot up a lot quicker. Now Edward trying to see if they can take out TG25. Both of these Temis just working together. As you know, if you play the game, the Temi ultimates do not affect other Tumulches, and they do refresh your wisps, even if it's not your ultimate. So Edward able to capitalize on this. Even though this isn't his Temi ult, he can treat it like it's his own, try and capitalize on getting this elimination. And look at this, TG25 getting brought so low. Spider, though, able to steal the elimination from the Temis, as these two Temis are working so harmoniously together. I'm loving to see it.
They deserve that. They deserve to have that kill stolen by Spider.
You don't like the Temis, eh?
I've a scumbag tech that you can do that. Scumbag tech. But they are going to be a problem, a formidable force, the pair of them. They did commit one ultimate. I can't see if the other one still has their ultimate. But Arano, with the football ready, it's going to be a little bit harder because, if I'm right, can Lani just fly out with her F?
Of the Temi ultimate?
Yeah, can she break out of it with her F?
I think you still
just
get
turns
caught
into
up.
like a bit of cloth, right? Like, surely she can just fly out.
Yeah, I think some animation will get you caught up into it, you know, but it could definitely save them. They are going to be using their F abilities very sparingly here. Oh, big parry coming through. XY able to get his gold pull sword back, though. We're going to be seeing another Temi ultimate coming out now, and this is where the Temis are going to go to work again, trying to see if they can capture Spider. And look at this, Temi Wisp after Temi Wisp. Spider going to get caught out here. And it looks like always Edward is going to be taking a lot of damage. Arano going to get lifted up. Now Spider coming in for the peel. Spider knows he needs to work with Arano if he wants to come away with any sort of victory here. XY going to get himself parried. Sap damage is going to come in. Edward with the engraving going to be able to try and hold some stuff off, but it looks like Arano has gotten the aggression over onto Edward, and this could be the point where ASC's XY is going to turn around and try and take the fight and steal the elimination. And there we go, Volpine, or Mortal Defiance going to be invested there as Edward going to get knocked out. Spider missing the charge on his ultimate here. We're going to see huge parry going to come through, and Arano picking up the elimination. Arano now getting caught in the wind wisp. We're going to see overthrow from the pull sword. XY going to try and focus up his damage off onto Arano now, and it's one hero from every class left. We've got one Temi, one Lanny, one Liab, and it could be anybody's game here.
Yeah, it's all to play for. Genuine lost his teammate, and that's going to make his life a lot harder. F comes out here from Arano into the parry, or the knockback. I know it was a parry. in, and Yuan forced to use the ultimate to try and keep chase on. Wisps do come out as he tries to find onto Arano, but Arano going to get himself some healing off. Spider able to break away from that Wisp. Is going to eat a bit of chunk of damage as the Sandstorm causing issues. Spider caught out by that Wisp as well. Knocked back into the zone. Spider taken out. Jinyuan able to secure the kill. Arano now jumps in off for the full reset. Jinyuan going low. He is just being gate kept out of the zone. Knocked in multiple times. Arano chases forward. There's going to be a Wisp thrown out. Doesn't quite make the connection. The football comes back in return. Jinyuan trying to make a break for it, but his health is so low. Another football could come down and end his run here. Arano continues to try and apply pressure. Jinyuan able to get some healing down, but the football makes a connection. He's able to blink away once again. He's getting low, but the Sandstorm's coming close. Knocked into the zone, and Arano takes the win.
What a play at the end by Arano. Edward, or XY, trying to finish that off. That advanced heal was putting in a lot of work at the end for him. Was able to get that single pot off, getting a little bit more value from it, but it wasn't enough. As that Lanny ultimate proving why it is so powerful, being able to hold your opponent in place for such a long amount of time. It's not very powerful damage-wise, but when you take into consideration the amount of stun that comes of it, it is very, very difficult to avoid. And we see it happen. Arano capitalizing, even with two tumultuous in the lobby, they were able to divide and conquer. Spider and Arano had that sort of handshake deal team up where they were going to peel for each other and try and take out the Temis, because a double Temi end circle would have been fatal for the both of them.
Yeah, that's some scummy tech, man. But they need to make it so they don't at least refresh each other's Wisps. Like, I understand they're not being affected by it because it's almost like a counter to itself that way, but like refreshing the Wisps is that ain't right, man. That ain't right. Really, really horrible. But honestly, good read by Spider and Arano. Just go, cool. If you team it up, we're gonna team up and we're gonna deal with you. And to be fair, the utility that they're gonna be able to bring is gonna be much greater. Spider getting taken out a little bit earlier than I expected though. Coming out of that one, like he just got caught, and pole swords are so effective at gatekeeping you from jumping out of the zone. If you're knocked into the zone, a pole sword is the worst goalie you can see, because they're just going to make sure it's impossible to get back in and into a safe zone. Really, really nice stuff coming out from that. I mean, Temi's always, I swear, even in trios, Temi's always running around pole swords. It is so good for that character. You get so much damage out of them. You have obviously the lockdown and the ability to kind of control zones is what that weapon is offering them. But yeah, huge game for Arano. We'll have a look at our question. Which player killed Mike in game number 2? Was it A. Zhao, B. Edward, C. Jinyuan, or D. Verse? A, B, C, or D? Check that Whisper box, and that's where you'll be getting your goodies if you get the question right and you choose the right answer. Wait, yeah, that's the same thing. If you are chosen by us and you get the question right. There we go. Yeah. Really, really good game. I'm curious to see the overall standings at the end of this one, Seb. Just see where everybody is sitting. Oh, it's like they heard me. Arano walking away with 7.8 points off the back of that one. Jinyuan gets 6. Verse with 5.5. Spider with 5.5 as well. Xiao with 4. Honestly, not a bad scoring game for a lot of the lobby there. Everyone else is slowly starting to creep towards that 24-point mark, where we do get to that match point threshold where someone can win with a MVP performance.
Yeah, it is getting close there, but you know, TGG5 only 2 eliminations. Edward was able to get himself a couple of more points on the board. It was interesting. We saw the three-peat MVP from Edward in the first 3 games of the finals last bye week, but now we're seeing him falter a little bit, only with a 2.5 after 2 games. Very unfortunate to see that happen there, but the double Temi was, I really enjoyed watching it. It's not something you're going to see very often because you never really see the double pick from Temi coming out. Players usually opt for Justina or Akos. So, you know, the once in a blue moon double Temi toxic play, I absolutely love to see it. You're going to be seeing Arano, TG25, Spider versus 20.8 for Arano, which is getting there. He's 4 points away. GG25 at 17.4, 16.4 for Spider, 14.3 for Verse, 13.6 for Asia, and 11.5 for Mike. Mike not having the greatest day, only with the 3.5 and the 2.5 after game 1 and 2. He has a couple of pre-post points that are keeping him in the top 6 right now, but he definitely needs to step it up if he's going to be any sort of powerhouse in the lobby. We saw him escape death a couple of times, just like Spider. Like, we thought Spider was going to get eliminated a good 3 or 4 different times in that lobby, and he was the movement tech on Spider. And yeah, like you saw, he got eliminated because everyone wanting to focus those Liams out of the lobby. As soon as you see a Liam in the final circle, it is cooked for anybody who has. He's able to put you into a ball and throw you so far into the zone that you're going to die trying to get back in no matter what HP you're on. And,
yeah, it's so big, actually. Spider kind of having a bit of a resurgence in this game. Game 1 was not good for Spider, but got it first pick, picked up the AM, and looked really solid on it, able to take him down. Arano, he just had such a banger game. Honestly, I thought this was Versus game because Verse was just doing so well at kind of sniping kills away from other fights while not really putting himself into too much risk. Played a really effective game of that, but Arano using that Lani very effectively, able to score plenty of goals. This was that parry which almost went bad, but actually ended up working fine. And again, I think this was the end of Mike, where Mike just got chased down by the entire lobby. Yeah, caught by the ball, he's out, able to take it. And you can see on Mike's face that, well, there's no real counterplay to that. You just get caught and die.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see Asia get himself eliminated here, and that's the final Liam, take him out as fast as possible. It's just the power of this ultimate, being able to lock these opponents down for so long. Gets the prio into the uppercut, into the jump LMB, sends him into the zone finishing off for that final tick of damage to make WZ Zorano our MVP on Lanny. Love to see the new heroes performing so well in this game. We didn't really get to see too much Kylan, unfortunately, even though there was a double pick. 14,000 damage, 4 eliminations, 11,000 healing. He's got engraving. We saw that come out a whole lot with 9,654 damage coming through on the longsword. We see the assault smolder jade, fire arrows, tuna, and the rest going to that damage reduction. Super important to have the damage reduction to be able to survive even longer into these fights. 5 parries as well. We saw a lot of parries. It's becoming a very parry heavy meta that we're seeing into this NBPL season.
Yeah, so many parries actually are coming out. It's really fun to watch. You don't get so many in trios. I mean, you do get them, but like not as consistently as we do over here. A lot of people going in and looking for those parries. But yeah, that is game number 2 under the belt. Obviously, game 3 is the last game where everyone's kind of safe. After this, we do hit the point where, like, if someone's on match point threshold at the end of this game, next game is going to be scary for kind of everyone, including that player. I don't see a world where Arano has to just, like, giga grief this game not to make the match point threshold now. The question is anyone else going to be able to join them? I feel like there are plenty of players who are going to be capable of hitting that match point threshold by the end of this game. It's kind of just on them to make sure they actually step up and perform coming into this next section of the day. But yeah, I feel like Arano is probably going to be a bit sweating about game 4 now, just knowing that they're most likely going to hit that match point threshold. And if they can close it out in game 4, it's an early day. They're done. They can go home, they can celebrate with their victory and prepare for the next and the round 3 of the bi-weekly finals, which is crazy to say because we are halfway through the regular season already. Like, it feels like we only just started the season, but we're 4 weeks in, been absolutely tanking through it. And yeah, it's fun. It's fun to come to a bi-weekly finals for solos because I don't think I've done a bi-weekly finals for solos in probably like 2 years. Been a hot minute.
We did one last season.
Okay, well that was like a year ago, so that's not that long
fair
enough.
enough.
Anyway, I believe I heard that we are ready to go to a break, so we're going to throw over to that, and we'll be back with game number 3 in a moment, so we'll see you then.
クワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside Hip Rain. It's been a while since we've casted together. It's been a while since you've seen the solos play going on. But how are you feeling so far? We're 2 games in. It's been some crazy action. We've seen incredible stuff from some crazy toxic Temi plays to some really cool grabs from the Liam. How are you feeling?
I'm really good. It's interesting because for me, like, obviously I come from trios. Trios is definitely my favorite form of NARAKA to watch. I like the theory crafting in comps and the kind of the way that the teams have to play as a unit. Where solos is very much just kind of like it is an explosion of skill expression in a sense where it's you versus like everybody else. You haven't got anyone to back you up. There is no like cheese in your comp which can be used. It really just comes down to, you know, obviously there is a meta on the heroes right now. We're seeing, and for a while actually, we see that Liam has been kind of the go-to solos hero, but it is interesting to see, you know, when they're not on, you know, kind of the best of the best, how they play and how they're able to kind of show up. And what's nice for me is Mike and Spider don't look like the big cheeses right now. And I know Mike technically is the world champ still, but every time I've come over to solos, Mike and Spider have been all we talk about. And honestly, today, they're having okay days, but they're definitely not like, you know, the big guys. They're not completely dominating everything. In fact, Arano leading the charge. And after this game, Arano could be our only player on the match point threshold going into game 4. I believe there's a world where T2-5 could also qualify, but it'd have to be a pretty good game for him. So we could have 2, maybe 3 players, depending on how this game goes, going into game 4 on match point threshold, it's going to be a banger day. And Arano on your screen from WZ. Obviously, a player who's been around for a while here in solos, but WZ are a new organization. So joining this new org and showing up big here on the second round of the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, we've got up to 6 more games to play, so it's still very, very up in the air. You know, there are players who are down closer to the bottom who haven't had a very good start to today that do definitely need to pick up the pace in this game. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty much done out for them, as we are nearing that point where match point is going to start to come into effect after game number 3. If you are above 24 points and you get yourself an MVP, the day will be finished. So jumping into that, we're seeing who's going to be first to pick these heroes. The selection will start in a second. And I believe Arano, who just came off of the victory, going to be locking in Justina for his first round selection. This is interesting.
Okay.
Not wanting to utilize the double pick Liam right away. Wow.
I am surprised by that. This could be triple Liam then. Yeah. I think no one was very prepared for that. Arano, I am very interested by why he decided not to go for that, but feeling comfortable on the Justina. There's going to be a Lani locked in for Star. Now, what is the answer from CDY? Going in for the Sheol. Obviously, Sheol been another major pick. Normally goes into second selection, but because of the fact that we got Liam going into that second selection, we're going to have 3 Liams and 3 Sheols in this game. Syra now moves all the way down to the bottom of the table for players to be picking up. So I'm sure they're going to be happy with trying to get their hands onto that one. See what they're going to be locking in, though. There's going to be the Lani. There's going to be the Syra. I think Spider's already played Syra in this first round. In the first 3 rounds, you have to play someone unique every time. TT5 going to lock in the Temi. And Mike, the first and last picks of the game have been the Justina.
This is absolutely insane. Arano with the first round pick coming off of an MVP is deciding to go to Justina. And we're seeing a triple Liam game. Triple Shayol. This could be crazy. We're on Morasile. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see ultimates and abilities just to kind of get a look at what everyone's using. CDY opting for the double pick already on the Shayol. As you kind of have to, if you still have Shayol available in the 4th round like he did, going for that Shayol pick is definitely something where he wants to be. Triple VM, triple Shayol, only 1 Syra, double Justina, double Lani, 1 to. Oh my goodness, this is going to be chaos.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting game. Excited to see how Arano is going to pilot this Justina. There's obviously a reason for it. Currently averaging 4.1 points on it, an 18% pick rate as well. So a fairly high pick rate for this character. Obviously he knows that he doesn't need many points. He just needs enough. And Justina actually quite good at surviving into a later game for placement points, just due to the fact that your ultimate, you can ult in a straight line and it is nigh on impossible to catch a Justina if she just uses all her dashes in one direction. You're never going to catch up. So may just be the plan of kind of play this Justina as a survival tool and then, you know, look for that ult later in those final circles to find kills. We'll have to see, but we are looking at where everybody is dropping. Quite a lot of action down by the Shadow Jade Mines. In fact, a lot of action down by the Shadow Jade Mines, kind of spreading out across the south here on that map. The BBG dropping it on his own sim over there.
Yeah, we've got an interesting spawn. Nobody really playing close to Celestia at all. We've got on that western side of the map and that surrounding gold zones, close to, I believe that's Zest Winery up top, where TE, Star, and FPX are going to be. So we're going to be taking a look. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Taking a look. At first, we're going to be using Spider all on his lonesome, already found himself a purple staff. He's going to be pretty scaled going into these first fights. Huge parry going to be coming out here, though. Fun plus Phoenix's star in the Zest Winery is going to get himself a nice parry. Wufang going to use that F ability to get out of there. Flipping over now, it looks like Edward fighting against Mike. Edward does not have a weapon. This is going to be very unfortunate for him. Mike picking up his first elimination of the game. And oh my goodness, this is so unfortunate when you don't find a weapon at the start.
It's nice as well, because when you get that first blood, you do actually get a little bit of extra Dark Tide coins. So it somewhat accelerates Mike a little bit. Spider opens up with a purple staff. Only grey armor, but that purple staff is going to absolutely thump if it hits onto Mike. Mike trying to make a break away from it. Not able to do so. Is able to get the purple armor out of, the blue armor out of the treasure trove. As Spider probably would have liked that one. Mike's continuing to apply pressure onto Spider. Spider, purple staff just isn't even really getting an opportunity to open up. Just force the freeze out from Mike, but Mike just continues to apply pressure onto Spider. Spider desperately trying to just make a run for it. Scale rushes away, puts some distance between him and Mike, but Mike is hot on his heels, just locking him down. There's going to be the ultimate committed by Mike, just lining up that dash, waiting for the opportunity to catch onto Spider. Dashes forwards, doesn't actually connect as Spider gets a whole heap of damage down. Need to see Mike connect that dash and get the freeze off. Is looking for an opportunity to do so. Spider losing a lot of HP now. He's going to again try and charge up for a hit from that staff, not really making the connection. Mike playing this quite passively. Maybe he didn't pop ultimate. I can't tell what he's done. I assume he hasn't. The Spider just has not been caught out here. That's going to be a lot of damage onto Mike, though. Spider finds the turnaround with the staff. Tries to get a little bit more damage down onto Mike. Looks for the football. Mike's able to break away briefly here. Does have that freeze. Spider trying to throw that last ball down. He's actually got 2 more charges. Mike going incredibly low here. And I think this probably is just going to be it donezo for Mike. Unless he can find that hero play. Freeze comes out. Spider's going to charge up. Immediately break out and run away there from Mike. Mike needs to find some healing, some armor swap if he can. But the shots come in. And Spider secures himself the kill.
Oh, what a beautiful play. Mike almost had that elimination. Spider was able to cancel ult quickly. He hit that F in the nick of time, turning it around and coming away with a beautiful pistol shot to come away with the elimination. And we're going to see Chuzhang taking out T225 early. And it looks like he was able to pick up a kill before he went down, but that is going to be him onto the Soul Altar now. Chuzhang flipping his attention over on it to Alliance. Azhao with the 1-2 on the dagger. Both of these players playing the short-handled weapons. This could be a disaster for Chuzhang. He does have ultimate available, though. So Spider coming in on the third party, though. This is going to be difficult now. Azhao becoming the target of this fight. Spider with the 1-2. Purple weapons for him. He's got a huge advantage over both of these players. But now Spider is taking a bit of damage. The target selection, a bit of a blunder there for our players, and it looks like Azhao getting extremely low. He's going to get a parry off, saving himself for a second there, but now we're seeing the Liam ultimate invested. This could be it. Lanny ultimate going to come out, though. Spider trying to make something happen with the ball throw. Isn't going to be able to make anything happen. He's got 2 charges left in his ultimate. Azhao going to be able to get a pot off really quickly here. This is a really easy place to kite out. We're going to see him go for the bell hit to try and get some extra location. He does know where all these players are as they're trying to kite out, so he can try and use that information to cut across. He did cancel ultimate, though, just to gain back a bit of rage. 1-2 going to come through. Tries to go for the parry on the overhold, but the cancel is going to come in. Now Azhao able to get a pot off again. Another parry coming through from Azhao, just saving his life. Overhold going to come through on both of these players. Now Azhao able to get a little bit of health back. Almost has his ultimate as well. Trying to get out of this fight, but it's so difficult. Bringing himself into open area. This could be a misplay here. If he's able to make it to those other buildings, he could have succeeded in this. And now Chuzhang getting extremely low. Ultimate not available for Chuzhang. Looks like they are going to focus the attention back over. Cryo going to be given. F invested from Chuzhang, though. The 1-2 going to come in. Huge parry going to get invested, though. Oh my goodness. Chuzhang turning this fight around. And now the ultimate from Azhao could take Chuzhang out here, unless the last second musket shot from Spider is going to come in. It looks like Arano's going to steal the kill. Azhao now out of ultimate, going to get chased on by Spider. Spider going to try and come through with the 1-2, able to connect, is going to get both purple weapons parried away from him. Spider now in shambles, no weapons available, finds a dagger on the ground, and is just going to try and regroup.
Really, really nice parry coming in onto Spider. Spider's definitely struggling here. Azhao Goes to try and find that dazzle off. Doesn't quite get it. Arano still in the wings, though. They're going to get some damage down. And that's actually Arano who steals the kill away from Spider. Spider throws down the ball. Arano just freezes himself up. Doesn't want to get caught. Picks the ball back up. Parry once again onto Spider. He got parried like 5 times, man. WZ's Arano. So close. He is currently 0.2 of a point of getting himself into that match point threshold. Huge game number 2 from him. Looks like TT25, another player who's closing in on that rep threshold. He's going to try and get his hands on to the realm of Yang as Mike going to do a bit of gatekeeping. Doesn't want anybody jumping in here.
Wow. Spider, usually a very collected player, playing incredibly aggressive, losing both of his purple weapons, getting parried so many times over and over again. Looks like it's going to be a triple contest for this Realm of Yang on the side here. It looks like Mike going to be forced to pop that ultimate, sending a 1-2 out onto CDY. CDY looking extremely aggressive. Everybody wanting this Realm of Yang. Both Shyels don't have ultimate available, so they are just going to chill in that no ult zone. They know that Mike has the ultimate up. We're going to see him kite out. He just needs to kite out for 8 more seconds, so we're just going to see him take to the skies. He can cancel ultimate anytime he needs now. He has that Yang pass. It's not going to be too much of a difficulty for him to jump in there. We're going to see now, though, as our cave is going to be opening, Arano deciding to go for the cave. It looks like Asia was waiting in the wings for this, but he's backed off. Arano able to find himself a decent amount of loot, finding himself a couple of gold Soul Jades, 2 Varja's Grip Soul Jades. So if he gets parried, he's going to be very, very good. Mike has entered himself into that Realm of Yang. We're going to see a crazy fight jumping in through from these.
Yeah, looks like no one's really actually joining him right now. Mike has actually finally got, I think that's Spider inside with him, actually. Mike and Spider going toe-to-toe. FPX versus YCG over inside that one. And Arano, quite happily, just going to get himself that Mora's Blessing that was inside that vault there. TT5 going up here versus, I actually can't see who they're fighting versus. Name bars are not showing up. It's Star from FPX. So going to look, try and get some damage down onto him. TT5 trying to just evade away from Star, but Star's actually been pretty unrelenting here. Looking for the whiff. Didn't make the full connection onto Star. Is going to quickly get another one up and knock Star in. Catches him in the wisp. There's going to be a big hunk of damage coming out on the Star. Catches him with a knock-up. Maybe looking for some level of an infinite. Another wisp connects onto Star. He is just keeping him pinned in place. Wisp number 3. That was too easy. T225. Disgusting.
The Temi TOD, man, it's coming out to play. You know, you weren't so sure about the Temi. That wasn't as toxic as the double Temi, but it was
just clean.
It was very, very clean indeed. It looks like Arano had to burn his ultimate here after claiming that Mora's Blessing from the cave on the inside here. As going to get himself a reset, still has 40% charge on that ultimate. Asia, gray armor, purple weapon. Looks like he is just going to be holding that bush as our cameraman's giving us a good view. Arano doesn't see him. We're going to see him run. Arano running into Mike now. Both of the Justinas not going to engage on each other. Mike does have the Yang depletion, though, so we are going to see him try and get aggressive. Star as well on depletion. We're going to be seeing one more of these players getting that Yang depletion, I believe, as we're going to have one more victor from those Realm of Yang. T225 Verse now is going to get himself eliminated in that Realm of Yang against ASE's XY. XY having an absolute tear of a couple of games. First elimination for him on the board, though. Taking a look at our scoreboards quickly, we're going to be seeing Arano on 3, T225 on 2, as well as TE's Wufong. 1 elimination for Mike, XY, Spider, and Baoda's Chuzhang. As the rest of these players all on 0 eliminations. Nobody has been completely eliminated from this game. So you're going to see now ASE's XY becoming the target of a few fights here, as it looks like these Justinas getting ready to go for a full aggression fight. Looks like Verse getting fully eliminated from this game. Absolute blunder from Verse. We might get to check that replay later. As now T is Wufong jumping into the mix. Mike with the double dash on the Justina. Looks like he is going to use that last dash to just try and get out of this fight. has lost all of his shield. ASC's XY not going to give it up. The Maximus' his grapple's going to connect. He's going to try and get through. The Scale Rush going to connect. Mike almost getting caught in the Prio attack. And now TE's Wufong Gold Pole Sword going to try and hit the Scale Rush for some extra follow-up damage. This tech chase getting absolutely crazy. ASC's XY getting a little bit loose with the fighting technique here, but he's got 2 minutes on that Vermilion Birdmite. If he does go out here, no big issue. We're going to see, oh my goodness, the Scale Rush from Wufong picking up a beautiful elimination there, and now flipping his energy over to Arano. It looks like Mike jumping into the mix as well. We are going to see
Go dash.
both Justinas coming through onto TE's Wufong, and now Mike trying to make something happen onto the side. Oh my goodness.
That's it.
Oh, he gives him the bloom. He gives Mike the soul bloom, the handshake deal from the Justinas. He wants to see both of them in. Oh,
Seb, that was all he needed, though. He didn't need anything else. He just wanted to kill him. So now he's on match point threshold for game number 4. And another Justina in the lobby is fine. Like, that was such a nice little handshake for him. He's like, I take the kill, I'll give you the bloom. Really, really clean play coming in from him there. Still, though, Star's got 1 minute left on his debuff. Does want to try and find himself a bit of a cleanse. Edward trying to make a breakaway here. Star continuing to pressure forwards. Edward gets caught out by the grapple, and Star, he may just have found it. Throws down the football, got the ult ticket away. Trying to chase up, throws the ball skyward. Doesn't quite get the header off, unfortunately. So continuing to chase upwards. Star not able to find his connection, as now Edward once again has been found, and Ajao is actually the one to take that kill and secure it. Star desperately trying to fight to save his life here. Has actually, I believe he soul bloomed himself, so he's actually sitting okay off the back of that one. Is able to break away. Must have stolen the soul bloom and got in and got away. But we got now TT25 is about to jump into the next round of Yang. He is not far off the match point threshold himself. Currently 3.6 points off match point threshold. So we could easily have 2 players going into game 4 with that match point threshold points available to them.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if both of them are gonna be able to do so. Because having one player already with Arano on 4 eliminations, he's already past that match point. Spider trying to fight to do the same. There is a small chance we could get 3, but that's even more difficult, as Spider not even going for the Realm of Yang. Arano is going to be jumping in here, though, as he's just been all gas, no breaks all day. He's, first game, a little bit of a blunder, but, he's able to put up some crazy numbers in game number 2 and 3. As he's already got 4 points in game number 2. Arano fighting against ASC's XY. XY, another player, has been doing pretty good. T225, our other player who we're watching to see if he might get on match point, going to be facing it against SS1's CDY. Temi in the Realm of Yang again. We saw the beautiful Temi TOD coming out in that previous realm. So hopefully we'll get to see some cool magic like that happening again, as the pistol shots are going to come through. T225 has the health advantage right now, was able to deal more damage. The one charge is going to come through, able to turn it around to avoid the parry, but the second one is going to connect. CDY taking a lot of damage. TG25 now forced to invest the F ability to avoid the damage from that staff. CDY throwing out the wisp, seeing if he can get the catch, isn't going to be able to come through with it. And now the overhold is going to come through, tries to go for the parry, but he's not going to connect. And TG25 capitalizes 1 HP and a dream now for CDY. We're going to see the procs coming through, preventing the heal. But now it's 1 HP and a dream. He's just trying to proc it enough times, and CDY does go down.
TD5 is so clean actually on the Terry. Really, really clean stuff. There's a Rano going low here. I mean, it's not a do or die really for him. If he dies here, he's done all he needed to do in this game. Down he goes. Xinyuan able to secure that kill. And to be honest, it kind of suits the Rano. The more people who get close towards match point threshold or even qualify for match point threshold, the less likely he is to be targeted down next game. So there's a risk and a reward in not being the only person going in to game into game 4 on match point. So I have to keep my eyes on that as Genuine grabs himself the White Tigers, heads off, and goes looking for people to fight. TD5 now gonna have to find himself a kill himself. Also running around with that White Tigers prowess. He is so close. He just needs a couple more kills. And the day is done. Well, the day's not done for him, but he is in a comfortable position on match point threshold. Game number 2, really bad for TT25. Game number 3 and game number 1 have been very, very clean from this guy. Really, really solid performance so far.
I just realized why we see Arano on the Justina for this game. He knew if his plan, I'm guessing, pure speculation, but Justina for game 3 so he can get whatever he wants to play in game number 4. He's not burning up one of the meta picks in a game where he doesn't need to MVP. Now he's got the opportunity to double pick Liam in these next games if he doesn't MVP in game number 4. Very, very
Am
smart.
I right, though, that we go reverse pick order after game 4? Or is that just trios that does that?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because in trios, if you're in first place, you're always in last pick. But maybe solos is different because we don't have the hero point system, so maybe I'm wrong there. But that's what we do over there. Honestly, we'll know next game. So it's going to be...
Yeah.
That'll be revealed to us very soon. As Arano, again, his performance here kind of doesn't matter. Like, if he gets caught, he gets caught. But, like, he is qualified. He's done his job at this point. On the other side, TT25 still needs to get a bunch more kills. Still needs to get, like, 2 or 3 more kills to be able to get himself into a position where he can be happy on that match point threshold as well. Right now, not able to find any opportunities to get kills, though. It does see Mike going to chase in. The whole lobby's going to open up on the Mike. He has to freeze himself up. TT5 continues to apply some pressure. Just to try and find that kill. Not going to be able to get it. They do just back off. Mike now being hunted by TT5. He's got the wisps. He's got the ultimate. We've seen TT5 being so clean with this before. Mike's trying to break away from him. But TT5 is just being unrelenting right now. Mike desperately trying to find some space just to get some breathing room away from this guy. He's going to freeze himself, pops the freeze, try and breaks away nice and fast, but there is no way that TT25 is letting Mike get off that easy. He knows he's weak. He knows he's a potential kill. And 1 point that he absolutely needs if he wants to make it further in.
Yeah, and I believe they know that a Justina is on Yang depletion. I think they could be targeting the wrong one out here, as I believe that they think that they're going for Arano. So they're giving it that extra juice, but Arano safe and sound on the other side of the map. Does have 2 minutes left to claim an elimination, as well as CDY with only 1:46. It looks like they're going to find each other going for this fight. The third parties are going to come in. Trigger block going to come through into the meter dump, and he just uses it to gain some distance. All of these players now getting sharked onto. Both Yang depletion players getting brought extremely low. CDY 1 HP in a dream now. Star going to pick up that kill from the outside. Arano going to claim the bloom, though, be able to cleanse his depletion. He's now in a sticky spot, though. Ultimate available, so we could see him pop that to try and escape this situation. We are going to see him just chilling on the rooftop here, able to get the full reset. What a beautiful assist from the rest of the lobby to come and claim that elimination and give him that soul bloom. TT25 now, beautiful stack on the loadout. Mortal Defiance for him. I believe that's Soft Step and Gecko Foot, or that is our Phantom Step. There, Soul Jade. So every time he dashes, he will go invisible for a little second.
Yeah, it's a really nice little Soul Jade to have, actually. As Mike getting the freeze fort out of him. Xinyan not able to get the maximum amount of damage that he would like to. TT25 0.1 ever closer towards that match point threshold. I think he has to MVP this game at this point.
Watch him get 23.9.
Yeah, that would actually be so heartbreaking, having to play another game. But we did have that once, actually, in trios, where a player or a team were like 0.2 of a point off making it to the threshold. That's 75 points over there. It's quite a lot more points, but I guess there's a lot more points up for grabs. Yeah, everybody's just chilling out. There's 9 players left in this lobby, Seb. Like, I'm surprised by how chill game number 3 has been.
Yeah, they haven't been getting extremely aggressive. You know, we usually see a couple more players getting eliminated right at the beginning of our games. Edward, CDY, and Verse have been the only 3 players to get fully eliminated from this game so far. Usually by that finishing of the second realm of game, we're seeing a couple of more. The way the blooms have been given out, we've seen some more of these players. Arano on depletion, or Mike on depletion. Arano was on depletion. They were able to cleanse. We don't typically see that happen. We usually see most of the players who get on Yang depletion get fully eliminated before being able to cleanse. So just the way the game's been played, Soul Bloom or Spirit Well can be given to Baoda's Chu Zhang. He's got 2 charges on that ultimate. He's going to try and send the way of these other players. It looks like he has found Mike, trying to see if he can get the capture. Misses the capture, timed perfectly. Was a dash from Mike, able to get himself a reset here. And he is just going to back off. Looks like he cancels the ult. And we're going to see that handshake deal from both of these Justinas trying to fend off any attacks from Chu Zhang.
Yeah, just doing the sustain game right now as all catch up lands in onto Chu Zhang. There's a fair amount of HP. Arano tries to answer back. He's just going to back off for now, though. Very, very passive game, actually. So typically, by now, we've had a lot more action as Spider being forced off on the Lani. But if I'm TTD5, I'm happy because the smaller this zone gets, the more impact that Sandstorm will have as the zone gets closed, smaller and smaller. Arano is going to get a bit of HP here, just has to jump away. I believe he used the ult there. TTD5 gets caught by the freeze. In comes the Bane's Breath, and that is going to separate a lot of the lobby apart now. Everyone's just going to try and get her out of the middle of the map. But that Bane's Breath is going to be causing real issues as TTD5 closing in on the rest of everyone. But again, I feel we'll have to probably wait for the next 40 seconds, and when the zone moves again, I expect to see some serious action breaking out. I think someone just got hit. Arano gets hit. A lot of damage lost, but isn't going to die yet. It's being chased down. It has to run into the Bane's Breath. Mike may go for the hunt. Spider's also on the pocket right now. They're trying to break away, trying to turn the attention onto Arano. He's desperately making a run for it. Has been able to get up the tree. But there is the Bane's Breath to finish him off and take him out. TTD5 caught him with the Wisp, and the lobby delivered. TTD5 does get hit by a Bane's Breath in response, though.
Yeah, now we're going to see ASC's XY jumping and seeing if he can put a bit of pressure, making TTD5 sweat for a little bit. And ASC's XY actually able to pick up that elimination from the Bane. Last person to hit him with the huge assist from the Bane's Breath. And it, you know, unfortunate to see Arano go out like that. We saw Mike trying his hardest to peel Spider off of him, but the Bane's going to take him either way. Now we've only got that one Justina left in the lobby. We're seeing Asia now, ultimate invested. Bane has gone down. We're going to see the Temi ultimate getting popped out now. TG25 going to use this to try and get away. One of the few things that can stop a Syra for just a second or more is that Temi ultimate. And as the ultimate is going to end up going down pretty quickly here, Asia going to be very low in HP now. No shield available for him. Mike going to try and see if he can get the elimination on the T225, but it looks like they are going to let him reset. Now the lobby's focusing their attention onto Arano, or Asia, as flipping over to that blue fan just for the extra movement buff. All of these players keeping a short-handled weapon in the back pocket for movement is definitely a trend we've seen so far, as Asia now trying to get away. Chu Zhang caught in pursuit. No one wanting to give it up. The wild wind sprout coming up from XY in the back end. The heal going to be coming from the F ability that was popped. Able to scale rest away. The whole lobby wanting this elimination. 1 HP to Dream, 1 focus slash, and he's going to be eliminated. He's going to try and cut noise. Can't heal yet. The teams know where he is. Mike's going to get the catch. The 1-2, but TG25 with a steal! Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. 4 eliminations for him. He's at 21.9. He's 2.1 points away from the match point threshold.
What a steal from TT25. Annoyingly for him, though, that ult is a bit of a ways up from being charged up. Going to be a big factor as the zone collapses again any second now. There it is. Going to start to move, and everyone's going to get forced in even tighter, even closer. There is a lot of players left in this lobby. 7 people. Over half the lobby has made it to this final circle. Been a much slower tempo game than we saw in game 1 and 2. Game 3 been incredibly close, and it could be decisive here. TTD5, if he plays this right, he is looking at being on match point along with Arano going into this next game. Only 2 players to get an MVP today as well. So let's see if they can do it again. Hold that line. TTD5 just playing it nice and safe. Everyone's nice and close. Mike just looking up for the strikes with that long sword. Not going to find the opening. It's TTD5 with the golden longsword, and the fact that he also has those golden fist weapons and golden armor. He's exceptionally scary right now. He's going to be able to put out some serious damage. Again, another 40 seconds until the zone closes. And everybody is just posturing at each other. No one is committing. No one is full sending it yet. Spider, ultimate ready to go. TTD5, he needs to probably get some range shots in here, to be honest. Build up that rage before the zone collapses, because he's going to be at a bit of a disadvantage not having that one ready to fire. But he's just charging at those fist weapons, getting the extra bits of damage off if he can. As DC Jinyuan lose a fair amount of HP here. 10 seconds now until the zone fully collapses. Spider was able to get some damage onto Jinyuan and force him onto the low ground. Mike is just going to try and zone Spider off, though, for now. You can see TTD5 just trying to get some damage off, trying to build that rage up. 75%. He's almost fully there. Zone's collapsing. Fight looks to break out. Star gonna lose a fair chunk of HP here. TTD5 knocks him into the zone. That's gonna be a lot of damage onto Star. Trying to get a little bit more out. The ultimate is about to come out here though for TTD5, and he can throw that down to control this zone so effectively. Star throwing a football down into the middle of the pool. Doesn't actually hit anyone. To Spider, who just goes aerial here, is trying to stay out of the action, trying to stay out of the mess. TTD5 knocked onto the low ground. Ultimate again, remember, is available to him. He's gonna throw it out. Refresh. Jinyuan caught out by the wisps, able to break away. TTD5 trying to refresh those wisps again, not actually going to get hit though, as he gets caught by the spear, catches another wisp, throws one in. Can he survive? Can he do the damage? He needs to get the kills. Star's going low. Spider's the one to steal it away. Down goes TTD5. I don't think he got enough points, and Spider mopped the lobby up.
It was Spider, 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 Spider on those final kills, and we're going to see a huge MVP coming up from him here, I believe. TTD5 with 4 eliminations. I don't believe he hung on long enough to get him enough placement points to pass over that threshold. We are going to see here Spider with the MVP. It was looking so promising for TTD5. He had the Tempest kick with the new changes, omnidirectional Tempest kick that was coming out from those golden fist blades. And the ultimate was dropped, but the Shy Ul at the bottom causing such a huge problem for him. AS's XY was able to capitalize on that, holding for so long as all of these other players took to the skies. TTD5 was not able to do anything with that. We're seeing Mike with a big smile on his face here, as I don't think Mike picked up any kills in that final circle, only on 1 elimination before everything came to a close. Wow, what a finish from Spider. He was able to pick up, I believe, 2 or 3 of those final eliminations out of the 7 players, and finishes with the last player alive. And look at that, TTD5 is not too happy with Spider. The kill steal's coming out and preventing TTD5. Look at that. I had you. I could have won, but you didn't let me do it.
The big denial came in and got caught up in the aerial. Dropped down 4 settle earlier than he would have liked to. And yeah, that Shy Ul just locked him in place. Did so much work. Big shutdown. We'll see when we see the points if it was enough. I have the horrible feeling that your prediction's right. He's going to be like decimals away. He's going to be decimals away from taking into the match point, which is simultaneously good and bad for Arano, because Arano's qualified regardless. Like if Arano wins his next game, the day's done. We go home. But Arano, if TTD5 isn't on match point threshold, the kind of two-headed snake of it is Arano is going to be the only person in the lobby, so therefore he doesn't have to worry about someone else MVPing and denying him, but he does have to worry about the fact that he can just be focused out by the lobby. So Arano has to play this next game incredibly smart if he wants to end it early, if he wants to call it donezo for the day. And he has been playing very well. Arano's had an absolute corker of a day. I'm curious what his big pick is going to be for game number 4. Obviously, we see things like the Liam have been a big pick. This Syra, though, to me, is the big one. Like, I'd be very interested to see if the Syra can do it. But yep, there we are. Arano currently qualified, 25.3 points. We will move over to TT25 if he has done it, but I got a bad feeling about this guy. He hasn't shown up on my screen yet. I reckon he's on like 23-ish points, somewhere in the decimals around 23 points. And yeah, it looks like it's only one player has qualified for that match point threshold going into game number 4. It's going to be a tight one, game 4. I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, game number 4. If Arano takes it, it could be making history with our fastest MVP yet, I believe, ever.
We've done it once.
We've introduced this match point system. Done the 4 games.
Yeah, we did it once in solos.
Okay,
but only once.
Yeah, 6.6 for Spider to finish that off. TT25 with only 5 points. He was at 19 points. He's gonna be at 23.9. Oh my goodness, I caster cursed my prediction into reality. XY with the 6, Wufong with the 5.5, Arano with the 4.5, Shuzheng with the 4, Mike with the 3.5, 1.5 for Star and Ajao, and CDY Edward and versus Edward, man. My boy is on 0 for the second time today. He's only gotten 1.5 points, I believe, 1 elimination, or 2.5 on the day, with the 6.5 total. That's so unfortunate to see. CDY at 6.9, Star at 8.5, Shuzheng at 11.3, Wufong at 12.3, and Verse at 14.3. 25.3, 23.
1 point off Spider.
Spider's surpassed him.
Yeah, he's with 1 point away. It's so close. And again, it's what, 1.6 for TT25. So again, another very close standing. If Arano doesn't win this next game, game 5 is terrifying for him, because we are going to have multiple players jumping in. Like, unless this is just a giga bad game for Spider and TT25, they now will make the match point threshold by game 5. So Arano has one shot where he has that kind of like that one life, that one safety net game. And then after that, he's competing with 2 other people. And, you know, all the players behind them are also probably going to be somewhat closer towards that point. So as you get later into the day, the likelihood of seeing more and more people qualify, it goes up, and it just gets harder and harder for all of these players.
Yeah, and taking a look really quickly, though, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be our highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Taking a look. This play from Spider here. Mike was so close to getting that kill there. Spider able to find the pistol shot to finish off the elimination, but then we see Spider get eliminated very quickly later, as this is where Spider goes down against Arano. Arano able to pick up a bunch of beautiful eliminations here, and this was the start to his reign of terror. The big parry coming out, absolutely decimating Spider, and Arano getting this elimination here too. We're gonna see this, boom, coming in with a huge velocity untold. And there we go. Spider steals the kill on the Star, gets the kill on a TT25, gets the kill on the... Oh, he doesn't get the elimination on a Mike. He only gets 2 eliminations there. But what a crazy finish. Lanny, I think this is our second time Lanny MVP.
Yeah, it is of the day. If Arano hadn't left that Soul Bloom for Spider wouldn't have won that game. That like, it all comes back to that Soul Bloom exchange where he took the kill but gave the Soul Bloom.
He gave the Soul Bloom to Mike.
MVP, 11,000 damage, 3 kills, 1 counter strike, so not too many this time around. Really, really big stuff. No, not like giga stack Soul Jades, quite a lot of purples though. But still, his 9th MVP of spring. We're 4 weeks in, by the way. That is an absolutely bonkers stat to have 9 MVPs at this point. Spider absolutely crushing it. Huge game there on the Lani. Excited to see what he's got in game 4, because he needs to shut down Arano as quick as possible and then get himself... Well, I mean, if he kills Arano once, he's done it. He needs 1 kill. That's all he needs today in this next game.
1 kill or 1 point in placements, which, you know, he could hide for the entire game and he could get himself qualified in a match point. Obviously, you know Spider, he is a very aggressive player and he's a very skilled player, so it's not what he's going to do. If he doesn't get the eliminations early game, he could try and go for a bit of a different type of play where we see him bush camping the entire game, because it is going to be a very crucial turning point here. Arano on that MVP on the match point threshold. So if he MVPs, it's going to be over for everybody. But we're going to be seeing specifically Spider and T225 gunning for Arano as much as possible. It's going to be interesting to see the hero picks. Arano going for that Justina, and it did end up working out for him. He has passed the threshold. So I can't wait to see how Arano is going to stack up against these other players coming in. I believe that he will be the last to pick. I'm not 100% sure.
We need to double check.
Like
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, we'll find out regardless once we get into this game. But yeah, I'm if we run it like we do in trios, then that would make sense, because that's how we do it in trios. Is we do based on your current standings, and we just work in reverse from there. So the top of the standings get last pick, and they have to pay the price of being so good. But yeah, I feel like Arano and Spider, sorry, T25 and Spider, obviously going to be looking for Arano this game. There's also a one where they just hope someone else in the lobby hassles him, because we also see that quite a lot, where like people who are lower down in the table, who need like 2-3 more games, will just throw everything at the group leader right now and just take the match point player out, while Spider and T25 can kind of play a normal game in NARAKA. I'm going to be very interested by this one. I can't remember what map we're going to for our next map. That's it's pretty bad.
It's
actually.
Pedoria.
So we're heading over to Pedoria. Yeah, I'm very interested by game number 4. See what we've got in the toolkit going into this one, and what Arano's going to be pulling out, because remember, he locked in this Justina for a reason in game number 3.
Yeah, it was an interesting plan. It did work out for him. I believe it's because he didn't want to burn his Liam hero pick right away. If you guys are unfamiliar with the hero pick rules in solos, you have to play every hero that you play. You can only play once except for one hero. Really quickly though, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to an interview, and then we will be right back.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have OUG Mike come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first.
Hi, 我是 OUG Mike.
Okay, welcome. So for the game 3, there were like 1,000 people chasing you around the building. So like from this kind of situation, how did you survive? 那其实在第3把的时候，我们也印象非常深刻，几乎是感觉有千军万马在围着你去追，在那种情况下怎么生存下来的？
我队友都没死，我怎么能死？撑住啊，肯定。
Okay, so my teammate, he didn't die, so I must be alive. Okay, let's move on to our answer projector, please. So this time our question is, how many kills did OUG Mike get in game 3? 那这次我们的问题是，麦哥一共在第3把拿了多少个击败分呢 ？A 是2个 ，B 是3个 ，C 是4个，D 15个。So please count down time， 就请麦克给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Because our players still have a lot of games to play, so they need time to get some rest. So we only have one question left. Well, so this time our match point moved to 24. How do you think about the change of the match point effect of the matches? 那其实这次我们的赛点也是降至了24。你觉得赛点的这个降低会给比赛带来什么样的影响呢？
感觉降的有点太低了，这个赛点感觉不是那么好开是好开了，但是就是看中间比赛能力，这个现在是有点运气成分在里面了，因为现在人人都能开赛点，24分，说实话你打6把怎么样都24了，加前积分，感觉竞争力更大一点。
Okay, so I think after our match point be more lower, and it will be, I think it's too low because it's really easy to reach the match point no matter how you played, but after 6 games you maybe already will get 24 points for the matches, and it will raise the competitive in the game. So I think it's too low. Okay, thank Mike come to our interview. 也谢谢麦哥来到我们的赛后采访。That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 4 as Arano hits match points. He does have Spider and TT25 hot on his tail though, so if he can close this one out, doesn't have to worry about it. But if Arano is focused out of this game and is unable to find himself that victory, then we have a issue for him where TT25 and Spider will very likely be on match point threshold as well. We'll have 2 players closing that gap, and honestly, after those 2 players jump in, a bunch of the players a bit lower down the table are going to be even closer. By the time we get to game 6, half the lobby is going to be on match point threshold. So this is Arano's opportunity to kind of strike while the iron is hot. He's been having a cracking day. That last game, like, I feel like it was a bit of a throwaway. He just did it to get those extra points he needed and then could kind of focus more on this next game. Let's see if he can put it down, though. We haven't had someone finish in 4 games in a very long time. I believe the first ever bi-weekly final, Mike did it in 4, if I remember right. And I think that was the only time we've seen that happen.
Yeah, I think we've only seen it happen a very few times. Every time I've done a final, it's gone the distance. We see the 8 games played because these players are just, when there's 1 to 3 match point threshold players, it's really easy to shark them out and take them out of the game. When you have half of the lobby on match point and it's the top half of the lobby, it's a lot harder for these lower on the scoreboard players to come through with the victory that they need. So, you know, it gets more difficult as the game progresses. If we don't see it in 4 or 5, I think it's going to go all the way to 8. I think this game, we're going to see Spider and TT25 cross over onto threshold. And then I think game 5, we're going to see one of those 3 making it. I'm not like that's gonna be my prediction. Is we're gonna see an ending on game 5, and it's gonna be either Spider Mike or Arano, or Spider T225 or Arano. If it doesn't go, if it's past game 5, we're gonna go all the way to game number 8.
I have 2 predictions here. We win here, Arano wins it here, or we go to game 7 and like most of the lobby by game 7. I don't think we go all the way to 8. I'll be surprised by that, but I think it's here or 7. I genuinely think if Arana doesn't win here, the other players are just going to focus everybody who gets the match point out until there's just too many people to focus, and that'll be around game 7. That's my soft prediction going into this next round. But yeah, heading back to Padoria for game number 4. I'm interested. I mean, T225 won the last Padoria. He won game number 1, which is our first game on Padoria. Arana, though, honestly, has had such a good day so far. I don't think he's looked bad in any of the games. Like, he's just been consistently solid all day long. And yeah, he's only had 1 MVP, but we're only 4 games in now. I mean, we're about to start our 4th game, so there's a world where I have a lot of faith in this guy. Depends on the pick. I think the Syra was who he got his MVP on, so I want to keep my eyes on that because I feel like his Syra could be a real game changer here. Let's keep our eyes though. Here we go. Game number 4. See what these players have got ready, locked and loaded to go into this one.
It's a really big game, and you can feel the energy through the screen right now. Everybody is locking in. Game number 4. It's all going to come down to this. Like as I said at the start of game 3, Edward had to put some points up in that game. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do anything with his performance. And, no points on the board. He's gotten 1 kill in 3 games, 1.5 placement points. We are going to be seeing now Arano. He's going to be getting ready to jump in, dusting the mouse up, and just making sure that every possible little thing is perfect for his gameplay here. These players locking in, getting ready. He's got his coaches next to him. Some drip going on. The Nbpl masks. I didn't know they had those. Those are sick. As jumping into this game. Spider needs to put up a lot of points too. This is a game where if Spider isn't putting up an incredible number of points, I think he only needs 1. But I feel like we see Spider get like 6 or 7 kills this game. T225 is going to get like 3 or 4. And the players that are in 4th place on the standings right now, 4, 5, and 6, they're pretty close. They're not right next to the top 3, but they are pretty close. So we have a very good chance of 6 players being on match point threshold after game number 5.
Yeah, I think game number 5, that's where we start to see just a massive chunk of the lobby qualify. It's really all to play for. Like this game is an important one just because it is the one time where Arano has the initiative. The good news for him though is, and I've said it before, this is the one where he at the least has he has like a safety net where like if someone else MVPs, they're not going to end the day here. So this is his one game where he is safe from that. But we'll see the pick order. It does look like Arano is actually in that 2nd round, so we're not going up through the other way. Although it might be game 5 we start the pick order stuff. It's been a minute since I've done a bi-weekly final, so I'm just trying to remember how the rules work.
Arano is 2nd round selection, so that is interesting. Match point threshold, 2nd round selection. He could have a very, very rewarding game because he's probably going to get the Shy Ul pick, and it's going to be goodness. Oh my god, they're blocking Arano's Shy Ul pick, but this is why he played Justina, because the block for the Shy Ul pick's going to come out, and Arano is able to play Liam. The big brain on this. This is insane, ladies and gentlemen. What? All applause to Arano right now. They block the Shy Ul pick from Verse and Arano because they know that Verse would need to burn his double pick here. So he's going to go on the Temi. Look at that! Big brain play coming up from Wufang and Chu Zheng right now. And Arano had the answer to it. He locks the Liam. T225 going to be on the Lani. Mike yet to pick. He's got Liam.
If no one picks
available.
Liam, this actually is so big brain.
Yeah.
Because everyone just knows who he is. Everyone knows who the Liam is.
Oh my goodness.
So it's on Mike.
Yeah,
not to throw it
Akos.
here. Akos gets locked in. Again, there's a world where like a player who wants like a big game could lock it in, but two Temis. Oh, Rano is about to have
no,
He's honestly,
no.
this is just cyberbullying, man. Like this guy is gonna get absolutely knocked out of this game.
Because these players they have very limited information. So the skill. Oh, Ajao's gonna lock in the Liam.
Oh!
Arano's got a chance. He's got a chance. No way. These players must be. Look at his coach. Like you can't mess this up. Ajao cannot mess this up. But that decision to pick Liam, it could be over. It could be that could have sealed the fate of the game already. Arano having a handshake player for this final circle, if he makes it that far, could be incredibly lethal. CDY, give us the Panda Man special here. Come on, lock it in. Lock in that Tarka CDY. We're seeing one pick of the Kylan coming out from Edward. Edward has not been able to make anything happen. Lonnie going to be coming through from CDY here. No Tarka, sadly.
Not surprised, if I'm going to be 100% honest with you, unfortunately, that way. But let's have a look and see what the game plan is. Game number 4. Arano was throwing a little bit of a lifeline here. But the players will roughly know where they drop. They do their research on that front. So they'll have like an idea of where he's going to be dropping. So I have to find out how he's going to be playing it out. Ajao. Why is Ajao green?
Because he's used the double pick. He's used his. This is the second time he's played Liam.
I see. Okay. Okay, cool.
Which is interesting. He double picks Liam. And this is helping Arano out so much. As we're gonna take a look. The only different ability usage is gonna be Edward gonna be locking in that V1. So he won't be losing HP when he does his Kylan slashes, but he does have a significantly less dashes. So, you know, it is usually the favored ultimate for solos since you don't have a teammate to be constantly healing you like you do in trios, which is why the V2 is used. The V2 dealing so much more damage and the follow-up from it just way better. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big game.
Alrighty, well. All the play for here for Arano. He has a lot to prove. That's such a good day so far.
Wow, this is incredible. The build up right now, the suspense is absolutely insane. We're gonna see. Look at him. He's ready. He's locked in, ready to go. He knows that he has so much weight on his shoulders right now. But if Ajao has just griefed the game for every single other player in this lobby, it could be it. I want to see it happen. I want to see the game 4 happen. Do you think it's gonna happen?
I feel like if there's a world it's gonna happen, this is the setup, right? He gets the strongest character in the game. This is the only way I can see it happening. But Arano is gonna have his work cut out for him. And there is no denying that. So it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen a Game 4 victory come out from one of our players.
Yeah,
and Arano, kind of not one of the names you think of. You think of Mike, you think of Spider. Those are the kind of the big names you think of when you think of solos. So for Arano to whip one of these out would be huge.
Yeah, it's interesting. There still are only 2 Liams in the game. And it makes it a lot easier for these players to pick off one of their players. They know if one Liam dies, that the other, it's either Arano down or there's only one other Liam, and it still makes it pretty easy to target. It's still gonna be a difficult feat to pull off, but Asia has shown that he's a very skilled Liam player. As we saw earlier in the day, he was able to pick up a lot of eliminations with that ultimate. So let's see what he does. This is, oh my goodness, they're holding out on us here too. We're getting a little bit of a technical difficulties for our startup. Has been delayed for a second, but oh, they're really holding and dragging out this suspense right now. We don't know exactly what's going on, but oh my goodness, these drops are going to be so crucial, because if Asia and Arana were dropping close to each other as well, it could prove so much more difficult for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a hype game number 4. I said last game. It technically could be the last game. I mean, it'd be one hell of a run from Arano. But again, like I said, I feel like if there's any setup which could lead towards this being the end, this is as good of a hand that Arano could be dealt. Like, he's playing one of the strongest characters in the lobby. Everybody want to grief him out of the game and make sure that they knew who he was. But there is another one. The reality of it is, though, is probably both of the Liams are just going to get heavily focused down. Like, and they're both just going to have a miserable game. But there's a world where Arano is able to kind of secretly hide off in the corner while the wrong Liam's getting focused down, scale up into that game, win some Realm of Yangs, and then take over the game from there. There is a world, but man, is it going to be a hard one. And if we have a game like we did last game where over half the lobby make it into the final circle, the whole lobby are going to have one agreement, which is, okay, we see that there's a Liam in the final circle. We don't know if this is a Rano or not. We're just going to focus down this Liam. We don't want to be dealing with him. We're just going to finish him up. So that is obviously going to be one of the other kind of like major factors where, like, if there's too many people in the final circle, you are not going to get to play the final circle. You will be chased in circles the whole time.
Even if Arano, even when there's not a match point possibility of winning the entire thing, these players still focus out the Liams. It's one of the worst heroes to be on when you're winning and about to jump onto match point. So the hunt for the Liam is already going to be there, whereas like being on a different hero, we're not seeing any changes. Just double checking the list to see if anybody has made any changes in that little break that we had, but looks to be the same. But yeah, if they already are going to be focusing on the Liam, so Arano has got his work cut out for him, but he does have the ability to make it happen. He needs a lot of kills early game. He needs to win both Yangs. He needs to take the Spirit well, and then he needs to take out both Shiles. There's not a single Syra in this game too, so he's got the advantage against having to fight a Syra. I don't think that there's any hero that he's really disadvantaged to. He beats out Shile ult for ult. Edward could be a problem, but he just hasn't been performing today. Mike with the Tiger in the realm of Yang, Akos could be a problem. Oh my goodness. Look at these drops. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have absolute pandemonium off the rip. Holy.
They're focusing. They got to focus him down. Now, having a quick look, this isn't where Arano is. Arano's not on this side. Spider actually dropping quite a way away from everybody. Oh no, Spider's in this group. Wait, where is Arano? He must have been in that first group, unless he's behind Mike. Spider.
I think he could be behind. No, that's FPX
he's that
behind
little
Edward.
one right at the back. No, he's not.
He's right behind Spider.
He's behind Spider, and I can't see who the other player is.
There's FPX, Bauda, OA, and ASE on one side. WBG, SS1, YZG, Alliance, OUG, and TE on the other side. This is insane.
This is gonna be an absolute banger here. Well, here we go.
Oh,
game number 4 underway. Arano has the biggest target on his back, as he is just trying to quickly grab some gear as quick as possible. Gets himself a gold stash. Blue dual swords. Needs some armor. Really rings the bell just to get some idea of what's going on. No armor there. Gets himself a blue fan though. As looks like everyone else is all spread out doing their own thing right now. Spider. Again, like, while focusing on Rano out is priority number 1, priority number 2 is getting a single kill for Spider. It's all he needs to take this game. TTD5, a kill and a bit. Like, there's 2 players he can qualify real quick as a Rano. Immediately finds Chuz here. Just going to go in for the fans. There's going to be the knock-up. Knocked back for a brief second. Doesn't have ultimate built up yet. Fan comes out, goes a little bit wide. Chuz tries to chase onto him a little bit more. Rano just breaking away. Looks like Rano actually doesn't want too much heat. He knows there's a target on him. Armor swaps. Gets that fan, gets some distance. I think he just wants to check out what's going on. Now he's got the blue armor. I think he's feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little less squishier. Waiting for a scale rush to try and catch him out. Just trying to make a break away from Rano. Those players playing this very tempered on the aggression. There we go. Rano opens up with the dual swords. Switches back on to him. Goes for the pistol. Doesn't quite make the shot onto Chuz. Chuz comes in. Good little scale rush onto Rano. Catches him in the knockup. 2 shots in. Rano loses a big chunk of his armor. Does force Chuz to back off for a brief second. Continues to apply pressure to him. Goes for the uppercut. Doesn't quite hit. The halberds do some work in response though. Rano able to sidestep some of that damage. Chuz finds himself in danger. That's a massive chunk. Strips away the armor. Strips away half his HP. And now Rano gets the go button. Has that F available to break out of a combo if he needs to. Looking for the parry. Gonna get hit back. Chuz opens back up. Rano breaks away once again. Throws that F down just to get himself a bit of a reposition. Goes for a scale rush. Not gonna get it. Chuz now opening up into Rano. Catches him in the opening. Can Rano survive? No! Outplayed 1 versus 1.
Oh, no way. Arano selling his chance to win on game number 4. That is insane. As we're going to be taking a look, the rest of the game right now, if Arano can come back from this, I'd be super impressed. Like, there's a small chance that he can. He needs to, get the scale up. Oh, big parry from Mike here. Able to get the 1.0 off onto TT25. TT25 needs to get this elimination. Mike does have ultimate available, so this could be dangerous for him here. But very low HP for TT25. He also has ult available. We're going to see it come out now. Oh, my goodness. Mike could actually lose this here.
He dodged.
Oh, Tiger Slash going to come through. Follow up 1 HP. Mike, come on. Oh my goodness, he goes down. T225 gets his first elimination. He needs 1 more point. He can hold for the rest of the game. He can hide for the entire rest of the game. Arano already blue weapon, purple armor. Oh my goodness, he might be back.
Other way around, but no, he's fine. Like, honestly, him losing his revive sucks, but like, it's actually not a be-all end-all. He died quick enough in the game that like he can get scaled for the Roma Yang. That's like the most important thing. If you get stuck in a long fight, then reset about a minute or so before Roma Yang, you're not going to be able to get gear put together quick enough to actually jump into a Roma Yang and continue to keep up with the kind of power curve of the whole lobby, where, he died so fast that he was able to get himself in, purple weapon, blue armor, may even have time to grab himself some purple armor if he can find some. Arano's okay.
Fighting.
It's not the start that he wanted, but he is okay. Spider, on the other hand, having a very quiet game. And again, he doesn't really need to do much this game. He just needs not to get knocked out very early. Still got his revive. TTD5 of a huge start there on the Lani. Able to score that goal, get that kill. 1 more, and he has done it. He's qualified himself. And then game 5, it's going to look really scary for Arano when you've got 2 major players in the lobby just trying to get something done. There's going to be the purple armor for Arano. He's got purple hang sword as well. So I want to see Arano just risk it. Just jump into a Roma Yang. I think that's super important for him. The problem he has is, if you look at where the Roma Yangs are and the spread, Arano is going to the most contested Roma Yang, and everyone's going to see LAM trying to jump into a Roma Yang. And I think they're going to have a good idea of what needs to be done. They will throw the game to take him out.
Oh, 100%. They'll throw this to take him out of the game. There's
Star.
No doubt about it. Vulpine Essence on Star. It looks like he had all of this area to himself. Oh, look at that. Arano with the Moonbane to secure this Realm of Yang. That is the smartest play that he could possibly make here, as isolating everybody from contesting this. Somebody could try and surf it, but they're not going to throw the game that way. If they see a Liam, they might attempt it. But GT25 and Spider, both players that need this. So Spider looks to jump to a different Yang portal, I believe. No, he's just going for a bit of extra Trove loot. Finds himself a few extra little goodies here. And I think Spider might try and go Spirit Well, as we've seen him attempt that a couple of times here. And it looks like Mike, Wufong, and Edward going for this Yang portal, as we're going to see Wufong is going to be getting himself shot down pretty quickly here. Forced to back out. Looks like Edward has been the one to claim this. Mike desperately wanting it. The Akos being one of the main leaders of the realm of Yang. When you play Akos and Yang, you are going to be coming out on top almost guaranteed. Especially Mike, who has been dubbed in CN as the king of Akos. He's got his own Akos customization, face customization. As we're going to be seeing, look at Spider going for the cave, as well as WBG's verse. They're not going to be engaging. As nobody going for a fight here. No one is contesting any sort of extra damage. Nobody trying to get themselves a cheeky elimination, because they all are just waiting desperately for the opportunity to take down a Liam.
They're also just chilling as long as possible. Arano wants to see if he can get in as late as possible into this realm of Yang. So far, it's just CDY. This is honestly the best person Arano could go up versus. Blue armor, blue weapons, like... It's not a bad fight for him, but he's holding that button. Everybody is waiting till the last possible moment to jump into the realm of Yang. I think GT5's going to jump in. He's going to get his hands on to onto OA.
Oh, no.
Arano's got Edward. Okay. Edward hasn't had a good day, so it's actually maybe okay here. Arano going to jump up nice and high, get that aerial off, try and look for the bow shots onto Edward, trying to catch him out. Comes down onto the low ground. Edward looks for the bow, looks for the fan, able to connect it onto him. Arano loses a fair amount of HP, has to use that F early, has got himself the ultimate up. Edward comes forwards, gets a whole heap of damage off. Here is Bi-Weekly Finals 1 Edward showing up. There's going to be the ultimate thrown down. Edward now just going to keep the pressure up. Ball comes out, though, from Arano. He needs to capture Edward, try and slow down this aggression onto him. But he is just not giving Arano a window. Arano's kind of choking today. Finally gets onto that match point threshold, and then suddenly just crumbles. Edward, who's had an absolutely garbage day, is absolutely outclassing Arano in the 1v1. He hasn't been able to do anything. Arano's down.
No way, Edward. When the
man.
time comes to come in clutch, Edward is there for the kill, and it's cooked. It's cooked for Arano, ladies and gentlemen. There's almost no possible way that he's going to be able to do this here. He has to cleanse Soul Bloom as a Liam. This is going to be difficult. TG25, oh my goodness, TG25 as well is going to be losing his fight in the realm of Yang. That is very unfortunate for him. We're going to see a bounty on to, I believe that was Edward. Edward, who finally starting to pick up some momentum in game number 4 here. TG25 needed that elimination, and now he's on Yang depletion as well. TG25 and Arano both on depletion. And look at that. Star sees him, and he's going to go for this kill immediately. If Liam dead, he needs to get this kill. Star is just ready for this fight here. We're going to see the jump through. Gets Prio. Is going to have to be forced to pop the F. Star going to use that to back out of this fight. And it looks like Star is going to just try and run away, trying to run Arano into other players at this point here. As now, this is a place that's very easy to scale away. So many different areas to jump out of. The 1-2 going to connect for Star here. Tries to go for the parry, is going to miss. The weapon swap combo going to come through. F ability invested from Arano to get out of that. Overhold going to connect, but the overhold back around onto Star's side, going to also connect. Huge grab going to come through, able to get the throw into another player, as Edward going to be jumping in on the third party. Star able to find himself an armor swap. Arano going to go for the pot. Now Star on the back end, forced to pop ultimate here, is going to end up just seeing Arano back out. The max distance grapple going to come through, though, preventing Arano's escape. He has 1 charge left in that ultimate, might try and use it, is going to capture gets the throw onto Edward, backing off from this fight here. Gonna switch over to the fan, getting himself that extra mobility, and TG25 hot in pursuit.
They're keeping that pressure on TT25. 2 minutes left. Arano also going low. I mean, this is either TT25 knocks Arano out of this game and puts himself on the match point threshold, or Arano starts his comeback, but Edward has found Arano. Arano, no ultimate available to him, and the whole lobby sees a Liam being chased, and Arano, this may just be the end for him. He's trying to make a break for it. And honestly, I'm going to be harsh here, but Arano has no one but himself to blame. He got absolutely schooled by 2 people who have been really underperforming today. So, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate for him, but this was his chance to have an advantage over the rest of the lobby. And he kind of threw it. He fumbled to the pressure. And it's a very, very typical thing we see a lot of players do. Arano knocked out. TT25 still looking to try and get himself a Soul Bloom and cleanse. Edward is on the mark, but there's going to be the parry. Edward's going low. TT25, can he cleanse it? Edward's going to in. He doesn't get the Soul Bloom. TT25 is still struggling, but he gets another parry. Star's the one caught out. TT25 denied Soul Bloom after Soul Bloom. Now caught in the parry. Throws the F down. Tries to break away. Star's got the freeze. TT25 needs to find the parry, but he's caught up by the freeze, and Star's going to find the extra damage onto him. Uppercut comes down, and TT25 is denied. So close to making it to that threshold, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh my goodness. It just seems that the skill level, once you hit close to match point threshold, just goes away. Your skill just immediately disappeared. Oh, TOD combo from CDY there. Able to go from the alt proc after the grapple bump into a beautiful elimination onto Baoda's Chu Zhang, who has gone down. And now the match will play as normal. The only possibility now is Spider needs 0.5 more points. So he needs 1 more kill, or he needs to survive for just a little bit longer into the top 5, I believe, to get himself that extra 0.5 of a placement point. 23.9 for YZG's T225 is so unfortunate to see for him here, as Edward, now off to a tear, 2 eliminations on the board for him, is going to be jumping into this next Roma Yang. And wow, the lobby answered. They did exactly what they needed to do, and they took Arano out of the game. We're going to be seeing CDY and Star in this Roma Yang. OA might be getting a free Roma Yang here. It looks like nobody jumping into that second realm, so Edward going to be getting himself a free bit of loot. Star and CDY going head to head. Huge parry going to come out from Star. What a beautiful play coming through. Nice weapon swap. Star going to hit the TOD here. Oh my goodness. CDY is absolutely cooked. The freeze going to come into the double charge. Oh, he gets the ult off. Oh, he doesn't finish it. CDY almost was able to come back from that. 1 HP in a dream. He got the ultimate off. And now it looks like TE had jumped in last minute into this realm of Yang. We're seeing Wu Fang now against Edward. 1 charge going to come through, turning it beautifully to avoid the parry from Edward. He almost got the parry off. Golden fan in hand, trying to face off. No shield at all for Wu Fang. Edward is going to get taken down by the double charge from the Fist Blades. Fist Blades going to be coming in huge there. Big overhold going to come through, and now Edward has ult up. Wu Fang just needs to prevent the heal. It looks like Wu Fang was able to get a little bit of a heal off. Shield proc going to come through here. He has F. He has ultimate available. F going to be invested now. I think there's 1 shield proc left. We're going to see the shield is going to get procced now. Edward does have that immortality proc available, so all he needs to do is hit 1 nice slash. Immortality proc is going to come out, though. Here we go. Edward very low in HP right now. Oh my god, he gets Prio Edward! Oh no, Wu Fang able to turn it around. What a play.
That's the Edward we've seen all day. That's the Edward we've been seeing. Was able to deny pretty hard. Now, it's only going to be Spider on game 5, who's also going to be on that threshold alongside Arano. Unless TT25 somehow gets like enough placement points, but I don't know. Spider just literally needs 1 kill. It's very sad if TT25 is 0.1 point off 24.
Yeah.
We will see. We will see. He went out quite early, so I don't think he really does get any placement points, unfortunately, for him. But cutting over now, Star with the not the Birds Might, with the White Tigers on him, is currently just hunting to see if he can find anybody to fight. And it does feel like the tempo does slow down quite a lot in solos at this point. After the Rama Yangs kind of fade off, Edward, the only one running around with that debuff on, gonna have a hard time because everyone's just playing incredibly passive. You don't get that kind of like after the first Rama Yang where everyone with the Bird's Might, everyone with the debuff, 6 people just scrap in a mosh pit and a couple of other people just throw shots in to see if they can grab a kill or not. But we are seeing Spider taking himself a fight here versus Edward. Edward throws out. You have to be careful though. That sandstorm is going to heavily shut down the Kylin. Not really much he's going to be able to do. Caught in the knock-up. Edward trying to find those dashes. Caught out mid-air. Is going to be able to jump back in, but I believe there's a refresh on the Wisp there. A lot of damage coming out from Edward. Does still have a dash to work with. Going to chase forwards. He's about to lose that though. Ultimate timing out, and Edward's out of dashes. Spider's keeping the pressure up onto him as Edward's going low. They continue to apply some pressure down there. Spider going to sneak away, go for the reset. Although Star is hunting Spider down. Spider knocked out. Wait, did Spider qualify?
No,
I don't even know if he's qualified.
Oh my goodness. Nobody qualified for match point. Arano gets a second chance.
Well, we'll see, because there is placement points, and they don't get put into this section yet.
They've already added the initial placement points. The Spider needed 0.5 more. He had 23 points coming into this. He got the 0.5 for the top 10, I believe, and then he needed to get top 5 for the extra 0.5 points to qualify. And we're at 5 players left already, and he's only at 23.5. So he doesn't qualify. GT25 does not qualify either. Mike is now, it's his lobby to try and come up with 7 points. 7 more points to get himself across that match point threshold. He's on Akos.
Especially, yeah, he is, but Star's also absolutely scaled through the wazoo right now. Golden Fan, Golden Armor. Did have the White Tigers, that is now worn off. On the Justina, there's a lot going against him right now. Mike, not particularly as geared. Gets himself the golden pole sword. Purple pole sword. So it does get himself something a little nicer. Versus looking to potentially hunt onto Mike. I feel like this game is get as many points if I was Mike. The 7 is achievable, but it's going to be a tall ask for him. But if he can do that, that's huge. But I think it is get as close as possible and then hope that no one wins next game. And then you'll be on match point threshold going into game 6 alongside whoever else will be making it. Verse having a very quiet game actually on the Temi. Everyone's just taking their turn at the shops. It's just shop exchanging going on between all of the teams right now.
Quick look at the Jades we're seeing. I believe that's Hexa Harmony, Stormstride. We're going to be taking a look here. I'm doing my best to read. I think that's Fire Arrows and Target Lock up at the top there for CDY. He's got Advanced Heal. Shout out Severio, our Jade translator, will be hopefully translating those Jades in the chat for you guys. As OUG's Mike now. I'm not going to get to see what he's got for Soul Jades, but Mystic, Might, Spirit. Well, these players, there's 5 players left with 8 minutes left to go. Like it's really, there's nothing that can change because our top 3 players have all been targeted out and eliminated. These players, when you're on the bottom, something switches. Like something turns on when you're trying to prevent a player from getting there. Oh, Armor Pierce on Mike. As we see Wu Fang getting hit with a musket shot, only losing HP, not losing his shield. That can be very dangerous for a player. You get an armor swap off and you're still low HP, you get hit with one of those armor-piercing rounds, you're not going to be surviving. Wu Fang now becoming the target of this lobby is going to be getting hit with a lot of cannon fire. These players are starting to make their way over. Mike, seeing if he can get another musket shot off, tries to go for the Akos F, is not able to connect with it. There we go, another armor-piercing shot. Oh my goodness, he could go out. He could go out here, as Mike is going to be engaging up on the top. It looks like he has dropped down, allowing the reset to happen. But wow, what a play from Mike if he was able to get that kill.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely huge. But for now, Mike gonna step back in to this Spirit Well. Everybody looks to be contesting that one. See a little bit of damage coming out. CDY got himself the golden hand sword. Gonna step up to Star. Star's gonna just turn around with the halberds. Doesn't do too much damage off the back of that one. It is the Mystic Might who's going to pick it up. I think Star's the one in control right now. CDY's trying his hardest to force him off, but he's going to lose a lot of armor in response for that one. Star quite happy. Going to throw down the ultimate. He's willing to commit. There's the freeze coming down. Can he find the opening? Looking for a good chance to get the freeze down onto these members. Cannon fire coming in. Freeze available. Star has to blink back up. Gets caught out by so much damage. Jumps onto the high ground. Is going to get for a heal. But Mike snipes him with the musket. Beautiful kill. Takes away his golden gear. And now Mike can jump down onto the low ground. Burst caught out by the shield as well. CDY looks to capture the Spirit Well, but Mike did what he needed. Killing a bag. Beautiful play.
Oh, Wufog now as well, getting extremely low. And look at that. The armor pierce from Mike is able to come through. Oh my goodness. Verse getting knocked up into the air from CDY. That looks like everybody getting hyper aggressive now. CDY. Oh my goodness. The Bane almost taking Verse out. Exploding armor going to knock CDY back. Temi ultimate going to be invested now. He's so low in HP. Oh, the Bane. Oh my goodness. What is going on right now, ladies and gentlemen? Verse is going to be able to get himself a pot off very
He's trying
quickly.
to catch CDY with a wisp in the Bane.
It'd be lethal if that were to happen. So unfortunate if that would be the case. And it looks like CDY is going to be able to knock him off, gets the focus off. Verse trying to get away, but the scale rush prevention. Oh, scales back down. Verse finally able to get some movement to get away. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No hit onto Verse here. Oh my god, oh my god, CDY! Bane MVP, ladies and gentlemen!
Mike denied the kill, but CDY removing another one from the lobby. Mike gets golden armor. 3 players left. Somehow Wufeng, after everything that went on, is still in this game. 4 minutes left on the circle. Bane is finally worn off. And Mike is just going to hide up. But it is really going to be about these next few moments. The action that's going to break out. Wufeng dropping his soul jade there for a brief second, but it's going to grab it back up as now CDY has found Wufeng. Just going to look to pressure up onto him. Mike is probably just going to play for the snipes at the end here. Actually, I say that. Mike steps out. Mystic Might on to CDY. So he knew where Mike was, to be fair. Mike actually losing a lot of armor. Wufeng, same here, though. CDY trying to see if he can just play tidy up. Let these two scrap it out. Let these two wear each other down. Wufeng not being given the opportunity to heal. Mike able to actually get some pot off and does a fair amount of damage, but gets caught by Mike's Tiger. Wufeng going low. Still got that pressure. Mike is going to continue the chase down. Catches out one more time. And that is the kill for Mike. It's a 1 versus 1. Gets himself some healing done with that Soul Plume. CDY finds himself caught briefly as Mike continues to fire off. Just trying to play the evasion game, but the parry comes down. Can he steal the fans? I don't think he was able to. Mike still got them, but he's not going to use it. He's just going to switch the hand sword. Back to the fan. What Mike trying his hardest. Ults way away. Got the F. Throws it out onto CDY midair. Has the armor advantage right now. Both of them are playing this very, very tame. Mike wants a reset, but he's not getting that opportunity to go for it. Jumps up into the sky. CDY chasing forwards onto Mike. Mike gets back onto the high ground. Both of them look to try reset, but no. It is just constant aggression breaking out. Mike making an escape. No armor available to him. Both of them are now down onto their regular health. Mike trying to evade. Caught in the uppercut. This could be the end of days for him. Caught by the bull. And that is CDY securing the kill on the Lonnie.
What a play. The Lonnie ult. He held on to it for so long. He could have tried to invest it while they were scale rushing, but he knew that there was going to be so much movement on those buttery rocks. He waited till the perfect time, and the LMB of Destiny, he catches Pryo, sends him into the air, throws out the ult, and CDY with a 5-kill MVP. Gonna earn himself a lot of points here, preventing Mike as well, which is the most crucial part. He's preventing Mike from being able to get close to that match point threshold. He's on about 20 points, still needs a few more. That kill multiplier is not going to be given over to him. And all of these players in the top 5 now are in absolute shambles after game number 4. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely huge performance coming in from the teams there. Honestly, Arano fumbled real bad. Arano really fumbled this one. TTD5 and Mike as well, though. Sorry, Spider not hitting the point. You can see the frustration on them. They're going to head backstage.
Look at, they had everything set up and ready for them. As you saw, they have that podium in the middle. They have it already. Arano very close to being able to do it. Spider and TT25 are milliseconds of points away, half a point, less than half a point away from coming away with match point threshold, and they were not able to do it. It's completely opposite of what I thought was going to happen. I thought we were going to see the Arano victory. I thought we were going to see at least one elimination from Spider. I thought we were going to see at least 2 from TT25, but neither of them were able to come away with it. Taking a look, this is a quick answer for Treasure, ladies and gentlemen. How many players chose Lanny in game number 4? Was it A2, B3, C4, D5? If you know the rules and regulations, you know that 2 of these picks are immediately impossible. But make sure to get your answers in the Twitch chat, and the one lucky winner will be whispered to get a Spring Split random gift box.
Yeah, very, very good. Huge game there from CDY, though. Game 5, somehow we've head to game 5 of Arano not having anyone contesting them at the top of the table. Let's have a look at the overall score zone there. CDY walks away with 9. Spider only 0.5 of a points. Arano with 0. TTT5 1.5. Is that enough?
Nope. No, he needed 2.
Was he 2 points?
He needed 2.
Oh, he was like 1.6, wasn't he? He was 1.6 points off.
Yeah, so he needed the 1.6. He only got the 1.5. Spider needed 1. He only got 0.5. Arano needed the MVP. He got no kills. And look at this. Ajao just griefed his game. By picking Liam, he got focused out. No kills, no points, no addition to the score. Edward finally putting up a few numbers with 3. Chuzheng and Wufang with a 3.5. 1.5 for Verse as well. And yeah, if Mike gets MVP there, he gets 4 kills plus the multiplier, he probably would have crossed over that threshold. As we're going to take a look, this is the bottom 6. This is not really going to be too important to us right now. Verse on the 15.8, as well as Wufang 15.1 for Ajao, 14.8 for Chuzheng, Star with 13.5, and Edward with the 9.5. Arano now 25.3, still the only player on match point. 23.9, 23.5, and 20. They're so close. Everybody's so
they're
close.
catching up. If Arano doesn't win this game, we're definitely having 4 people on match point threshold for game number 6. I'd be so surprised if we don't. But Arano, he just fumbled this game. Like, he just played bad. Like, he didn't even really get focused that hard because everyone else was focusing the other Liam. It was just Arano got outskilled multiple times, and it is that classic, you're the only one on match point threshold, so you feel the pressure, and then you don't play as clean. Like Arano, when he didn't have the pressure mounted on him, was playing so well, and as soon as there's pressure, he just folded to it. So has a little bit of time before we get into game 5, but he needs to get his act together going into this one, because yeah, that was a real mistake from him. TTD5 so close. He literally needed 0.1 of a point to be on the threshold for this next game.
Look at this. He was having a good game at the start. 1 HP in a dream. He's able to get a little bit of siphon off, dodges both of Mike's Tiger Leaps, and comes through with the ball blast from the Lanny. And oh, look at that. You know exactly what he's saying, reading those lips there, as TTD5 does end up getting taken out, though, by FPX Star. These are our highlights brought to you by China. Look at, he's so close to it, but Star with the weapon swap, and the dual halberds hung sword or dual blade katana weapon swaps that come out there, they're just so powerful. Look at this. Edward, look at how close Edward is to winning this, and then he sells so hard boom, caught out. Wufong able to capitalize, and you can tell he's just so upset. He started going for a bit of a tunnel vision, and there we go. Spider, so disappointed in himself, and he knows he can shake it off, right? But there we go. Look at this grapple bump into the finisher from Stevie Y. He did that twice this game. It is a beautiful play that you can see coming up from the Lani. It's the textbook combo that you see. You bump them up into the air, you hit them with the ultimate, which knocks them even further into the air, then you throw the ball, giving you so much CC over what you can do. You can, if they're not down to a one-shot capability over there, you're able to extend that combo with the other 3 balls, but one was all he needed. 10,000 damage coming from the Hung Sword for a total of 20k. 5 kills, Dragon's Roar, Advanced Heal, Sap, Soul Shatter, Fire Arrows, and Rupture Gale.
Really, really big performance coming in from CDY on the Lani. That's our 3rd Lani MVP of the day. 2nd one CDY's ever had. Huge performance from him on that character. Really, really good game. And yeah, moving on to game 5 now. So my prediction was Arano 1 game 4, or we go to game 7. Looking like it might be a 7-game day here.
Yeah, it would be. You said 7. I predicted if it wasn't done now, it's gonna be done in 8. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. I think I predicted that we were gonna see if Ajao or if Arano lost, then Spider and T225 would be on match point. But now since we don't have Spider and T225 on the match point, we're going to be seeing all 3 players, Mike, Spider, and T225. They're all going to play very well this game, or they're at least going to get half a point. Mike needs to get 4, but the other 2 players, they need minimum half a point. And Arano's not going to get any kills. He's going to have another donut in game number 5.
I do worry, but he's got that pressure on him. But I mean, he can pick Liam one more time, but he's moving later down the lobby. I feel like yeah, it'd be a real fumble from him to pick that again. He got focused out. He needs to pick something which can, the reason that Justin worked so well in him in game 3 was it was like a nice mixture between aggression and defense, right? So that's kind of what he's looking at.
I think the Shyol pick would have been really good to see, or a Syra coming out from him. I think if we see Shyol Syra from him, we're gonna see a win. I don't think we're gonna see, just due to hero picks and points, I don't think we're gonna see the Liam. Whoever's picking first, I wonder if we're gonna try and see some more of this, like this macro play before we even get into the game. These players already have their strategies when it comes to the bans, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to ban around that. I'm really excited for game number 5. Do you think they'll choke again? Do you think that Spider and TT25 are going to choke half a point?
I feel like they can't choke that hard, but I genuinely feel Arano can choke again. Like, he seems like the pressure is too much for him. He seems to struggle when he plays. When he's playing, and he's got like that level of pressure on him. But yeah, I feel like T25 and Spider. I mean, Spider especially. Like, he's such a storied player that like the odds of him choking here is quite low. But Arano, this is probably the first time in a while where he's actually had this level of pressure on him. So I can see it. There's also a world where right now he's getting, like, his coach has got the belt out, and he's going to be getting himself together going into this game 5. So there is a world, and again, that safety net is still there for Arano by just freak accident, because there shouldn't be that safety net going into this game 5, but somehow there is. He gets 1 extra game to have a go at it. Does have an extra game to be focused out by the entire lobby, and when you're the only target for 2 games in a row, that is a tilter. That is a real tilter. And NARAKA players, well, the pros, the one thing I'll give them is, they're not toxic. They're not toxic at all. But goddamn, do they tilt at themselves. They're their own worst enemies. So I can see Arano, if he throws this game, I actually think if he goes out of another 0-pointer, he's done. Like, I actually just think he mental booms out of the whole lobby at this point.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a strong possibility. I think that's what happened with Edward, who wasn't able to get a lot of eliminations when it came. He wasn't able to get that MVP. He was still able to keep up the eliminations, and I think that's what's happening to if you go donuts and if you miss your mark 2 games in a row when you're 0.1 points away. So Arano's played Syra once, Lanny once, Justina once, and Liam once. Oh my. I think that's what they were trying to block the Shael pick for him there in that previous game. So I think we're going to see either Shael or the double pick on Syra here. We could maybe see an Akos or a Temi coming out from him. I'm not 100% sure. These hero picks are going to be huge as soon as we get there, and I'm thinking they're going to be pretty wild. We're already on game 5. I feel like everything's gone so fast.
It has. It's rocketed by, but here we go. Here's our round selection. CDY, fresh off a MVP, is going to be first selection. Star from FPX as well had a really good game. Like, considering Star's been a big underperformer today, really, really solid game for them. And Arano into 5th round selection, so a lot lower down that pecking order.
These players have full control over who
third.
Arano plays.
Yeah. I mean, Arano is going to be on some weak stuff now.
Yeah, I mean, could he clutch? Like, we saw him perform well on the Justina, so we know he can play the off-meta picks very well. And it's just going to come down to which off-meta pick he chooses. CDY on the Liam, Star as well, going for that double pick. XY, they're going to block out the Syra here. Or are they going to let him play Shael? This is interesting. Edward still to make his decision. We're going to see XY has locked in that Syra. Double Syra. They're blocking out the Syra pick for him, because I think personally, that's what I would go for if I was in the situation of either Spider, T225, Mike, Spider on the Kylan. 0.5 points on Kylan. This is going to be interesting. Ajao on the Lanny. Mike and T225.
So he's getting Shael or Lani.
He gets Shael. He gets Shael.
Yeah, 100%.
Wow. They're giving him Shael. I think this is targeting. I think they're going to target out the Shaels now. They know that Shael hasn't been picked.
Well, Verse locked it in now.
Temi! He's throwing them off. He's throwing them off. Now they don't know. Now they don't know who's going to be playing what. I'm pretty sure it'll throw them off the scent, because now Shael's not locked. They're like, who could it be? It could be the Justina. It could be a Kylan. And now there's going to be so many Kylans and Justinas in the lobby. There's 3 Justinas. Oh my. This is interesting.
He is the only Tami, but yeah, they don't know who everyone is locking. They just know what's banned. So
this is big brain. This is big brain from Arano here. If he pulls off a Temi MVP, that would be absolutely insane. That'd be huge. I don't think we're going to see it just because of our previous experiences. Temi usually does end up losing.
We still some good games from Temi. I've definitely been proven wrong.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's definitely got a platform to play in this final, but it's difficult for the Temi to succeed all the way to the end, especially with 2 Syras in the lobby. The healing amount that they get. It is Edward and XY on Syra. XY has had decent games, but Edward has been playing pretty bad. So Spider on the V2, Kylan. We're going to be seeing that come out from him here. Nothing different. We get to see a little bit of variation in what ultimates and F abilities these players are using in trios. The only difference is Edward picked V1 on Kylan, making it look everyone's spawning in the same place. Plume Castle is getting everybody and the gold zone next to Plume Castle. Nobody taking Salvation Podium right away, which is pretty interesting. It looks like he's
right at the back of Plume.
Arano.
He's right at the back of Plume. Yeah. He's behind TE there. So Gonna be a big game here for Arano. He's played 4D chess inside the Hero Select. Now it's on him to actually make it work for him. As we load in to Holoroth. Game number 5. I can't believe we made it this far in. But here we are. Arano, the only player on match point somehow again. He has a lot of work to do though. He's got a hard character to do it on, but we've seen some clean Temi plays here. Now, Wu Feng has found Arano. Arano has not found a weapon, is the problem he's got. He's just trying to make a run for it, trying to escape. Can he grab anything? Oh, he's denied? That is some BM, man. He gets denied the loot. No. And that is probably Arano going down off the start. Wu Feng able to secure the kill there.
Oh my god, and Mike almost eliminated as well here. Spider needs this kill. If he gets the kill, he's secured into match point. Wow. Arano already eliminated. The unlucky draw of getting no weapon off of spawn. Edward getting himself eliminated here as well. CDY picking up a nice little elimination. And CDY is starting to climb. He's back up to 5th place. He was in 11th behind Star at the end of game 2. So it's nice to see. Oh my god, TG25 getting himself parried here. He could get eliminated. If he gets eliminated right now and doesn't survive, that would be absolutely terrible. As we're going to see him just holding blue, trying to escape, versus just full in pursuit of this elimination here. He's going to be able to get the overhold, but the F ability invested from Verse to be able to avoid that. It looks like, oh wow, the peel coming out from Wufang, and now Verse jumping in on the back end is forced to escape the 2v1 situation with this handshake deal that these Justinas have with each other. It looks like T225 with the 1-2 is going to be able to connect so much damage onto that, going for that gold trove, potentially getting himself a better armor, as now trying to go for the parry. These Justinas aren't going to attack each other. Verse able to find an armor swap. T225 looks like he is just going to back off and go for a bit of loot scale.
Yeah, I think he was wasting a bit too much time. He is not geared up to carry on going in this game, unfortunately. He's just going to back off as T225 actually turning his attention now towards Verse. Spider finds Mike. Remember, Spider only needs that 1 kill. And he has qualified going into game number 6. Arano needs a good game. He has had 2 bad games off the bat. I mean, to be fair, it's a tilter, but he didn't get any gear to drop onto, so just lost off the gear deficit as Mike being hunted here by Spider. Spider continues to chase forward, catches the grapple onto Mike. Mike's making a run for it. Nice little parry from Spider. There's the damage. Mike immediately just takes into the cloak. Freeze comes in from Wu Feng. Can they steal this from Spider? If Spider is denied again, heartbreak for him. Wu Feng secures the kill. Spider catches Wu Feng for all of his armor, forces him to dash away, and Spider is furious with Wu Feng. He gets frozen up. He loses all of his health, but he is not done. Chasing forwards, Wu Feng looks for the scale rush. He's going to get interrupted. Spider gets the ult off, going for the dashes onto Wu Feng. Catches him with 1 dash. Can he catch with another? Yes, he can. The freeze comes out, though. Going to look for another dash through. Missing onto the next one. 2 more dashes available. Needs to get those resets in. I think he got caught on a rock with that dash as he's going to go in for the slash forwards. There's going to be the damage. Both of them are low. Spider on match point. So close to being denied, but he is back in it. TG25 also very close to that match point, being chased down, forced to dash with the Justine himself, going for the heals, going for the resets. So much action.
Well, Star getting dangerously low down there, as we're going to see the proc coming through, but the double freeze, oh my goodness, knocking away. Looks like Verse is going to get the kill. The freeze coming through, he misses the next freeze. Jump LB going to come out, freeze. There we go. Verse could be getting eliminated here. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. T225 and Spider both securing the points they need to make it in to that match point threshold. I thought it was going to be a sell from both of them. It looked like it was going to be bad for both of them. Here we are. We're in the exact same situation. Arano with purple armor, some good scaling. He has a decent amount of loot, and is going to be going Assault Smolder, 2 attack Jades, and a melee resist Jade. We're going to be seeing him making his way over. I think he might try and go for a Realm of Yang here. I'm not 100% sure. Could be the play to go for a Scale Rush. But Mike, no eliminations. He needs 4 points to get to that top place, which it is possible. I think Mike takes Yangs here. TG25 and Spider are definitely just going to be going to target the Temi. They're not going to try anything else. They're safe. They've made it into match point. Mike is still looking for 4 eliminations, which is going to be difficult. There we go. XY is going to be able to buy himself some purple armor. Let's see. XY is at 16.8. He still needs 7.2 points to get himself into match point. So it's a bit more of a challenge for him, but you know, he's had some decent games.
Yeah, he has. He has definitely had some pretty good games. TT25 geared up. Still 0.1 of a point off qualifying, so this is an absolute must for him. Mike is looking to play the contest game though. TT25 with that golden longsword is very scary. You see the Remy Yang spawn up. Got to hold it for a minute. I think Mike realized that he just wasn't going to get into it. Arano playing the contest himself here, actually looking to force out CDY. He's going to heal up somewhat. Not got the best weapon loadout, just got the blue nunchucks. It's just a bit of a waiting game as Arano. So many disappointing performances. Well, one really disappointing performance today, unfortunately, and this was his last lifeline. He got completely robbed at the start, but he is sitting A-okay right now. CDY trying his hardest to play the contest onto Arano, but Arano, 20 seconds left to hold. Has that sandstorm if he really needs to throw it down. Last time we saw Arano go into these Romiangs, though, he got absolutely slammed, like giga checked. So
he got.
Let's see if Arano can do it.
Up.
He's gonna hold. I know he's gonna jump in immediately. So he's versus FPX Star. This is gonna be a big one to watch. Star had a pretty good game number 4. Pretty disappointing day for the rest of the day, though. So Arano, not the worst person he can be going toe-to-toe with. Both of them taken to the sky right now. Pistol shots coming in from Arano, just trying to chip away at the health bar. Wasn't really able to do too much. Nunchucks go down. Sandstorm is available to Arano. Does have the F up and available. Star goes in for the old Pokeball. Loses a big chunk of armor. Is going to dodge away. Throws out the whiff. Didn't make the connection with it. Has still got one on to go. Throws out the Sandstorm. Star trying to break away from those whiffs. Can he actually get escape off is the big question. As Arano caught inside the ball. Star's going to be able to get a whole heap of damage off onto him as Arano trying to just escape away from this one. He loses way too much HP. He's just caught in the infinite. Arano is just getting out-gapped every time we see him inside one of these Rama Yangs. Guy's getting melted.
Double carousel to end his career. Arano had the fight in the bag. He gets hit. The 2-1-1 from Spider going to be taking Edward out in the back end here as wow. I can't believe my eyes. Arano is winning the fight. He's got maybe one more focus attack and he wins that scrap against, oh my goodness, the double carousel. Switching to the blue longsword. Carousel into grapple bump into carousel against the wall. It's just there's no other play to make there. It's the perfect finish comeback. But wow, Arano sold the absolute heck out of that game. And I don't think he wins. I think that we're going to see him lose now. There's no way that he comes back from a mental deficit like this. Even though he's on the Temi, like that kill should have been there for him. He focused in. He missed the tap dodge on the ball throw from the Liam. And now he's got CDY to his left behind him there. He could try and make the play with CDY. Looks like he's just going to try and see what goodies were left in the cave. Running it up. He's got a Salt Smolder. He has a good stack. Like there's so many opportunities for him here, but lone Temi in the lobby. He's going to get himself focused out so quickly here. As we're taking a look now, Spider versus Star. Star winning that Realm of Yang fight. Asia going to be jumping in here. All of our Vermilion players going head-to-head in a scrap-off, and it looks like we're going to see Spider investing that Kylan ultimate finds the runaround onto Star and gets the elimination. Arano gets the Soul Bloom. Arano cured Cleanse. Oh my goodness, there's no way.
It's a big cleanse, but like he's still 0 kills. He's got 17 minutes left in the game. He has to have one hell of a performance if he wants to bring this one back. Throws out the Sandstorm as an answer here to Spider. The Spider is just going to lock him down, and that is Arano done. I think he is tilted out of this game. I don't see Arano coming back at all today off this. He's had 2 absolutely garbage performances, and honestly, I'll forgive him on that first F on this game, because that was just drop RNG. Like, he didn't get a weapon on drop, so he got ran down. But he is getting gapped by, like, I mean, Star and Edward are the 2 people who've gapped him inside of Aroma Yang, and they are both the 2 bottom players in the day. So yeah, he's tilted. Like, there's no coming back from this for Arano, but Spider now into that match point threshold. TTD5, he may not even make it again. He might go for another donut and have to spend another game trying to play a catch-up with the rest of the lobby. Spider is being heavily focused down. Does have the Vermilion Bird's Might, so it's not the end of the world for him. Down he goes. But yeah, TTD5 needs to find himself one more kill or one more placement point. He doesn't have long because he's got that debuff on.
He's got 24.9. He's all good. He was
You're correct.
0.1
It's
points
24,
away.
not 25. My bad.
Yeah. As we're going to see now, Star almost gets the grab off onto Asia. Asia's in a bit of trouble here. He's got 10 seconds left. As it looks like Spider with a salty run back. This guy is ruthless. Picking up another elimination, putting himself onto 4 kills. Gets that pick off onto Asia. And what a beautiful kill indeed. As TT25 now jumping into the mix. He sees that Spider has that ultimate burnt. It looks like he's not going to go for the fight here, but a minute left is going to put that ultimate to use here. Pops ult. We're going to see a huge freeze on a Chuzhang now. Very, very low in HP. Going to try and follow him with the dashes. Justina v. Justina, I believe. As I'm not able to catch up to him. And this could be it for him here. He's got 41 seconds left, and the movement on Plume Castle is just, you're able to kite for days here. As Edward gonna get himself parried, and now is forced to pop the ultimate. Is going to get the stun off onto TT25. Dazzle coming through. He's able to kite this out. I believe he only has a couple of seconds left. As Edward also only has 10 seconds left to cure his Yang depletion. As oh my goodness, he could get this. 3, 2, 1, dead, and get the bloom. Yes, he does. Oh my goodness, TG5 got the bloom. What a play! Dash,
How did he do that?
And I'm out of here. He had the fight that happened with TT25's Yang ended a little bit later, so he had a little bit more time, and with 2 dashes, he's able to do it, time it perfectly.
That is so clutch from him. So clutch. Now we're seeing Mike, who is 4 points off. Just currently playing the contest on that Realm of Yang. Spider and Wu Feng inside their Realm of Yang. Mike just needs 4 more points if he wants to make it in to that match point threshold and join Arano, Spider, and now TT25. See if they're going to be able to do it as down jumps Spider, trying to get some damage off on the Wu Feng. Looks for a bit here. Wu Feng gets sent back in just briefly. Spider going to continue to pressure up. Wu Feng freezes himself. Spider gets caught. He's going to lose a fair chunk of HP here. The freezes come out. The dashes as well, though. Both of them just looking to dash onto one another. Spider caught in the infinite. Just caught on the edge. Time and time again, we're seeing people getting caught on the edge of the zone. And Spider may just pay the price for that. He has some dashes left, but I don't know how he's going to use them. Tries to go in for the dash, and yeah. Getting caught out heavily here. I'm so used to the trios map where you have more space behind the pillars. In solos, you just get absolutely rolled for this. Like, you just get caught on the edge and completely battered down. Mike trying to play evasion, using the pillar again as his major terrain to work with, but he's just going to get caught out here. Throws out the throws out the ball with the ultimate there. Verse has the advantage though, and I think Mike might be in some trouble. You have to land some pretty big shots. He's only got 1 last ball to use. Trying to make that connection. I believe he hasn't thrown it out yet. He's looking for it. Missed it there. Comes down onto Verse. Verse able to break away. Mike may just be playing the timeout game here because there is no way he's going to find this turnaround. Has the combo breaker with the F. Is able to break away briefly. But Verse is just unrelenting onto Mike as down he goes.
You can see it in Mike's face there. He's like, oh, you know what? Fair enough. But Shael into Lonnie is a very difficult fight because the whole point of Shael's ult is blocking attacks. Lonnie's whole point of her ultimate is a ball that will hit you. So every time you throw a Lonnie attack, you're giving the Shael a proc onto their ult. So it's not the greatest fight to go into if you're able to burn it and time your tap dodges perfectly, but you saw that Mike was specifically avoiding going for any sort of ultimate attack onto his opponent because they were Shael. And it's unfortunate for them, but Verse is going to be able to take away the win there. Mike, no eliminations, isn't able to get himself any closer to match point, as Spider and T225 have already crossed over the threshold. Mike on that Yang depletion, he needs to cure that fast, but so is Spider. We could see a nice little Mike Spider face off. Kylan versus Lonnie is a very interesting one too.
Sorry, I was muted as I was taking a sip. A whole bunch of people in the area. 11 minutes left in the game. 3 minutes 20 left on this debuff here. Mike has 4 minutes, so he has a little bit more time. Just playing the old evasion game. So I'm just going to continue to chase up. Mike gets caught by a grapple. We are on a ballista. Ballistas are a little harder to use in solos because you don't have like a team to kind of protect you on the ballista. But can get some damage off. If you get a good ballista shot onto someone, you can turn the whole lobby against that person who gets ballisted.
Typically in solos, we usually see these players playing around the ballista tower, just using the tower to peel. It's always these buildings that are really easy to avoid getting hit. We're going to see up, down, around. They play ring around the tower constantly here. Oh my goodness, Spider with a huge Kylan slash. Trying to go for the follow-up onto Mike as he needs this elimination. Missing that slash, which is going to lose him a considerable amount of HP. And look at that. Spider's HP bar is going down. Mike getting very low in health, though. This could be very, very bad for him. Spider just going to go for the pot quickly as Mike taking a whole lot of damage. Spider jumping back into the mix here as he finds Wu Fang. Mike going to be able to peel pretty quickly, but Verse not wanting to give up the play. We're seeing the Justina ult coming up from Wu Fang as well. Ooh, the cave is going to come in clutch for Mike, though. Armor swap. Oh, Mike is so happy right now. It looks like all of these players have backed off. Verse might try and jump in there. Spider's the one who really needs the kill. So Mike is already back to full HP though. So they both have that Yang depletion still. Mike not going for Spider. The optimal play is to go for the Kylan. Being the only Kylan in the lobby, you're able to see which heroes lose in the realm of Yang. You're not able to see which players do, but you know that Kylan's on Yang depletion here, and you're not going for him. He could go for CDY right now, and it looks like he might just take himself away. He needs a kill in the next minute 56, and look at that. Spider only has a minute, so Mike does have a lot more time on his Yang depletion timer, but Spider getting a lot more desperate here. Look at this. We're seeing him go. Pistol shot going to come out. The third party going to be invested from all three of these players. Huge pole sword damage coming in from Chu Zhang. And Mike is going to go down. T225 picking up the elimination. And there we go. Verse picking up the Soul Bloom. Spider going to just take himself into the zone. That's going to be all she wrote for Spider. I don't think he's going to try and go for a push. He does have ult back pretty soon, so this might actually work out for him. We'll see what happens. Verse going to get chunked so low. Pole sword slash going to be coming in. Spider trying to see if he can capitalize on this, but the Shael ult's going to be invested. It's over for Spider.
Yeah, I don't think he's really going to be able to do much here. He's getting caught by the shield. Throws out the ultimate, but Shael will look to catch him back in response as Spider. 10 seconds to get a kill. It would have to be a miracle. Nope, there he is. Verse kills himself another kill. That's his fourth of this game, and Verse is now actually in a position to potentially qualify. Kind of been sleeper good today. Had a couple of good games, had a couple of bad games. Keeping that pressure up. Wu Fang chasing in, but the Bane's breath is going down. Good freeze, does connect. Pops Wu Fang absolutely miles back, but they can continue the pressure on. As Choose comes up, tries to get some damage off. Oh, burst! This is dangerous. 2 Bane's Breaths in the building. Was able to just about put a cancel on and avoid getting killed. He is in some danger, and Verse is taken out. Choose able to secure the kill for himself. Goes for a freeze. Goes for a breakaway. TT25 though, going to continue to apply the pressure. Catches the knock-up. TT25. He's only one of the front runners still in this game, as there's the freeze. There's the parry. Huge parry coming out. TT25 though is not done. He knows that he's low. One pot comes down though. Choose able to get some healing in. TT25 goes for another freeze. Unable to make the connection. Can we see another parry? Freeze comes out briefly just to try and break away from that staff before it really gets a big conk down. They're catching on again with the staff and stripping the armor away. He is taken out by TT25 with a pistol, who's done playing the melee game. Switches to range.
Yeah, the cannon shot from TT25 going to seal the fate there, as Verse getting himself eliminated, as well as Chujeg going down. This is a very, very fast-paced game when it comes to all of the match point players getting eliminated. The next in line that's still alive in this game is going to be ASE's XY. He is on the Syra, so we're probably just going to be seeing him playing for the end game to try and get match MVP. He is 4.2 points away from qualifying. So is Wufang. Wufang's actually tied with XY. They've been tied in the overall standings and the game standings per game almost every single time in the middle of the board. As now Ajiao becoming the target of the lobby. He's going to get a parry off on an FPX's Star. Oh my goodness, Bane. CDY. Oh, everybody getting it. Oh my goodness. CDY getting almost brought down to 0 HP. We're going to be seeing Star getting brought low. Everybody getting taken out by the Bane. What a huge hit. 3 players getting knocked up by the Bane there. Oh, big engraving hit going to come through Star. Getting brought very low. Still forced to surf the Bane right now. Cryo going to be getting given over to into the gravel. Oh my goodness, the Bane's going to prevent the... Oh, he gets the kill anyways. I thought Wufang was going to get hit by the Bane and Star was going to survive. Oh my god. Bane, the most entertaining mechanic in the whole game.
Absolutely huge. I love this Bane. This was like one of my favorite additions. It just made mid game or end game so exciting. 5 players left. Zone moves in 14 seconds. Gonna probably see a very explosive little section here. TT25, staff in hand, ready to go. Bane's gonna be fading out momentarily as well. Everybody starts to crash closer and closer together. Wufang, ultimate available. Got some really solid gear right now. Open up onto Ajiao. Ajiao kind of inted themselves last game. They picked a really, really terrible character to be picking when the whole lobby was looking for them, but doesn't matter. They've made a comeback in this game, got 2 kills, made it into that final circle, but T225 is absolutely decimating him. Wufang's the one to steal the kill away, and just like that, there were 4. Oh my word, that work with the staff was absolutely phenomenal. Now, it looks like there's 2 1v1s happening across on opposite sides as well. One thing, just going to do a little bit of looting, a little bit of grabbing some goodies. Heal back up. Oh, no, he doesn't need to. You can just tune his health back up as TT25 chasing into the 1v1, trying to come in for a third party here. Freeze is available to him.
TT25, that stanchion Sky Pillar, just a very scary Jade to have right now. That silence that he's able to put onto these players to secure that control that we just saw a second ago onto Ajiao. Wufang did end up stealing the elimination, but it was a beautiful play. And as we saw, Wufang has Dreadful Whale available if he needs. He's got that gold Jade in his pocket. He also has Starfall, which would be fun to see. Huge parry though from CDY. Bring this back around. F ability going to get invested because TT25 with the scale rush going to deal so much damage onto him on the back end. We're going to see Wufang gold pole sword in hand. TT25's got one of those as well. ASE's XY very low scale. He's got blue armor and he's still not the target of the lobby right now. He is on Syra. So, you know, these players could be going for the focus on him, but it looks like we saw CDY get parried, use his F ability to prevent any sort of damage coming through onto that. We're seeing him throwing out Bleeds left, right, and center. We're going to see the pistol shots coming out from Wufang. Ultimate is now invested for CDY. You're going to see him bring this through. Misses the grab off onto that. We're seeing now YZG's TT25 going to bring out the Justina ultimate, dodging both of the ball throws from CDY. Huge parry going to come through using that F ability to get out of it, but he still gets caught up, and Wufang going to pick up his 5th elimination of the game. That's 6 kills for Wufang here. He still has ultimate available.
He can make it.
Is going to come through. He could make it. Yeah, he's at 23.3. He needs 1 more kill.
He is so close, but that laser beam is going to be a real nuisance for him. Still got a couple of dashes. He's just going super aerial. Laser beam doesn't quite get in range. Zhang Yuan actually wasting a lot of time just trying to keep Wufang out of the sky. And like, he does get him down. He does strip a lot of health off, but ultimately that was the Syra ultimate wasted there. Wufang can maybe head up the tree, might even be able to get a pot off if he's lucky. They are trying to deal with him. TT25 jumps down onto the low ground as Wufang actually going to get an armor pot off. He may even get 2. Sneaky little healing coming in. Zhang Yuan able to get some healing in himself, but Wufang, 1 more kill, all he needs. Potentially the placement point may be enough as well. We'll see. If he can go second, he's going to be sitting pretty. He's going to climb back up the tree, and again, gets a pot off. He's getting a full reset in. Armor and health fully stacked up. We do see the orb come down. Doesn't quite make the mark. Wufang has the freeze available to him. TT25 trying to find a scale rush. Not going to get it. That's going to be the parry onto TT25. This is a lot of HP. Wufang just going for the kill. Nice and quick. He just needs the 1. Can he steal it away? There's the dazzle. It's not going to hit onto anyone. Zhang Yuan trying to heal back up. Able to get a single pot off and recover some HP. Wufang also potting off here. Gets caught in the uppercut. Breaks it with the freeze. Ultimate's about to be back up for Wufang. He's potting once again. He knows how important it is. There it is. Wufang qualifies off the back of that one. And now it's him versus TT25. He's got the freeze. He can find the lockdown. F's himself, goes in for the freeze onto TT25, catches him with the halberds. He's got the damage, but TT25 catches him with the freeze in response. No opportunity to move because he is just perma-locked down. He's trying to chase. He doesn't find the damage. TT25 will win that lobby. And had he had a 1% better game last game, that would be him winning the day.
Sky Pillar silence at the end there. He's able to silence the Justina twice in a row, preventing all of the dash potential from the other Justina. He's not leaving anything up to chance, and he comes away with a beautiful MVP in that game. I think it looks like Wufang's still gonna take MVP. He got 7 kills. So
yeah, a good game.
7 kills is still gonna put him over the top there for the MVP, and look at that. He's happy. We didn't even think that Wufang was anywhere close to qualifying. We're talking about the top 3, maybe the top 6, but Wufang with a beautiful, I think he didn't have 7, he had 8 eliminations, and yeah, Arano cannot be too happy right now. But 2 donuts back to back after being on match point, it's a tough place to be.
I mean, yeah, he is Arano is actually tilted really bad now. I think he's just consistently underperformed ever since getting to that match point threshold. And normally it'd be understandable because like the lobby is focusing you down, but they honestly haven't. Like they dropped on top of him and he's kind of had to drop a little bit more defensively, but like he's just getting outplayed in 1v1s. He's not being chased around by the whole lobby. He's just been consistently outplayed, and that has cost Arano. Now he's at the point where I believe that's now 3 more people have qualified for the match point threshold. So going into game 6, you're suddenly contesting with 3 other people. There's 4 people who could all win it here going into this game number 6. And then after that, realistically, there's probably another 2 people coming through, maybe 3 again. Half the lobby's easily going to be on match point threshold by the end of this next game if no one wins it. Arano had the moment, and with TTD5 and Spider completely throwing, it's kind of crazy. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to find those wins. And here we are, Spider, TTD5, and Wu Feng all qualifying now for that match point. And crazily, Arano hasn't increased his score since he qualified. He's had so many goose eggs. He's still on 25. If we somehow get to game 8 and no one gets a big MVP, it goes down to points, and Spider's leading that right now. What player killed Arano in game number 5? Was it Ajiao versus Spider or Star? I mean, technically 2 players killed Arano in that game, but I assume we're talking for the final kill. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Wow, my brain is just completely crumbling here. Let us know A, B, C, or D, and we check your spots, because that's where we will let you know if you win. Apparently, words are hard. My mouth is
Very
shutting down. I don't know what's wrong with me, Seb. I'm falling apart, and I don't know if it's the same excuse at you, because you've been See, I'm missing words now, because you've been up since like midnight. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here now. Like I should be fine.
It's 4:54 in the morning for me, but you know we adjust the sleep schedule accordingly. I've been nocturnal ever since the NARAKA season has started, specifically so I can bring you guys the best casting I possibly can deliver. But we're gonna take a look at the scoreboard really quickly. Wufang on 9 total game score for that, ties actually with T225 for 9. I guess Wufang, it goes down to kills, so Wufang does come away victorious in that first place spot. 4.5 tie for second place, third and fourth for Verse and Spider. Third place, fifth is going to be XY with a 3.5. Sixth is going to be Ajiao. CDY is going to have the 2.5. 2 for Star, 1.5 for Chu Zhang, and Mike, Edward, and Arano all with the donuts. I think Edward has had more points in his pre-posed than he's had all day today. I think he's got maybe 4 points, 4 or 5 points. He's had 5.5. He's had 1.5 more points in game 1 to 5 than he did in 10% of all 12 games that he played in the bi-weekly qualifiers, which is, it's just sad to see, unfortunately. And Mike gonna be getting himself down into the bottom 7. He was in the top 6 before, but XY is going to pass him with the 0.3 advantage here. 20.3 points, Verse as well on 20.3. So these players are actually super close to the match point threshold as well. Verse, XY, and Mike all need 4 points, basically, because you can't really get the 0.3s, 0.2s, unless you get that kill multiplier. And we are going to be seeing now Arano, donut in game 5. He had 20.3 points in the first 3 games, and then got donuts in 4 and 5. Coming into game number 6, we've got 4 players on match point. Do you think it'll happen game 6? You predicted game 7, right?
I'm still predicting game 7.
Okay.
4 out of 12 players. Like, these guys are also like, you know, Arano basically isn't performing, so it's like 3 out of 12 players have a chance to really take the MVP here. I can see where it happens, but I think once we get on to game 7, we'll probably have another like 3 people in that match point spot, and then game 7 should be the big ender. But yeah, Arano just like,
look at this.
Honestly, I always say that if you're in this position, you have to take the Romo Yang. Arano might need to quit them, man. Like, this guy is just getting ruined inside Romo Yang's. His performance is genuinely terrible here, which is really sad to say because he had such a good start to the day, but guy has fallen off a cliff in his capabilities right now. As Verse, honestly, Verse has been playing very consistently today. Like, he hasn't had an MVP yet, but like points wise, he's scoring pretty well across the day. So I'm very impressed by him. Wu Feng, I did not see this coming out from him, but man, he made it work. Really, really clean game. Stealing kills with pistols, picking up everything he needed. Evading all of the balls as well from CDY. That was like a major thing here. He dodged so well. And yes, TT25 did take the last man standing, but Wu Feng, it didn't matter. At this point, he got enough points. He had qualified, and he made it to that match point threshold for game number 6.
Yeah, Wu Feng did a beautiful job of picking up points, and the thing was, is he was able to secure all of his eliminations as well as pick up some third-party kills. All of the fights that he started, he finished with a win. And usually when we see these players starting fights, they're not picking up they're usually getting their kills third-party stolen away from them. He was able to isolate every single one of the fights that he decided to commit into, and he was also picking up those third-party kills. 18k damage, like he had less damage. He's had less damage than some players with less elimination. So 7 kills, which is huge. Dreadful Whale that I saw, Starfall, Tuna, Overlord, Engraving, and Juggernaut. And the longsword is just such a disgusting weapon, like we saw in that Realm of Yang with against the Temi. We see the double carousels coming out. We saw the triple carousel. You get somebody up against the wall with a longsword in the Realm of Yang, and that's why Liam is such a coveted hero. It's like you're able to completely control where you release your player. You can throw them up against a wall and hit them with a carousel combo, and if they don't have F on cooldown, you're dead.
Yeah. No, really, really impressive stuff coming in from him. It's one of those things where, because I was saying it earlier, but like, I'm so used to trios because I mostly cover trios for NARAKA, that like I'm used to the way bigger Realm of Yang zone where the pillars aren't basically against the edge of the zone. So you don't really see people getting caught in like the infinite against the wall. But like in solos, they just seem to misposition so bad that like that one uppercut just completely denies them and stops them from really being able to do anything of anything off the back of that one. So it's going to be a big one, game number 6. I'm very excited to see who's going to be able to take it. I don't know if I heard if we're throwing her a break or not. So Seb,
we are.
Did you? We are. Cool.
We are.
Sorry, it's very quiet in my ears. We're going to throw her a break, and when we're back with game number 6. So we'll see you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, tension is high, energy is rising. Welcome back to the Nbpl. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside my man Hip Rain. I'm starting my day off. It's the early morning for me, afternoon for him. It's nighttime in China, and right now we're about to head into game number 5. Or game number 6. Actually.
Game number 6, mate. Game number 6. Yeah, all to play for here. Arano kind of flubbing the day, unfortunately. Everybody else starting to bring it back. I mean, T225 hasn't really had like the major performance since the first game of the day. He's been kind of like good all day, but hasn't had like a big game. Didn't actually get that game number 5 MVP. Wu Feng stole it away, but ultimately, if T225 had got that MVP, he'd be kicking himself right now because game 4 he got a goose egg, and if he'd just got half a point, he would have literally won the day off that game. So I'm sure he's somewhat relieved, saving his MVP for later. This is the game he needs to get it. 4 people on MVP status right now. They have a lot of work to do. The whole lobby's going to be gunning for them. And 3 players who are 4 points off qualifying as well. So if we do go to a game 7, 7 of our 12 players will most likely be on match point threshold. So game 7 is going to be probably a bloodbath.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to end here.
I think we get 7.
I think we're going to 8. I'm not going to lie. I think it's 8. It's either now or 8. I don't think 7 will happen. I think
here's my reasoning, right?
Okay.
The bottom end of the table have kind of just sucked today. Like, the only thing anyone on the bottom of the table has done today is outperform Arano when he's been tilted. Other than that, they haven't actually performed that well. Over half the lobby, so all the people who are getting MVPs and performing well, are going to be on match point threshold by game 7. Unless this game goes horrendously bad for like Mike and people. But realistically, we'll probably see another 3 people, at least 2, I reckon, qualifying for that match point threshold. Which means the top half of the lobby, someone in that is going to get it. Unless somehow you see FPX's player like pop off. Can't remember their name now. I'm going to complete brain fart on their name. But if they pop off, but like, I don't know. I just don't think they've I don't think they've been consistently good enough at the bottom end of the table to get an MVP today. So I think it's going to be game number 7. I really do. Unless Arano gets their act together. On our screen right now, looking quite serious. Probably getting told off by their coach. Like, stop losing 1v1s to bad players. Well, not bad players, but weaker players.
Well, the thing is Edward has proven that he's a strong player. He's just having a bad finals. So it's like at the same time of, okay, he's trending to have a bad game, but performs really well against you in these scenarios. It looks bad, and it's definitely mentally tilting. Oh, he's only got 4 points on the day. Why is he beating me? But you've got to realize that all of these players are phenomenal at the game.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll give you that, definitely. I don't know, man. It's gonna be a tall ask. I think game 7 is probably where we'll see it come to an end. But game 6 getting lined up now. Gonna see the round selection and see who's got what order now as well. That's probably gonna be another major factor to account for. Arano in that final pick. Mike and T225 are in the first round. Mike hasn't qualified, but T225 has. Spider. Okay, so there's quite a few people early on in this game who are going to get strong picks.
Yeah, match point. 2 match point players are getting first and second pick. So it's... Yeah. I believe Spider's already burned his double pick. We're going to see who's burned what pick. Okay, Mike and T225. Liam. Shael. As we're going to see.
I'd be very surprised if it's not Shael here.
Could be Syra, maybe? We'll see. Shael.
Yeah, it'd be Shael.
Syra.
Probably, yeah. It's unfortunately, that is kind of how it goes. Jean-Yuan and Edward. Not on match point yet. Got some work to do. Actually, Lani's been really popular actually in solos. Very interesting to see. Showed up once last week in trios. Looked okay. They actually won a Roma Yang with it, and then I didn't see where they got knocked out because there's so much going on in that game mode. Looks like we could have a triple Lani or a triple Kai Lin. CDY locking in the ACOS though. Star from FPX. What are they going to lock in? Are we going to have a wholly unique one here? They could go like Justina. It's entirely unique heroes in this selection. Nope, double ACOS.
Double ACOS. Who are they preventing from picking ACOS? Wufong and Arano are still in that last area. Syra's available for Wufong here. He's going to go for the Lani. Arano still has Syra available too. Lani has been banned out for him. Justina and... Is he double picking here? Look at that.
We got one more game left on the Syra.
He's got 9 seconds left to choose. Matari? Oh!
Interesting. I didn't expect a Matari to rock up.
Batari did fall out of the meta after her nerfs, but when her rework came around, she was a very, very pertinent character in that middle range. People didn't pick her as like on meta completely, but she was still a strong hero to pick. So if we get to see a Matari MVP coming out from Arano after a double donut, that would be really cool to see. These players are getting locked in, ladies and gentlemen. This is the bi-weekly final for Biweek 2. This is Solos. I'm your host and caster Savin, joined alongside again by Hip Rain. And we're jumping right into this.
Alrighty, well, let's have a look at the loadouts. Where is Matari? There we are. F2, V2. Coming in for Arano.
Very standard. There's
XY
is going to be running V1 instead of V2 on the Kylan, which is the only variation that we've seen all day. Everybody else is running the most standard, most meta. They need to have the combo break. Other than CDY on the ACOS and Star, they're running different F abilities. CDY is running the F1, and the F2 is going to be ran by Star. One ult is more of a defensive ultimate. F2 is used more for offensive. It's a combo starter, whereas CDY doesn't have a combo break unless it's his ultimate ability. But the F, it does give you distance. You slam the ground and knock everybody back.
Well, here we go. Having a look at the drop spots. Everybody is dropping on top of one another. No surprises, really. It'll probably be a absolute explosion of action on this part of the map. Does look like we've got one player dropping down at Sunwing's Rest. But outside of that, pretty standard stuff.
Here we go. Lot of energy. Everybody's been clustered ever since match point has started. Everyone has been so clustered together. And look at this. TT25 able to pick up a weapon. Fireflies. And there we go. TT25 already has ult available. Is focused up onto Edward. He finds him. No weapon available for Edward right now. So this could be terrible. He does have ult available though. We are going to see the 1-2 coming out here into the 1-2-3. The slaps are going to come out. F ability invested now from Edward. He has ults if he needs. We're going to see the ultimate getting popped here. Both ults coming out from them. We're going to see now. He misses the ball. Perfectly timed from Edward here. And look at that. There we go. He gets himself eliminated. TT25 on match point is going to win his off spawn. Getting himself the win with the ultimate. Spider already taking a lot of damage. Star as well getting extremely low. 94% on the ultimate for Spider. He needs this kill. He doesn't pick it up though. Chu Zhang going to be able to come away with the elimination there. The 1-2 going to connect into the CLMB. F invested. Ultimate coming out from Spider here. Ultimate proc to come through. Tries to go for the 1. Is going to be able to get the slam off into the 1. Jumping LMB going to come out. Ultimate now invested for Chu Zhang. Spider going to try and kite this out. He needs to get a pot off because his ult's going to go down. Gets the dazzle. Chu Zhang is going to end up losing this fight out as Spider can be able to get away here. Gets himself a reset, but oh, there we go. He goes down. Chu Zhang picking up the elimination.
Chu Zhang able to pick that one up nice and easy. Now having a fight versus Star. Did Star go down?
Oh.
Have they just salty run back to it? I can't remember.
Oh,
if they
he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He's just salty run this back. Zhang trying to break away from Star. I mean, if Star turns this, that is just, just Star turns this, Star's absolutely done so. Now Verse and Arano going for a fight. Arano got himself the purple armor, so pretty well set up here. Verse gonna try and get some armor drop from the loot pile, but it's not gonna work as he jumps in forwards here. Got that ultimate available here on the Matari. He's gonna pop it. Arano going aggressive here. Needs to get that breakaway. Has the charges on the ultimate. See if he can find them off. Goes for the invisibility. Gets one of the Fs off. He's going to look for another one. There's going to be Verse trying to catch onto him. Verse getting incredibly low. Looks for the freeze. Arano able to break away momentarily. Waiting for the dash to land onto him. Has used everything up. And Verse is actually just outplaying Arano here. Arano goes down yet again.
Verse messed up. And Arano still lost. All he needed to do was press F, and he gets prio again. TT25, though, on an absolute tear, picking up his second elimination of the game. You know when it's Fireflies, these teams are fired up, ready to go. Wufong now jumping into this game. Spider has lost his first life, so we don't know exactly what's going to be happening here. It looks like Spider has ran it back. First, one elimination on the board for him. Wufong going to try and get the prio off. He gets the hit into the Lanny ultimate. Oh my goodness, he's going to get the re. Oh my goodness, the TOD coming through here. And WBG's verse is... Oh, he missed the last one. No, he gets the follow-up. Okay. What a play there. The TOD. Yeah, it's take your hands off your keyboard and have a good night.
That was honestly a brutal little combo coming in from Wufeng. Spider hunting to see if he can find Wufeng. No, the ult's down. This is not a bad time to push up on the aggression. Yes, Spider doesn't have his ult, but he will get it sooner. Already halfway towards it. Arano. Classic Arano style, unfortunately. Just looking for the full reset so that he can grab himself some goodies and get back onto the map as quick as possible and potentially look to contest the Roma Yang. But the Roma Yangs have not been Arano's friends, unfortunately, today. Here's how they a pretty bad showing of it. Just going to do some looting, grab what gear he can. TT5 as well. Same for him. Just going to grab whatever loot he can find. Going to definitely be a tough one. We've got Roma Yang spawning up momentarily as well, so people are going to start to move over and get prepared to contest those. Spider finds himself in a light fight here. Just back off, though.
Yeah, I don't think Spider wants to engage quickly, because if he loses this fight here, he's out of the whole game. He doesn't get anything, no value, and he's letting 3 other players make the play for match point. Right now, TG25 is already the kill leader in this game right now with 2 eliminations on the board. I believe we saw our other match point player, TE's Wufong. He did pick up that beautiful TOD elimination on to, I think he was fighting Verse. Yeah, he got the kill onto Verse. And the Lanny TOD, I believe it's the easiest 100-0. You hit one uppercut, you press V, press F, charge attack, rinse and repeat that over and over and over again, and you get your kill. And uninterrupted like that, no F ability available, it is clean cut the easiest TOD in the game.
Yeah, that is it was a rough one. It was a very rough one. TTD5 does spot out Wufeng here, who's just potting off below him. I think the attention is going to be towards this Roma Yang. TTD5 first into the area. Going to get caught out by Wufeng here, but Wufeng no ultimate available. Does need to be careful. TTD5 on the AM, going to be feeling quite comfortable to be able to play the contest on this. Just play the evasion game. Like, he has the timer advantage, so Wufeng can't really do much here. Just have to sit and watch. It's actually TTD5 looking to potentially turn this one. Wufeng not sure they really want to be using that ultimate. Gets knocked back once again by TT25. He's just in total control here. Forces the F out from Wufeng.
Spider's done.
Knocked out of the lobby in the middle of all of that. Roma Yang spawning up. But I think TT25 just wants to guarantee this kill first. Gets caught in the ball. And this is just going to be him done so. TT25! Can he find that kill? Ult comes out. Wufeng trying to make the breakaway. TT25 continues to chase. It goes for the shot. Can he land that last one? No, he cannot. Does TT5 commit, or does he jump into the realm? I think he's going to look to jump into the realm, gets his ult back, and he's happy.
Yeah, he doesn't chase that. If there's somebody else contesting a Yang portal on the other side and his pass drops down, somebody from another Yang portal is going to be able to jump into that realm. So you're not going to want to give up the potential for a gold weapon and a buff, especially when you're fighting with blue weapons. It's definitely the play to go for the Yang, but he was so close to finishing off that kill there. He didn't get like the last hit of damage off. 1 HP to Dream, ultimate got invested, and there were no revives at that point, so it would have been it for Wufeng. Wufeng is incredibly lucky for the timing there. But now TT25, no shield available, fighting against a Kylan. This could be very, very bad for him here. As we've seen the Kylan being very good at dodging the ultimate of the Liams. And there we go, boom. Both Liam ultimate charges done, and he's dead. Realm of Yang depletion. He should have gone for the kill. Let's look at this. Wufeng now jumping into this fight. We're going to see him trying to make something happen. in the realm of Yang. And it looks like he's going to be able to get the 1-2-3 into the restand, into the 1.0. Oh my goodness. Lonnie coming out. I love the Lonnie combos. You get caught by one ball and you're done. Yeah.
Oh, this is what happened to Spider. Asia versus Spider. So Spider got knocked out of the lobby. See what happened. Spider had ultimate. He felt like he was in control here. Gets himself a nice little combo to open up onto Asia, but bit of poking from that staff does a bit of work. Spider now obviously switching out to the melee weapon. And he just gets caught in the knock-up, and at that point, it is absolutely bonked for him. Asia able to secure the kill, catches him in the ball, finishes him up nicely. Really, really clean. Spider out of the lobby. Only 3 people left in this game who have a chance to win it.
It's so sad. Wufong is in technically the best position right now as far as match point goes. Arano is on 0 kills. Wufong has buff and is on 2. TT25 does not have buff. So if he finds somebody, he does hit Bell. He sees Mike, but Mike being another Liam in the lobby, he might not try and go for this fight here. He's going to want to try and find somebody. Edward could be his target. Edward on the Lanny. This could be an interesting fight. And yeah, he's going for Edward. Blue armor, gray dagger, but it's hard. Blue dagger, sorry. This tower is also a place where any area with multiple levels, different places to scale rush in and out of, it's going to be so difficult for you to be able to come away with any sort of elimination when these players have the movement that they do. So it's definitely a...
He's hunting in the wrong area.
Yeah.
But the problem is, and this is a Morrisile specialty, there's a lot of good escape areas. Like right here in the town, you just have so many buildings. You can jump through the windows, the doors. The players have mastered the movement on this map as well from years and years of playing on it. It's hard to finalize a kill sometimes in some areas of Morrisile. Shadow Jade has all of the mines and all the kind of shafts that lead around the place. Does look like Areno, though, looking to try and get their name on the board here. They've had a pretty bad showing of it. Can see a kill. Can they steal it away? Yes, they can. Arano able to pinch that one with the F. Catch onto Zhuyan as well. Find themselves in a little bit of danger as the fans just going to break away. Ultimate available to Arano. Nice little kill still, though. Puts them on the board and keeps them in the game. TT25 trying to make their way over. Edward and Wufong in the area. Only 1 minute 30 left, though, for the side of TT25. He needs to commit. He needs to find a kill, otherwise he is just going to be out of this game. And suddenly it comes down to 2 people to be able to win the whole thing. There's going to be the Dazzle going out. Doesn't quite hit the mark. TT25 being chased off by Wufong. Looking for a potential armor swap. Has to swap to the blue armor. Edward absolutely obliterating him here. Throws out the first ball. Doesn't quite make the connection, unfortunately. Looking for a second one. Gonna have to armor swap. Can he make it work? Misses the next ball. Wufong jumps in. Wufong's got him. He's taken out. TT25 are removed from the game. Only Arano, only Wufong have a chance of closing out the day now.
Wufong with the comeback from the bottom 6. He was in like 8th place at the start of the day, and now he's in 2nd place overall. And he's set up to very well for MVP right now. And it looks like Arano getting chased down. Forced to swap to gray armor. This is not looking too good for him. He has F up, but he won't be able to take this Realm of Yang. He's going to be forced to back off here. But it looks like Verse, not wanting to let this happen, knows who that player is. They're going to take him down. Oh, big damage from that F, though. It looks like he might be able to sneak away here. Ajiao going to get himself eliminated. Mike picking up a kill. If we're going to maybe get to check the stats in a second here, and we'll get to see if Mike has passed over that match point threshold. I believe he's got a couple of kills here, but TE's Wufong from out of nowhere. He hasn't been in discussion until he got that crazy 8 elimination game, but what an amazing play from him there. And he's now on 3 eliminations. He took out his competitors, too. He's not just taking out players who are lower on the board. He's taking out the people that it really matters to take out. T225 has been eliminated because of him.
Yeah, looks like the fight for the Realm of Yang continues. So, Arano, I don't know if he's even that interested in jumping in, to be honest. I think he's just going to try and play this as somewhat safe as possible. is potentially just going to chase onto this kill for Edward. I mean, Arano, he could maybe start to mop up a couple of kills here on the Matari, and that is his way back into this game. Shuzheng also in the area. Arano just going to sit in a bush and do a bit of repairing.
Yeah. If Rano gets the kill on Edward, you know, he's set up, but it looks like Edward's just going to back out here. OUG versus ASE and TE's Wufang fighting against Bauda's Chuzheng. This is going to be a fun one here. Wufang's very stacked. And, I mean, Chuzheng's had some success. He is on Syra, so if he doesn't get that TOD off, F is burned, so if Wufang catches Prio here, that's going to be it for Chuzheng. Oh, we're seeing Octaslash coming into play here. All Wufang needs to do is get Prio. He can TOD off of it, and oh my goodness, we're going to see it happen here, hopefully, as the jump LMB going to come into play. Both shots coming out from both of them. Healing is going to get brought into this. Wufang now on the full reset, as well as Chuzheng. The overhold going to come through. Prio going to get given over to Chuzheng. We're now seeing Wufang trying to make something happen. Ultimate going to be invested now from Wufang. We're going to see the first come out into the uppercut. Doesn't get the follow-up, though. Lanny ultimate invested, as well as the Syra ultimate coming out. And this could be it. We're going to see how well he is doing at kiting. Look at that. He's able to kite into the air, but the stun's going to come through. Now needs to back out of this area. He is going to get a pot off. No, he misses the pot. Oh, no. As you do see, ultimate timer is going to be just a little bit of time left. Tries to throw a ball off. He isn't going to be able to get his last ball out. Overhold is going to connect, though. We're going to see both of them going for the parry. Trying to go for it. F ability invested now. The Dazzle's going to come out, but he gets the parry. Oh, my goodness. 1-2 over. Trying to catch Prio up. Now onto the blue fan. He's just trying to scale away with 23 seconds left. Chuzheng in absolute shambles right now, trying to kite out the onslaught of pressure from TE's Wufang right now. He can't find him, doesn't know where he is. The scale rush going to come through. Gets the one, trying to go for the focus into the uppercut, but the F ability invested doesn't get it. 7, 6, 5, 4. Get the kill. Oh my goodness, he does it. 1 second buzzer beater. Oh my god.
So close. Wufang able to bring it back last moment. 4 kills in as well. This guy is currently so well set up and situated for this final circle. 4 kills in. Currently the kill leader. Arano potentially in a position, but it's going to have to be a hard heart. Wufang could potentially take it all here.
That was beautiful finish. He just worked as hard as possible to get that elimination, kiting out the Syra ultimate for so long, keeping the majority of his health. Ooh, Assassin's Lunge coming out from ASE's XY. Absolutely gaming here. As we're going to see the overhold coming through from Mike, able to send it out, doesn't connect. We are, oh, the extended combo potential was almost there. Mike going to be able to get the overhead R&B charge onto XY. XY taking a lot of damage here. I believe he is on Yang depletion, so he needs to get this elimination. But Mike, White Tiger's prowess. Ooh, big parry going to come through. F ability invested, but the sap damage is going to give XY just a little bit of HP back. Oh no. Oh no, there we go. It's done for XY now. Oh, 1 HP in a dream? Here we go, ultimate. Ult, you need to ult. There we go. Immortality proc has come out as we're going to see him try and make something happen with the Kylan ultimate, but oh, doesn't get caught in the ball. Mike getting pushed back now. He has 1 health remaining, not even sliver of HP. Verse picking up the elimination though. Mike is still only on 3 points. He needs 1 more point to qualify, and there we go. Verse with that elimination is now on match point. If Wufang does an MVP here, Verse is going to be qualified.
Let's see if Wufang can pull it off inside the vote zone. Chuzheng being chased down here. Wufang waiting for an opportunity. He's just going to see what's going on. Honestly, a kill here could potentially decide it all. If he gets one of these, Chuz trying to make the breakaway. Wufang keeping the pressure up onto him. Has the ultimate available, just keeping them pressured. Chuz forced to jump into the zone. Wufang doesn't want to chase in and get himself chunked out, but he knows that he needs to gatekeep this one. Edward as well, also looking at potentially gatekeep. Just losing a lot of HP as he's having to go the very, very long way around to try and get back into the zone. I believe someone has spotted him because the shot came out. I think it's Wufeng who actually spotted him here. Just gets himself back into the zone, gets some healing off, but immediately Wufeng sniffed it out. Some healing has come in, and they're going to have to look to potentially go for the back off. Chuz does have the ultimate available to him, so he's not in too much danger. They are going to continue to try and pressure up, though. 6 players left in this game, 8 minutes on the clock. Zone is currently moving, but not by much. We're going to get that Bane's Breath soon. That could now kick off the next stage of action in this final circle.
Yeah, it is. Wow, the buzzer beat. I'm still tripping off the buzzer beater. It is absolutely insane right now. Verse with 3. Oh my goodness. Wufeng has Aurora Burst. This could spell trouble for anyone because you get caught in one uppercut from him. He Lanny ults and chain hits you with Aurora Burst over and over again. It's a better Takeda TOD. And look at that. We're going to be seeing WZ Arano in the back end. Chu Zhang taking some hits from these ranged attacks. I believe he's the lone Syra in the lobby. He's also on Yang depletion. These players are going to want to get the Syra out. Having that hero in the end circle with the amount of healing buff, it's just not what you want to see. Is going to get knocked into the air. F ability pop, though. Could see the ultimate coming out pretty quickly. There we go. Chu Zhang with the ult, trying to see if he can find Edward. Edward very low in HP. The Dazzle's going to come through. Big damage on to that with the Dazzle. And there we go. Moonbane coming into play as well here, as these players are not going to want to mess with the Bane. Oh, big Dazzle hit coming through. Doesn't even notice he gets it. Edward able to get out of there fast, using that ultimate to get out of dodge. He's able to gain a little bit of HP back. That is one of the nice things that you have an advantage with Lonnie. You get HP back every time the ball returns to you. Burn tick damage coming in from Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang might get this kill here if Verse doesn't go and pick it up. As where is Wufeng? Wufeng needs the kill, as Chu Zhang is going to pick up the elimination. Oh my goodness, Verse gets the bloom. Chu Zhang not able to pick up the soul bloom, still needs to fight to get this elimination now, trying to see if he can get the kill onto Verse. And Chu Zhang with 3 eliminations as well. Verse going to try and make something happen. Only 20 seconds left on this Yang depletion. Nobody else around them. He can full all in onto this fight with no worry. Mike getting eliminated by Arano in the back end. Oh my goodness. Mike is 1 point away from match point. He doesn't even get it.
Yeah, keeping that pressure up on him, Chuz. I don't think you're going to be living for long. Verse going to just throw down the ult, freeze up, and Verse now onto 4 points is contesting with Wufeng. Wufeng was able to secure himself a Spirit Well, though, so again, golden armor, he's so set up right now. Incredibly hard to deal with. Arano also getting some healing in. Coming down to the last 2. If Verse goes out, we actually end the day here. Straight up. Like, if Verse goes, Wufeng or Arano will take it all. There's the freeze. They're going to look for it. Verse trying to make a break away from Wufeng, who's keeping the pressure up onto him. There's going to be the charge. Doesn't quite hit the mark as the Bane's Breath comes down. The play for Biweekly 2. Verse could clutch it out. Verse could deny it and send it to Game 7. Can he make it happen right now? He's the one being targeted. The attention goes on to Arano. Arano loses a lot of HP. Wufeng needs to be careful. That Bane's Press coming down. Verse going to get hit up by the knockup. Wufeng gets the damage down. There's the freeze to break away from the combo. He's not going to get locked in the infinite, but his health bar is going so low. Arano trying to find that little bit of additional damage. Wufeng blinks forwards, throws down the ball as Verse is on the run. The knockback comes in. Arano's trying to steal it all. The ball goes wide. Somehow, Verse is hanging on into this fight. Arano's trying to find that opening. Knocks back one. Verse is able to hold on for just a little bit longer. The chase for kill is on. Can Arano get it? Somehow, Arano's made it happen. Whoever wins this 1v1 will be the bi-weekly champion. The Bane's Breath catches onto the pair of them. Arano blinks out. Chasing coming in from Wufeng. He has so much pressure on to Arano. Arano can't mind the escape. He's getting the reset off. Goes in for a grey armor swap just to keep the break away from Wufeng, who's continued to mount the pressure onto Arano. Can Arano make it work? Scale rushes coming out left, right, and center as Wufeng has to reposition with the F. Can he find this kill? It is due and it is die right now. Wu Feng healing back up. Golden armor refreshed. Arano only got the grey armor. That is not going to do much. Arano quickly stripped through a big chunk of that armor. No ultimates available to either player quite yet, but they are both getting close. Wu Feng continues that chase forwards. Arano goes in for another quick recovery, but again, rocking the grey armor. He is so weak right now. He does not have the same amount of health, and that Halbers is going to absolutely obliterate his health bar. Arano goes in for the turnaround. They're looking for the parry. They can't find the connection. Arano caught out by the grapple, tries to blink forwards. F available here to Wu Feng if he needs it. He's about to get the ultimate back up as well. Arano trying his hardest to hold fast here as he gets knocked back. There's going to be the knockup into the potential infinite. Wu Feng will take bi-weekly finals too.
He's so stunned right now. Look at him. Ladies and gentlemen, your bi-weekly 2 champion, TE's Wu Feng from out of nowhere. The most unexpected victory of
大风起兮云飞扬，刀剑如梦终成王。让我们恭喜本周的单排冠军属于 TE 吴峰。
TE 吴峰，
有请吴峰。
Please Wu Feng come to the stage.
哇，同样的话，不管是屏幕前还是正在现场的所有的姐宝们，也要把掌声送给最后的2位，他们为我们送上了最精彩的博弈。那也是问一下吴峰，此时此刻拿下了这个 一直以来想要的冠军，最想对支持你的粉丝们说什么？
So what do you want to say to everyone now?
粉丝们的支持，也感谢教练、俱乐部对我的。
Thanks to all the support of my fans.
最后
Also, I want to say to my coach, thank you for your expectation. I did
当
it.
时是怎么样顶住压力？同样也是和高手阿仁博弈到最
And
后
also
拿
for
下
the
这个冠
last
军的。
game, at last, only you and Arano, how did you under so much pressure and win the game?
都以为自己快死了，就那个留念，哇，都吓得。
Actually, for the beginning of the game, I felt already a little bit dead because of the Liam.
在调整过来之后，进了这个回阳是怎么样做到可以拿下，并且是一路杀到最后的？
How did you do after you go to the Yang
有股冲劲，
and then win the
有股
game?
冲劲，就是相信自己能做到。
I felt there is a huge energy and motivations behind my back. Also, I think I need to
来
trust
到了
myself.
NBPL， 来到了永劫无间的赛场上。从他来到我们的这个 NBPL， 从他的表现到最终拿下这个属于自己的单排的周决的冠军。 我相信啊，这个只是你的练刀石，并不是你的终极目标。那么向更高的目标发起冲击，才属于今年2025 TE 吴峰的终极的目标。那么同样的话，接下来将会去享受你的荣誉时刻了。那有请我们的工作人员送上我们本周的冠军卷轴，
Also, we're gonna move
也要
on
送上我
to
们
the
的
champion
冠军
moment
烛龙印，
for
让我
Wu
们的
Feng.
本周的单排的周决冠军吴峰，在我们的冠军卷轴上去盖上属于
Also,
他
let
的
Wu Feng
全新的篇章，
the
属于自
logo
己的
on the
烛
champion
龙
scroll.
冠军印。好，来，有请吴峰。首先，先展示你的冠军卷轴，来。哇，这份荣耀，我相信啊，也是让吴峰等了很久。接下
Also,
来
I，believe
首先
for
对着
this
镜头
champion,
展示
you
冠军的烛龙
already
印，
wait
有请。
for such a long time.
接下来盖上属于你的冠军印章。好，请暂时归还烛龙印。同样拿着话筒看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。同样，让我们再次恭喜2025 NBPL 第2双周
Also, it's
单
picture
排
time.
冠军
And let's
TE
congratulations to
吴
TE
峰
Wu Feng again to be the 2025 NBPL Spring Split, the second bi-weekly champion.
我觉得曾经啊，在去年的金阶榜上，吴峰是跟我提到过，他希望穿上最帅气的西装，站到最高的领奖台，去享受属于职业选手的最高的荣耀。面对镜头啊，我先把你拿着话筒，摆一个觉得自己最帅的造型，让所有的姐宝们先记住你好吗？最帅的哦，3、2、1，看
But I
前方。
think now you are really handsome.
不能搞尬的啊，帅一
Let's
点。
give a pose to the camera and take this picture.
好，一起看一下镜头。来，吴峰，我们再次来到我们的台前，有请。其实啊，从加入到整个 NBPL， 加入到永劫无间职业赛场上，其实大家很好奇，
So
来到
after
这个地方，
you came to
其实
NBPL,
最初
I
的时
think
候是抱
everyone
着
is
怎么
very
样的一
curious
个
about
目标？对自己有怎么样的一个期望？
what's
现在又
your
来到了第二个赛
expectation
季
for
年，
yourself,
觉得自己有什么方面发生
because
了一些变
it's
化和
the
进步和
second
成长？
season for you.
我感觉我的打法吧，就我第1年的时候是什么都不怕嘛，就
I think
勇往直前直接打。
My strategy is
到了第
a
二个
little
赛
bit
季，我就
different now
沉淀
because
了
for the
就
first
是学习了
seasons
很多
I'm
新
a
东西
new，
稳
and
中求胜。
I'm
我觉得这个也是属
fearless,
于自己在赛场上的
come
一
to
个
this
进步
season
和
I
一个
changed.
沉淀。那
I'm
么
more
刚才
stable
啊，
now.
也是盖上了你的冠军的烛龙印的中决的冠军的奖章。那么今年啊，你自己的个人的一个目标和规划又是怎么样
So
的？
for
跟
this
大家
year,
分享
what's
一
your
下。
plan?
我个人规划就是能拿冠就拿冠，并谁也不嫌冠军多。
I will try my best
周
to
冠其实
get
还好，
every
想拿总
champion
冠。
as long
周
as I
决冠
can.
军啊，我相信只是属于你的练刀石，这也是通过这个站到了冠军的奖台上，向更高的目标发起冲击。那谈到吴峰，不得不提到去年，
Also,
咱们有
this
双
is
骄，
just
去年你
a
们是有
little
双狼，
Biweek
另外一个双狼兄弟
champion.
可能现在需要更多你的加油和鼓励，你有什么话送给他呢？
And on this stage, what do you want to say to other players?
他佩斯特吗？佩斯特，加油吧，加油！
同样，其实今天在赛场上还有
I
一
want
位也是
to
属于
cheer
你
for
的老
Pace.
乡、战友，也是赛场上的对手轩辕。那有什么话其实对他讲呢？
Also, what do you want to say to
他
Xuan Yuan?
运气不好吧？他是有
I
这个
think
实力
he
的，
is a little bit
跟
unlucky
我差不
today.
多，跟我差不多。
And
拿下了这
for
个
the
中决的冠
ability,
军，
I
同
think
样
we
也
are
向
the
更高的
same.
目标发起冲击了。接下来将会准备向更高的目标的领奖台发起你的
Also,
2025年的
I
全年
think
的一个
after
冲
this
击了。
Biweek
也希望
champion,
在这个赛场
you
上
will
可以继续
prepare
一步一个
for
脚
the
印，
higher
书写自己更多的
stage
一
and
个
higher
奇迹，
honor
书写自己
in
更
this
多
year.
的属于你的荣耀篇章。让我们镜头前的所有的姐宝们再次把你
Good
们
luck
的
to you,
鼓励
and
和呐喊
also
给到我们的2025
congratulations to you
NBPL 第二
again.
双周
The
单排周
2025
冠军
NBPL
T1
Spring
战队
Split, the
吴
second
峰。
bi-weekly champion of solo, T. Wufeng.
And there we have it. Wufeng does take the MVP and the finals for the second bi-weekly finals anyway. A bit of an unexpected victor there. We had our attention on a lot of other players. Wufeng snuck in game 5, took himself that MVP, took himself enough points to get in, and then closed out game 6. Really, really clean stuff from him. I'm sure he is very, very happy with himself right now. It caught me off guard. I expected him to play well after that game 5, but I didn't expect him just to like quickly wrap it all up and be done. And we were both wrong. I predicted game 7, you predicted game 8, but it ended in 6 games, Seb.
Yeah, I said it's gonna be game 5 or game 8. There's no way they do it in 6 or 7. And you know, Wufeng proved me wrong. I never expected Wufeng to place top 6 even. His first couple of games weren't the greatest. He was always average, so we weren't talking about him very much. We always talk about the players who are doing extremely well and the players who are not performing as well as they could be. We never talk about the players that are in the middle of the pack. And in game number 5, he just took things to a whole nother level, picking up 8 kills with the second place finish. And it just took off from there. The momentum kept going into game number 6. And Lonnie's just such a strong hero. Like I'm so happy we're seeing her in the meta. She's so much fun to play, so much fun to watch. And yeah, the final going to her, that parry at the end where he didn't do the punish. He stopped for a second. It's like, boom, parry. It's like, okay, the game's over. Wow, I just won the game. Uppercut, finishes the game. It was a beautiful moment. My heart just stopped for a second. I was like, oh my God, Arano's dead.
It was super impressive. I'm really impressed with a lot of the players today, to be honest. I'm sure that's up though, because so close all day they were sitting at the top of the table, and then Wu Feng comes in and steals it last minute. Like, you're gonna be annoyed with that performance, and for Arano to the success was there. Look how close they were, and then last moment Wu Feng slides in and steals the MVP. And you know what? All hats to Wu Feng. It took them one game to get to match point. Once they got to match point threshold to close it out, Arano had a lot of free time. They had 2 games for free, and they fumbled. This wasn't the classic of everyone in the lobby dogs down that top player and denies them from ending early. Arano just made mistake after mistake, and it cost them. And when they finally found an opportunity to come back, Wu Feng was on fire and just played better.
Yeah, and it back-to-back 9-point games to secure it. Wu Feng was in 8th or 9th place overall after game 4, and 2 back-to-back 18 points in 2 games, more points than Edward has gotten in 6 games. So we're taking a look at some of the highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Taking a look at, look at that grab. I don't believe we saw this from T225 earlier, but look at this kill on the CDY. What a beautiful elimination is that. Look at this, the TOD combo. He comes in, hits it, gets the re-trigger off of the bounce, because
this is so nasty.
The finish, the ending of the bounce knocks him into the sky again, gives you a chance to get the ball back and send it out again. And then there we go, TOD. Lonnie is an incredible year. Look at this, big parry. And as soon as he knocked out T225, that's kind of when I was like, okay, this could be crazy. And the clutch with the buzzer beater kill, look at this, 9 seconds left. He hits the F ability, and it's so close. So 1 HP at a dream for Chu Zhang, and he just needs to hold on for another second. And look at that, he gets it done, and there we go. The ending kill to win it all. T's
emotions were high there though, weren't they?
Yeah. Can't even believe it.
Performance. Yeah. I'm sure Wu Feng is going to be sitting very happy with himself. The kind of unexpected victor of the day. We will have a look at the standings at the end of the day, just to have a look. Edward, our bi-weekly MVP from last week, or from the 2 weeks ago, walks away with a 10-point day. That is just a catastrophically disappointing day from Edward. Only gets 2 ranking points off the back of that. These guys, Star, I actually think, played better towards the end of the day, but there just was still a relatively underwhelming performance from them across the board. This bottom end of the table isn't where it's exciting. This is where it's exciting. Obviously, game 9, jumping up. He's still behind T225 on overall score, but still found that MVP he needed. Walks away with those 9 ranking points. Wu Feng will take number 1. Number 2 goes to T225. Arano, who's been in first for most of the day, slipped down into 3rd by the end. So still a podium finish for him. Spider, not quite enough to get onto that podium position. Same for Mike. Our 2 kind of like the players of the entire solos didn't really step up there today. But you can see T225 is going to be the kill leader for this bi-weekly final. Mike just behind him, and Zhang Yuan in 3rd place. So Wu Feng only in 4th. So wait, what? Oh, it's damage. Damage. Kills. So I was about to say, I was like, hold on, he's got 19 kills. He's the kill leader. No, T225 did the most damage this game. Huge performance from him on that front.
78,000 damage in 6 games.
Nasty. Absolutely nasty. That's all melee weapons there, but there we are. Wu Feng is our MVP, our bi-weekly finals 2 winner. Really, really good performance from him. Played incredibly well. I'm sure he's going to be going home happy tonight. Able to stall the lobby out long enough for him to get into a position to pounce and take it all. And that's kind of what happened, was like that last game, that game 6, there were 4 people all on MVP positions. So the lobby can't grief 4 people. It's too hard. You can grief 1 or 2. Any more than that, it becomes very hard for like the whole lobby to grief them. So Wu Feng was able to slip in undercover and take the whole thing down. Really, really good performance from him. That Lani was really impressive. Genuinely really impressive.
Yeah, it's nice to see that these players are adapting to use it. We didn't get to see very much Lani in the first bi-weekly finals and in the first bi-week, but now they're seeing the strength of this hero and like the siphon that you get from her balls, the extra V attack that you get to be able to jump up into the air and throw a giant ball at somebody. It's a very, very versatile hero. You have the mobility of somebody like Justina. You have the CC and the stun ability of some of these other heroes, and it's all the goodness wrapped into one. Of course, you know, the only thing that would add to it would be like the Syra heal buff, but you know, if we add that to Lani, everybody's going to be complaining, and I definitely don't think that it should be added to her. So
it'd be too much. It'd be too much. She's like a disruptor. I'm interested to see, obviously, as a trios guy, I'm interested to see how she performs in trios, and she may show up tomorrow, because tomorrow's schedule we do have our bi-weekly finals for trios. We're running pretty much the same day as we ran today. 2 Pedorias. It's gonna be a banger. We got some sick
they're
teams
starting with Fireflies though in trios. That's cool.
Yeah, I think they moved it around a little bit for bi-weekly, because we normally end on Fireflies for trios, but I assume with the way that they balance it, I had a conversation with Raven about it. There's like a reason that we end on Padoria and solos don't. It's something to do with like the balancing and people getting good picks. So it's done in a way where like everybody should get a solid pick for Padoria, at least one game where they're on like what they want to be playing. So it makes sense as a system. It's interesting. I can't figure the maths out on it, but someone smarter than me did and made it work for themselves. But yeah, trios tomorrow. It's going to be an absolute banger. My money is again on YZG. I think they just look sick. How much trios have you been on? Have you got an idea of who you got your money on?
I've been seeing a little bit of trios here and there. I did trios last week, and it was interesting. I don't really know. I think I'd say Wolves. I wanna call for Wolves.
Okay, you are on a different planet, my guy. I know they're technically the world champions, but those guys have they have not been performing.
They had a good game yesterday, didn't they? I was watching
they
a bit yesterday.
a good game. That's good.
Okay.
I know Flame, but Wolves they've been disappointing this season, unfortunately. And it's typical Wolves, though. It really is, because they're a team who just like we get excited about, and then they immediately just fumble it, and then we forget about them, and then they pop off again, and we get excited. They're just the tease. They're just a big tease.
Alliance has been popping off recently, yeah?
Yeah, Alliance have been consistently good now. I'm happy with them. Because last year they really popped off. They're not as hot as they were last year, but you're starting to see that ramp in them as they're kind of getting more comfortable with their current roster. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for them. I'm pretty excited for bi-weekly finals tomorrow for trios. But that is us done. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, with the trios action for bi-weekly then. So we'll see you then. Good night, good morning, wherever you are. We'll see you later.
Take care, everyone.